bad. No.
20 seconds is fine.
Hey.
We can work with 20 seconds. Hey guys, welcome. It is time for PAS to get underway. I know you've been missing it. I'm glad to be back. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by the Cammy D and Godspeed to break down all the action. It has been a long time coming, and we are finally.
I'm feeling great, man. Glad to be back. We've been watching a lot of these guys for a while. Preparing this year. Follow me on socials. That's where you get a bit of coverage there. But really excited to see like them back into form. We'll see exactly how these teams have prepped up, because this is where the things really start to matter.
Absolutely. And now, Godspeed, what are you the most excited about when you sort of look at what's going to be happening
so,
today?
first of all, I'm excited to be back. You know,
it's a
another year of
crazy list of
PUBG is always going to be great. Our esports is phenomenal. And then I'm really excited for this lobby, man. It's very mixed. There's a lot of old players, obviously a lot of names that we're very familiar with, but there is a whole heap and gaggle of new players that are kind of mixing in the scene, and that's what you want to see.
Yes, and that is what you want to see, because I think that's, for me, one of the biggest fears I have when you look at a 7th anniversary of a game, which you guys can go ahead and get involved with. Lots of great drops over in the client right now. Is that stagnation where the top becomes the top for so long? Are we still seeing new players developing? Are we still seeing new superstars emerging? And the list that I saw here, Cameron, is that we got ready for this event, tells me not only is the player base growing, as everybody's sort of been talking about on Twitter and Reddit lately.
Yeah, a number of really interesting teams here. A couple of teams, like something happened during qualifiers. We're missing some that I think a lot of us kind of expected, like Funny Business being a big one, ADR as well. But in their place, we have some relatively new names, like Gatos Chicos and Not a Hobby are the two that come to mind, from North America at least. And there are a couple from Latin America as well that are brand new here, but they qualified through, so I'm really excited to see what they can deliver.
Nice, and we're going to get into a lot of those. I am also going to make sure I walk you guys through the format and everything else that we need to sort of go over as what is perhaps one of the most important, I think, events of the year. Godspeed kicks off. There's not as much regional action this year, which means
you have to start strong again. Less regionals, but
teams,
more
right?
Potential lands, right? Internationals, which is always great if you're a player, but that leaves you very little room to grow in the beginning. So we'll have to see how they start here. Again, as you said, that kind of hit the ground running mentality is going to have to be huge.
Nice. I think that is the biggest takeaway here, is hit the ground running. Too many times, Cameron, when we get together for these PASs, ground running is not something that we see teams doing. It's almost like they're testing the waters. They're playing it careful for the first couple of games, because in the group system, there is a temptation to say, just let's,
and also, to be clear, the format that we're working with here, where we have 24 teams, 3 groups of 8, top 8 go through to finals, but the bottom 16 aren't out. They then play another follow-up format in the last chance. So there is a second line of work here. So there's kind of that excuse of, let's like sort of test the waters here. We don't want to go too hot too fast, but at the same time, being top 8 immediately in grand finals, I say that's worth it. That's worth the risk of trying to go hard right off the bat.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you need to do, is go get through to the grand final, because at the end of this event, the top 3 teams are going to get double bids. Everybody is in it for going to PGC, the bragging rights. You know, that's what we get to see every year, is the heartbreak, the commitment, and it takes now. You have Godspeed when it comes to making it there. And I know that you've had a chance to play. You've gone sort of through those sprints. Is it easy at the start of the year for players to sort of have their headspace in the right spot? Or do you think that 2-month delay, where sort of, and maybe even longer, if you didn't make PGC, it's even longer since you've really had a competitive match. Do you think that weighs heavy, or is nice?
It's hard to say if it weighs heavy, but yeah, if you take even a longer break, I think the motivation starts to eat at you, and the hunger to kind of make it like, damn, I missed last year, I really want to make this year, or what have you. Definitely the beginning of the year, I feel like you're correct in that the headspace there's not as much pressure. It's kind of like a fresh start. All right, let's get going. Not until halfway down the year that we see teams start to struggle and really realize, like, oh crap, we got to pick it up. So yeah, fresh start for most of the teams at the beginning of the year. I think all these guys are pretty much looking forward and pretty hungry to start strong. Some of them will, some of them won't. We'll have to find out.
Perfect. And I think that that's what our goal is here. Now, you see the format. It is very straightforward. 3 days of group stages, work into last chance qualifier, which for what you said, you got to start strong. I think last chance qualifier is very, very nice to have. In a situation where there's not as many regionals, that's as fair as we can get it. Let's talk about the points, though, Cameron. If you've seen this before, you know it. 1 point per kill. But for those new viewers, are you killing, going after those fights, or placement is what we're going to see teams focusing on?
It really just depends on the game. So we've all, anyone who's played even a couple of rounds of PUBG knows that there are some games that are winnable. There are some games that aren't. So really the important thing is that even though if you and your team has a certain style that they have a preference towards, is knowing when to switch the gears. If it's phase 5, phase 6, the shift goes away from you in a way that you need to run across an open field. Sorry, you're not going to be getting that many placements. You then got to complete 180 and try and go for some kill points before you then go out and then re-up for the next round, because the next round is when you might get the shift that you can then really capitalize on the placement points.
Nice. And so that's what I think that has been the biggest takeaway. If you guys are joining us, you're like, I've been playing PUBG. I'm part of this new wave. I love what the game has done. Let's check out esports. That, I think, is the biggest takeaway that we've seen in the last couple years, is teams have to make a decision right around that mid game. What am I going to do here? Do the circles lead me to a position that I can push for those late game points? Do I need to try to sop up as many kills as I can? We've also seen teams, Godspeed, in the past look for those sorts of cerebral, if I get this many averages per match, that's where I'm going to go the distance. Do you think that's still a mentality we see where teams come in and they're like, cutoff is 57, I need to get 5 per game, that's all I'm going to focus on?
I think it's kind of a combination of both, right? You guys were saying like some teams come in gung-ho, they just go for the kills, others are going for the averages. I think there should be a balance between both. We've seen, I think a team that we'll talk about quite extensively throughout this weekend and this event is Gas Cans, who I would say historically have been one of those teams where they're just very consistent. They're always getting 5-6 points per game, but we might see that change depending on how their roster is now, and we might see other teams who may have gone for just an average points per game to actually be much more aggressive this time around. So it kind of remains to be seen, but there are definitely teams that incorporate both strategies, some that incorporate just one. We'll have to see how that one plays out.
Awesome, and we'll get back, because I do want to dig into the gas cans particularly in just a minute. We got the prize pool up here. This is what the teams are playing for, and $12,000 first place, that is a wonderful prize. But those PGC points at 300 and 210 are going to be incredibly important this year, Cameron, as it doesn't seem like there's that many places that you're going to be able to make up for a bad tournament.
Yeah, so it's not even the PGC points you get for placing well in this particular event. Also because we are currently qualifying from a region to the next 2 globals. So you could argue that both of those things are more important than the prize pool itself. Having, getting money off of playing video games, like who wouldn't want that to happen? But the PGC points to qualify to PGC and the qualification to the PGS is where have their own prize pool, but also their own independent PGC qualification points to make it to PGC at the end of the year. Those are the real.
You want to go the distance, and after we saw sort of the shuffling, the way the GPTs were picked out this year, you want to start making a statement right now that this is your year and they can't ignore you next time around. Now, guys, we are about 10 minutes away from dropping into the first game of the PAS group stages. I'm pretty hyped about it, but we're going to keep walking you through the things that you need to remember. And next up, we're going to take a look at the PGC point distribution. Again, this is what you can earn. This is where we're sort of looking at how you can get points along throughout the year. Godspeed, and again, like I said, it's less stacks than we're used to.
It's less stacks we're used to, but as we move out throughout the year, you can see that the points become larger and larger. So PS3, 300 for first. Guess what? PAS4, 400 for first. And again, you and Cammy were talking about it. The goal at the end of the year is always to get PGC as a player. That's the only thing that really matters. Yes, placing well throughout the year, winning some money, especially at some of these other majors, is great. But you want to get to PGC. You want to become world champions. If you don't, then you're just skating by, right? And we don't want to see that. So this is it. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, you gotta invest now so you can pay your bills later. And get what is those big BGC points, that big PGC cash. So we're going to see teams throughout the year. Remember, there is the Esports World Cup. Americas Qualifiers will have some PGC points available, but that is a bit of a drop-off, so I don't think a lot of teams can hang their hat on that being the difference maker. But again, we've seen the difference be up to, I think it was like 60 points one year, so everything does matter. Now let's talk about who is playing today. Groups A, Groups B. Let's start off here. Godspeed. Is there a team that you have been looking at in these groups that you're excited about watching play today?
Yeah, actually, Luna Galaxy. So this is kind of like a offshoot of old 22 Esports. He did very well. PCS 7, they got third place. This is a very solid roster. You have Haven, Fakesin, Vinny, Kraken. These guys are very experienced. They've looked really good recently, especially in practice. Cam, you and I saw them kind of pop off in a few of those games. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they could do in this group. Again, this is such a new lobby for us. Is there's so many new players compared to the past years where we have like a couple standouts or like some of these teams that we're not familiar with, some of these players, but there's a lot of new blood here today.
A lot of new blood and a lot of strength coming out of South America, where there's a bit of a change to the way that servers are going to function as we kind of get a chance to go back and forth and maybe see for the first time, does that ping difference make a huge impact in qualifiers? So I think some players are on the fence about this one. I'm excited to see what happens. But for me, it's the fact that, PUBG's trying some things, seeing if it works, letting all the players feel like they have a chance to play on servers that work for them. So I'm excited to see how that goes. Cameron, is there a team that you're watching that maybe some of our viewers who aren't hardcore dyed-in-the-cloth fans could benefit from watching?
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, I've been, paying attention to a lot of the scrims on the North American side of things, and it given me the benefit of having a first look on a couple of the new up-and-comer teams, for a little bit from Latin America, but a lot of them from North America. And through the BAS qualifiers, we got really introduced to a couple of teams, like Ace's crew is one of them. Group C has Rats, who has some familiar names that I think are going to be looking strong, but it's Gatos Chicos. Currently, they're in the bottom of Group B right now, bottom in the terms of, just where they are on the graphic. This team, very, very new name-wise. I am really excited to see them play. It's Keegan Hooligan, which we're familiar with. Justice is a new up-and-coming player that I think is great. And there's Refray, the People's Champ. He clutched out a 1v3, 1v4 against some top dogs in a scrim once. So I'm really excited to see what Gatos Chicos can deliver on this stage.
I am excited about that. Now, we are going to kick off in Miramar, so 2 starts in the Dusty Dunes. We're going to wrap up in the Grassy Patches of Erangel, and then in between play a little Tego and Vikendi. Again, you guys saw the start last year. The maps are working their way into the rotation, which means there's a lot more chaos, new guns, new things have been added to this game constantly in the last year. And Godspeed, I'm going to be honest, it feels like the players, some may have been reticent at the start, but for the most part have really just started to embrace it with open arms and have become interested in what that variety has given to teams in terms of like almost a second type of utility.
Yeah, it's fun to watch these teams also tackle these maps and see exactly how they want to approach it. I mean, I agree with you. I remember when we were just Miramar and Erangel boys, and there was not that much variety. I don't want to say things got stale, but they definitely did slow down as far as progressing the meta. And now with the introduction of Tego and Vikendi, things have, again, once started to quickly pace in as far as like looking at the new meta, how these rotations can be affected, things that they do on one map, they might actually be able to transition to another. So it's been really fun. And personally, Tego has been a blast to cast.
It really has. And so as you guys see on the schedule, we're starting at 1600. We are about 4 minutes and 50 seconds away from the game start. Players had to get into the lobby. But this is the pre-show brought to you by Krafton, sort of setting up what you guys can expect as we go into 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and the big 6-game finale to determine who goes to the next stage, the last chance qualifiers. And a reminder, when it ends at the end of these 3 days, the top 8 teams, they get to go the distance, Cameron. It's the bottom 16 or the next 16 that sort of have to feud it out after this.
Yeah, last chance qualifier. Could also look at it as loser's bracket.
Yeah.
It's all semantics at this point, really. But getting top 8 through 12 games is, I mean, it's definitely doable. That's what we qualified off of, right? That's how we hit the 8 teams coming in from North America and Latin America. So that is the meta right now. Granted, you're playing limited maps, especially on Tego and Vikendi each, and that's why I think you need to have a pretty deep map pool here. It's a little hard to come into a PUBG Esports event and say, oh, well, Vikendi, Tego, even especially Erangel and Miramar, because you play twice as many of them, be like, oh, that's not our map. We make our points up on all the other ones. You need to be able to learn when to pull the trigger, when to really get those big points. Because a quick throwback to what we talked about in the beginning of points averages, we do talk about average points per game. Usually teams are looking at between 9, 10, 11 or so, but that doesn't mean that they're aiming for 9, 10, 11 or so every single game. There are some teams that are talking about at the top level, it's actually a lot more about like min-maxing your rounds where you can go out early, only have 3 points, if anything. Right. But when you get that position to go for the win, you are shooting for 17 points, 8 kills actually on top of the win to get like 25 and up points in one round. And it's really being able to maximize those rounds that it's going to give you the best chance of winning this whole thing.
Especially because some of those maps that we now have in the rotation, Tego, Vikendi in particular, they have wild cards in those, Godspeed. I mean, I know that Polar Bears haven't played a big impact, but we do see the Storms, the sort of the way that those games or maps are played. It's become abundantly clear to me that the players have been working to learn them, but they don't know them as well as the other two. They don't know the nooks and the crannies and the secret spots as much. And it feels like when you've got those wild cards in the shifter, you really have to make the most out of your two mainstay maps that you know better than anything.
Yeah, and I think a big example of that is actually SSG and dealing with Vikendi when a Storm completely shifted their game. They were about to wipe one of the last teams. I believe this was at PGC. They got delayed by the Storm. The Storm stopped them, and then they lost position and then ended up getting wiped because of it, where they were about to win that fight. So there's a lot of things like that. Or, for instance, we've seen some pretty egregious river runs with the circle on Tego, where it splits the map in half and teams have to make this kind of wild choice. And so, yeah, leaning on a map like Erangel and Miramar, to go back to your point, can be kind of a safe haven for these guys. We're like, okay, we know even if something wild happens on Miramar, even if a dust storm comes through, it's not going to be something that we can't deal with, whereas sometimes on Vikendi and Tego, you might just have to send it.
12 games, 4 of those are maps that maybe you haven't spent as much time on in a competitive sense, right? Because that, to me, is the biggest takeaway here, Cameron. You've been covering scrims a lot, and we've seen some teams do some interesting stuff there, but at the end of the day, a scrim is a scrim, right? Like, you don't have the same competitive intensity that you do when everything's on the line, and some of these teams haven't had competitive intensity for what, 3-4 months?
Right.
I worry about the fact that there's not that many games where you're comfortable and you're ready to go.
Right. I don't, at this point, we've been playing Tego and Vikendi enough that I don't know if that's really an appropriate way to, like, divide those maps away from Erangel and Miramar. I think most teams have had enough reps on them that they're virtually equal, but that doesn't mean that performance jitters won't hit the newer teams coming in. So that's why constantly I do still give an edge towards the mainstays, towards the STKs, towards the Sonics, to the now newly signed Falcons, and then you got Legacy, you have the newly signed Bestia. Like, these are teams that have delivered at the top level time and time and time again. And so when in doubt, that experience usually comes out on top, but that doesn't mean that it always does. There is always going to be the chance of a dark horse, a newcomer team, really punching above their weight and surprising all of us.
I really hope that we do have that, because again, that, as much as I love the guys that we've been traveling around the world with for the last 7 years, seeing that happen tells me, A, the ecosystem's healthy, and B, people are still out there putting the grind in. Because I do feel like we've seen some of our mainstays, some of our best players over the last couple of years fall off, which is understandable. It's been 7 years. Like, at some point, you're like, do I have the incentive to grind every single day? And to see some of these newcomers who are just absolutely addicted to this game has been pretty exciting. Now, Godspeed, it looks like we are about to start off match number 1. We're going to get into this in just a moment. So I know I'm probably already losing you guys in chat. You're like, why are you talking so much? Well, we have solutions. That solution is getting game number 1 started. So let's jump into it. I'm going to hang out for a little while with you two, if that's okay, because I want to talk. Thank you. I want to talk about some of these teams that you brought up earlier. We saw, Cameron, you said Mercy, Aces Crew, both teams to watch. What about Aces Crew? What are you excited about seeing from them?
Right, so Aces Crew, the team, just let me pull up the roster real quick so I can get it 100% correct. Aces Crew, oh my god, where are they? Okay, Jam, Finna, Zealot, and Danimon. Zealot has been landing a bunch of a headshot with sniper rifles recently, and so purely off of a spectacle perspective, seeing more bolties come back into the meta is always going to be an exciting thing, and I'm really looking at him to be a constant ranged threat for then Danimon, who's more up close and personal, more punch you in the teeth, straightforward type of player, to make the big plays off of that. There's Fenna, who's been a leader in our space for quite a while, jumping from team to team to team, but he always has like a level of experience with him that he's able to bring, and then Jam as well, bringing all of that whole team together. This team, I think, do a lot of damage, but Crack and opening things up with the very first kill with the mutant.
What? You said watch
the mutant.
That's gotta feel pretty awful. I did say watch Luna, you know what I'm saying? But even just to kind of bounce off what Cam was saying, I mean, if there's one word I would use to describe Finna, it's resilience, right? He has come back time and time again with multiple different teams, different roster shuffles. Sometimes he's lost his entire roster, and he still manages to bring a team here on the field, and he usually qualifies for the grand finals of every regional, right? And sometimes he'll even get into, kind of break into the top 5 for a couple rounds. And he's a very resilient, very talented player who I think has really come into his own, especially as an IGL. That's kind of what we know him as, and I'm kind of looking and intrigued to see what he does with this roster here.
I like that every time he loses a roster, he changes his name one letter. Just one or two. Makes a small change.
New year, new
fresh. Me. Right, exactly. New year, new me. And I'm hoping that's what we see. We saw a couple of teams on the drop. We saw Sonics. Is there, just for the sake of asking, do I have any fear about the Sonics here today? Or are you guys both confident this is an easy sail through? Cameron?
They are still good enough to most likely be in the top 8. However, I would be lying if I said that I had no reservations about Sonics being able to maintain their form that they've been delivering in the Americas for the past X number of years, ever since they made the roster move, dropping Mime, picking up Kickstart. It hasn't been the same level. And on paper, Kickstart is a better player, just 1v1 than Mime. But you have to wonder, moving all the pieces around, really considering what the different players deliver into the squad, it still looks like, and again, coming from scrims, it's not the same thing as actual play. But looking at scrims consistently, it doesn't have, Sonics doesn't necessarily have the same level of I don't want to say confidence, but of stability behind their performance anymore.
And regarding Sonics, they're not dropping in the middle, even though this is a lobby that I think they probably could have thrown some weight around. It seems like they are more focused on maybe preparing for internationals. I think that's what the Kickstart pickup might have been about. I don't know if I agree with the pickup right after winning a major, but, we went down that road. Here's where we are now. Does that speak well for their future, the fact that they are training in a more international-friendly spot now?
I mean, Minas is a good spot to loot overall. Yeah, maybe they want to kind of get away from the 17s of the world, when they inevitably will be at those internationals, because that never really worked out well for them. I also agree with you. I'm not a fan of changing a championship roster. They had just won, and they ended up switching them out. But again, I also don't know the politics within the team. I don't know the reason why the switch. It's not, that's their decision to make. I just want to see it work out now, right? I want to see Kickstart really come into this roster, and I'm not necessarily worried about them today or in this event, but I would be kind of remiss if I said the last international performance with Kick wasn't great. So
wait a second. Seeing Justice knock himself off by falling, I assumed it must have been on a bike. He was the player that left Los Leones where Gato Chico's first. But then I see it was a Morado. I am a little confused on how that happened, but no harm, no foul. Gato Chico's got the revive, and we're seeing a bunch of teams now get towards the center of the zone. The circle was, bit medium southwest. Picado is basically dead center of this one, or at least the field southwest of it. A lot of teams are going there first. We were just hovering over 4Nation. They were setting themselves up. So many teams have already found their way towards the center, waiting for the last few stragglers to then come in on the later end of things.
Checking in with SSG, Roth, Page. They had a little bit of a roster shuffle over here. Godspeed. Are you liking the look of it?
I mean, they added Cowboy, right? And Cowboy has, he's had some really good moments on various teams that he's been on before as well. So specifically thinking of Dragon, Tiger Bell, Showdown, and Rats. But yeah, I like this roster. I really was hype on this roster going into PGC last year. I said they'd at least make it into the grand finals, which I believe they did. But their performance in there wasn't it wasn't up to their standard. Now into a new year, a new player. Always hopeful on SSG. I've been a big Roth fan for a while now.
I think it's hard not to be with some of the way that he approaches things. Relatively cool and calculated from my outside experience anyway. Another team that I'm interested in watching today is going to be the Gas Cans. This is a team that has, again, made a big roster change, Cameron, but they strike me as a very smart team. And then Vox, I was watching him in scrims, and he seems like he's out of his mind right now in terms of just trigger skill.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see the Gas Cans play today. They have actually been so aggressive the past couple of weeks in scrims, which is opposite of what you expect for players like Adam and Penta specifically. Now, granted, oh, wait a second. As I say, Sonics are approaching Picado. It looks like they got a little homesick and wanted to come back. Ace to screw a couple of shots, but it doesn't seem to be a fight that's going to be breaking out too much. I say that Zealot actually taking a couple of tags. Sonic's not deterred at all from this.
A lot of these teams right now are actually centering up just to the south of Picado. This is going to be a big bunch, especially if this circle starts to cut out a little more towards like the northwest. It's going to leave that edge down in the south very difficult to rotate out of. As you can see, pretty much all the teams now have centered up. There's only a few teams actually that haven't. That's going to be Luna and Mercy coming in from the north and south.
Ooh. Good pressure. Elevator also third partying on this, and they're coming in from the high ground, basically backfilling the virtually the same path that Sonics had. But this 2-2 split, it looks solid, it looks confident for Sonics to carry this forward, and it really is at this point, seeing where the next zone is going to go. The reason why so many people are favoring these fields while everyone is bunching up at the center, like the center, is because if you're late to the field and it continues onto the field, you are real late to the party. You don't have as many options to find your own paths through compared to other parts of the map where there's like more terrain, more high ground, low ground to play around.
Well, yes, I mean that's a good point too, especially because the middle of this map it's very flat, right? There's few positions that you can kind of dig into if you want to play from there, and so a lot of the teams that have gotten here early in order to put that pressure, Sonics being one of them, are going to have a field day, especially if rotations start to get scuffed, if circle really kind of posts unfavorable, and these teams have to leave. But that could also cause problems, for a team like Sonics who are kind of bunched up in the middle. But they have put themselves enough on the outside to the east where I imagine the rotation would be just fine.
Fake right now. Checking around. These guys are coming in from Monte Nuevo. And then back to Pichao again. Everyone just seems to be really stabilizing their position. At this point, a lot of the game is what we call the footsie game sometime, where really it's sort of just like reminding each other, hey, I'm over here. Hey, I'm over here. Don't crash me. And then also sending some shots, stealing some tires. You actually see Nanu driving with only 3 fixed tires. Fake with some good shots, not quite finding the target. But at the very least, the information that this warehouse is now free, if Synergy wanted to push closer towards center, they could now take it.
Yeah, and I like this approach as well from Synergy, right? As you said, they can go center if they want, or they can hold off and play off edge. Off edge is definitely something that we see a lot of high-level teams actually use, rather than just kind of sending the middle. They always want to prep for the next circle, right? What's next? If this shift is bad, how do we move from it? If this shift is good, can we stay in this position? Can we continue to harass teams, maybe get some points? Because that's what it ultimately comes down to. Circle 5, circle 6. How many points can we get off of our position? Do we need to move? Are we in threat of having to rotate? Or can we just kind of hurt everyone else where we want to?
Yeah, there's definitely an element of flow charting to this game where it's like, if this happens, we do this. If this happens, we do this. But nothing is going to usurp the ability to just make a call on the fly. Time is always at a premium. When the zone shifts, you need to be able to move like that. If someone gets knocked, you need to be able to respond just like that. We only have a few moments left before phase 2. And we get to have a bit bigger of an idea, or at least closer of an idea of where the game is going to go. Are we going to continue to get a bunch of fields? Are we going to start to go a little more high ground around Power Grid, or even down south towards Chumacera? It is going to be dead center. It's going to be dead center here. So the teams like Pichao, teams like Gas Cans, teams like Ace, they're already set up shop around this field-like area.
And even a team like Bonji de Gallo, like they are actually having a really good time up here, right? They're on the north side of Picado. They have vision up on pretty much everything down there. They don't have to rotate yet, and then it's going to be very unlikely that the team pushes up there. So they're actually going to have the pick of the litter as far as what position they want to crash or maybe even rotate into, depending on this next shift. And it looks like actually they're already moving down, and Finna is going to find some shots, a little bit of damage going out towards them.
Sonics just sent 2 of their people to readjust their 2-2. Bonji de Gallo doing a similar thing. Hasten is still left up on the high ground. Rafix finds a good knock, though it's actually, Rafix gets the narc onto Martin Sand. So AKA just sneaking up on Synergy, catching them off guard perhaps, while the rotate's still carrying through. Smoke on the downed player, but going for the revive here is kind of risky, and I don't think they're going to be going for it. They're going to have to give their player up, because finding a stable position is more important than risking the revive and losing more people, because there are still a bunch of shots coming in.
Yeah, but they've also managed to do a good bit of amount of damage here to SG. They got that knock. They're still pinched too. SG is pinched in between AKA, which means that at any point, if they want to make a move here, they can hit from both sides of the compound.
Yeah.
Although pushing a compound, this compound in particular is a little rough. There's a lot of terrain that you have to navigate first, but so far, really good play there from AKA. SG will survive for the time being, and all the other teams now have pretty much settled in. It looks like bunch of Dagaio actually pushed that team that they were, I think it was Aces, they pushed them back, and they've now taken over that compound with a nice split on the north. So overall, really good movement so far from quite a few of the Latin American teams.
Ooh. Synergy Esports potentially with an opportunity to trade flows back to AKA, as the northern pair are swinging around. It looks potentially like the full 4-man team want to play together at this point. Potentially with the pressure of Synergy Esports, it's likely that Rafex and his teammate just next to him, as you can see on the minimap, potentially worried of a threat of Synergy just rushing them 3v2 style, and so they're going to be grouping on up and make sure that if any trades happen, they're going to have the advantage.
And looking right now, I'm actually kind of intrigued by Future and what their next play is going to be. They're all the way on the east edge, and they're actually kind of slowly encroaching here on Mercy's space, as they have a wide split. That's actually a very wide split from Future there. I'm curious what they're going to do, because they might even potentially run into Gatos Chicos.
Tires. Oh, not even tires. Shap 2K's out in the open. A little bit of damage, and yeah, sneak attack. Get those tires out. Make rotations much harder for Future. And they're on the edge of phase 2.
Yeah.
So this is a big threat to them. If you only have 2 tires on that vehicle, it's going to make rotations incredibly difficult. We'll get picked up by one of his teammates. Future actually had a pretty wide split now that I am looking at the map.
I told you that bad boy was out there. I mean, and all 4 members like fingers spread out, but they're starting to consolidate now as they've realized Mercy is above them, and they do have Shap at least in that, we used to call it colors compound because all the different colored buildings in those 1-stories, but they're actually going to get that crossroads control, which is going to be fairly important moving forward into the next circle.
Ooh, hard shift southeast,
like
so
that.
never mind. Rotation for Shap 2K, not nearly much of a threat as it potentially was. Gatos Chicos with a good spot to split. Sonics all 4 in their singular position, and then Future, you can see them rotating around. Mercy as well in the south. They're going to be rotating around and making adjustments for Nation. A lot of splits that are expected in this part of Miramar. The decision is going to need to be made. At what point do we consolidate everything? AKA, they have to move in. Synergy, they're going to have to wait for AKA to move before they then make their own rotation.
Yeah, and AKA is moving into a spot here where they... I mean, it's rotation hell all the way around. As Luna Galaxy now is going to lose one. Vinny will go down, and Spam starting to get a few points on the board here, but they are still very much far from home as they're outside the circle and have to rotate through all the hell that they just caused.
Oh, cracking down to half, less than half now. And now Haven's the next one up. Not taking as much damage. Okay, I said that a headshot with 56 HP, that's going to do it. And Haven actually gets dropped by BL. Oh, and he's out in the open. That's going to be another confirm. They got the first kill of this entire event, but they are now getting chunked down themselves. And their position that they found isn't even a particularly strong one, but you know what? Any position in the zone is a good position. Beggars can't be choosers, and there's some wide open spaces. A lot of the splits that we noted at this phase shift are still being held.
Yeah, that's kind of a little wild that they didn't get punished earlier, but you know what? Good on them. And we actually see gas cans there just on the edges. They were getting some rotational shots in as well. I like what they're doing here. This is very much what we're used to seeing from Adam. Take control of an edge, maybe slow it down. Sometimes they'll take control of the center of a circle, but very measured, right? They're just kind of dictating the pace around them and making sure that when they need to move, they should be able to move forward without too many issues.
Was that a tire that got shot out on Synergy right before they were sending it into Pixel's line of sight?
I don't know.
They're taking so much damage now from Pichao. And for
Pichao's in a great position, too.
Oh, they're just getting torn apart, guys. Yeah, this is not a good position for Synergy. It is a very big chance that they're the first team to go out. Already deploying smokes. It's only phase 3. They're not going to have unlimited utility options here. So we'll see how long they can stay alive. For Nation, making sure that they don't get a little too carried away. They know that Mercy have the high ground over them, and it's getting close to the range that Dragunov that you see in Lucid's hand can get the one-shot headshot knock.
Yeah, plus, For Nation don't want to get too crazy, because if they do eat a knock or two, that would open up a team to crash them, and they are in a very good position, arguably one of the best in the circle, so they most likely are just going to kind of chill, get as much damage out there as possible without eating any knocks, as this circle starting to close again. And as I look at this shift and the teams within it, most of the playable terrain that you'd want is already taken at this point, Cammy, which means these next rotations are going to be somewhat troublesome for the teams on the edge. And look at that split from Elevate as well, as it's going to center up right on Gatos Chicos.
Ooh, look at SSG southwest of the map. They were ready to move with this shift, and they are now sending it in. But as you just said, everything is already taken. Are they just going to elect to crash a team? They might be going for Four Nations position, if not Futures. And Mercy are crashing at the exact same time.
It's a big boy crash. This is a very big boy crash. Future is going to have to hold two separate teams as PWD is going to find the first knock on the Future's Terezoko. And this is getting wild, Cammy.
Frogman, do not count this man out. The grenade goes out. It doesn't seem to find the knock that it needs. Seifu from Mercy has been knocked as well. This is what, like 12, 11 players all in the vicinity of each other. Shaft 2K gets another knock on a sneak attack, so it's falling apart for Mercy right now. It's all on PWD and Lucid to make a turn of things. A flash grenade comes out. Lucid pushes! Somehow barely wins that fight. 33 HP, but this could be the opportunity to go for the revive as SSG has the other half of Future distracted on the north.
Yeah, Frogman doing his best, but as you said, SSG starting to make their push, and what a hold there from Mercy is they're able to start that revive. Sam Crow, what do you have? And it looks like a DBS at the least in that building could be enough to put a few players down with a surprise. Here comes Roth around the corner.
Molly?
Flashbangs. Molly's good. This is really good defense so far from these last two players. A little bit of damage is going to go out to Pixel there.
At the same time, Mercy's gotten healed up. Mercy's gotten revived. So they're now lurking and waiting to see if they can catch some angles. Page swinging around the side. Gets a little tags on Roth, a little bit too antsy there, but they now have the surround on the last two remaining Future members in the building. In the meantime, Fort Nation and Synergy are in a fight with each other as well, or at least Fake does get knocked, but here Page drops so low. We're spinning around everywhere here. It's as chaotic of a fight as you would want to watch.
And this compound is really not meant for this many players. 3 separate teams, at least, as you said, 12 at the start of this. And so now things have calmed down a little bit. It looks like Mercy is actually completely taking control of their side of the street. And so now it's really a SSG and Future that are fighting as Frogman is going to let that nade go. He's going to get knocked from the side, and Mercy will strike again. SSG with time to recover.
But now back to the north, Bonjagayo and Aces, they've been teasing at each other for a while. They've been flirting for a bit, and now the crash, the fight is gonna have to come. Pydem is out in the blue. This angle might not be expected by Aces clan. Andrew is pushing forward, doesn't have time to heal, doesn't even have the meds to heal on up. Running into the blue to confirm this fight. He's gonna have to go down though. The blue is gonna take him out. It's all down to Sexy Hits and Hazeton left for the squad. If they can get any more points, they already have 4 kills. But limping into the zone, might not be able to get any more.
Oh, that was a hell of a play, at least to get those kills there. And now we've moved back to gas cans and Synergy as they've still been somehow alive under this. And the nades will finally take out the rest of the cans, and somehow Synergy continue to live, Lord, on the west side.
Yeah, with the shots, Bonjagayo, as I said, they're crawling in. The circle does marginally shift southwest, but it is mostly center. So Gatos Chicos, they're loving this. SSG is loving this as well. For Nation, they have not moved at all. Haven't need to. Need it. Past tense. Yeah, grammar.
The Sonic's still actually on the north side now. They have to make their approach as they've been cut out of the circle, and that spy and that ridge is probably one of the best positions to take. They can fight down it, get rid of the last member of Gas Cans and Penta, and then just start to take control from there. But they still actually have a few teams like Pachao and Spam on the north that are watching that hill, and they do realize that that's probably their only play at this point as well. So look for a big fight in the north.
Rooftop play for Mercy. We'll see if LFP finds an angle on the south, but here Bonjagayo, at least the surviving member, singular. Penta does get taken out. I believe Gaskins is now removed. But now the Sonic's taking a little, they're getting a bit wounded. Pichao with the crossfire, a little bit of a setup to defend this ridge. They need to push through, and Spam is crossing on the opposite side. It really does look like all these teams on the north are so worried about getting caught out in the open, an angle from any of those compounds down towards the south, that they have to take this very slow.
Yeah, but the problem in taking slow is they're giving Sonics quite a lot of time to set up here on this ridge and these dips where they're pretty much hidden from the rest of the open. As Pichao's Beal is going to try to take some shots onto him. That nade might actually be good. It could be the knock. It is. Ooh. So an opening here for Pichao onto Sonics.
Oh, this is getting a little bit of a spray down. The rest of the team is pushing on in. They have an opportunity to take Sonics out of this, and Nintendo has the Panther's house. It's only a matter of time.
My God, in the mouth!
Shrimzy's face.
Oh, Shrimzy ate that thing. It's just now down to Kick and Tig as they try to defend what's left of their team. 2 members of Sonics have fallen and are flushed out. So this is now a 2-on-2. Sorry, 2-on-3. This Tig's going to step over. He's going to find one. Now 2-on-1, and that is it. Sonics is out. Pichao will survive with 3 members alive and 7 kills to their name. Oh, wait a second.
Wait, with the
Fastico.
angle. They have a small opportunity to heal things up, but they need to move into the zone. They do have that ridgeline to work with. Spam have put themselves in front of that position. Mercy now on the south side. They're up against the edge, but they are trying to third party as much as they can, jumping on rooftops, jumping on vehicles. They did push Legacy away, and now they have all their attention alongside Gatos Chicos on Elevate.
Yeah, and you look at teams like Elevate, who had pretty much... Elevate actually had a crazy split on the east, so the fact that they're still 4 up and consolidated is very impressive, but they're going to have to come up that hill eventually. As we also look at teams like AKA kind of sitting in that dip, in that ridge. They don't want to move. SSG, this is pretty much no man's land in the open, and it has shifted south once again, which causes a whole slew of problems for all the teams north of AKA.
Did see Mafu from Foreign Nation push up north, try and defend against the push from Pichao. Did get taken out in the trade, but it doesn't matter because Foreign Nation's position is not nearly as strong as it was just a few moments ago with this shift, again, slightly favoring South. Now it's SSG that are holding all of the cards. That fight against Future, I don't think they knew just how impactful it was going to be, but they are so happy that they made that move when they did.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious what Legacy is going to do, Cammy. They're kind of stuck in this bowl.
Yeah. And I don't know what vehicles they have is the big problem. Yeah. They might just have to go for a random send. It could be onto SSG, but then they should know that Mercy are going to have the line of sight onto that. Yeah, I really don't know. It's kind of a catch-22 situation, but
I think they just go for 4 and end.
Got this Chicos. They're going for the very first send. A lot of damage. They're passing by, and Justice does get knocked. They're going to stop in this bowl. They might even be able to go for the revive. This is pretty center, but like I see, they're sending it onto Foreign Nation.
Yep, I think this was probably their best play, going the path of least resistance where they won't get shredded by multiple teams. They only have to deal with 1 and 2 members down.
Nanu?
That's disgusting. No, he just deleted Elevate.
With the Groza, that weapon is absolutely sick, and, well, we can see the results of that. But anyway, Legacy, yes, Legacy versus Foreign Nation. Whenever you see this compound, oftentimes it's the 2 teams that are cordoned off to the opposite sides, but look at Gizera's push here. The rest of the team is being a bit of a distraction, trying to pull the focus, and we'll see if Gizera can't find that first opening angle to allow for Legacy to get the rest of the kills going.
And I believe they had a knock on Foreign End. I think 2 of the members were knocked. Oh, and still, Gizera is just trying to do something, and he'll still survive. Actually, that's it. Elevate is out of there.
Chaotic fight now, back to Legacy versus Foreign Nation. Also to mention, Legacy are in the zone, Foreign Nation are not, and here comes Spam. They're trying to make their way in. It's just Jabari, the lone warrior. Brissa is falling a little bit behind. Picture-in-picture shows Mercy pushing into SSG. There are 7 fights going on at the same time. I mean, this is a battle royale, so what else do you expect? But it also just shows that there are very clear win condition positions that teams are fighting over.
Yeah, Gatos Chicos actually now are on the outside of both fights, so they can choose basically which fight they want a third party. And they're actually in the best position here to take advantage of this, depending on how fast Legacy can kind of deal with this fight for a nation, and then SSG with Mercy. And so as these fights are happening, the circle is also closing, and there is still, don't forget, 1 member of AKA. This PWD is going to go down, and Pix is going to find that knock. Can he find a second one? He will, but he will go down. SSG is out, and Mercy will survive yet again.
A good attempt, but a numbers game. It was virtually impossible for Pixel to try and spray it on all members of Mercy at once, but they're going to go for the revive. Mercy is. Gatos Chicos, they're starting to get a little activated now from the dip. Little cats peeking themselves out of the box that they hid in. They continue to get the shift from this position, and the high ground that these compounds are giving these teams is starting to be a lot more limited. So we'll see if they can't find any shots that they have. Gizera is there, the lone player on the northeast, the survivor of the AKA Elevate fight, and he still has that Groza.
So as the Groza, there's probably a lot of utility around him. He's at least got some fresh armor, and so if he can stay hidden and maybe third party, like a fight between one of these teams trying to come out of the compound towards Gatos Chicos, there's a real chance he gets maybe a fat second with a good amount of kills, a third, or I mean, there's a world where he wins, I guess. But right now, my eyes are peeled onto Four Nation and Legacy. These teams need to get out of this compound. Circle is closing in, and they still very much have not left. I think Legacy is taking the only ridge, but that's the second vehicle TK from Legacy. First coming into the compound, not getting out of it. They should be able to get RBN up at the very least.
Yeah, they had the numbers. Gizera and VHD are holding point. A good swing from Gizera. Knows exactly where Dangyo is playing. Pulling out the DMR, and that's going to be the elimination. Top 4 we have settled here. Legacy with, well, only 3 kills, but with 4 members still up, RBN did get revived. We'll see if they can't grab any more towards the end. Gizera's running out to the blue to grab a vehicle. The damage hurts, but should be able to bring that one forward. It's really Mercy that I'm looking to see how they can extend this into a potential game win. They have the most kills of the teams that are still alive, and I really think that their angles are looking quite positive for them.
Yeah, they have a good ridge there that they can kind of work on the left. As you saw, one of the members was looking outside the building. They do have an approach as well if they want to run straight at Gatos Chicos, and that's also as long as Legacy decides to engage, right? Legacy, even though, as you said, they only have 3 kills, they've done a lot of fighting this game, especially towards the end, getting that position, taking it away from Four Nation, keeping 4 alive, despite the TKs on the vehicles. And so they're also looking very poised to start to spread out, and that's exactly what they're doing. They want to take angles onto Gatos Chicos, and then Mercy is just waiting for that so they can potentially just third party. And then you have, Lizera, who's he's having a good time.
Man, one of the things about Legacy, as you said, they've been in a lot of fights despite the kill count not really reflecting that. They don't have any extra utility. If they had just like 2-3 frag grenades, Gatos Chicos would be out. Well, right? I'm calling it, I'm saying it as it is. But because they don't have those resources, Gatos Chicos can continue to stay alive. This shift continues to favor center. Legacy are in, Gatos Chicos are in. It is now on Mercy. Full 4-man squad. What can they find? Trying to use this high ground that we see Sneak Attack playing on. If they can get some angles, if they get an initial knock, they can then use these vehicles, as battered as they probably are, to make just a couple of extra moves into the zone and take a real fight there. But until that, it's going to have to be a pretty hard send for them.
Yeah, they have a little bit of a ridge to play in front of them, but supporting 4 players, it's not ideal, on top of the fact that, yeah, if Gatos Chicos really wanted to, they could start to pour over and maybe find angles, but they do have to move. As you stated, they have to move, and no, AKA survive. Lizera just wants to survive. And he's going to make it to that ridge, which means he is going to be in for a little bit more, and he can actually cause a lot of problems from this position for those teams. So he's only equipped, or no, I believe he has a mini as well. So he's got a Groza and a mini, still very much equipped to do some damage here, and Legacy on top of that. But this is such an awkward circle, again, especially for Mercy, but they have found that ridge and starting to move up just a little bit to put some pressure there on Gatos Chicos.
30 seconds left. Mercy are now making their moves in, bringing a couple of vehicles with them, not just for the fast mobility, but also for the late game cover that vehicles can provide, but they're not going to be pushing too much further in than they absolutely have to. 15 seconds until the zone starts to close, and we know where this is going to end. It's going to end on Gatos Chicos, or at least technically a little bit to the east of them, but they are the closest that we have to the center right now. Smokes are coming out. Legacy could be looking to try and take control of the north, pathing away from Mercy, putting Gatos Chicos between 2 healthy squads.
Yeah. Healthy is relative. They don't really have much utility, but you're right. They have 4 up. Some of these players don't have helmets. Utility is low. LFP is actually going to eat one straight to the dome, but he will survive. As now Lizera trying to maybe poke out, but 2 members of Legacy. This is actually such a smart play from Legacy. They're split up 2 and 2, making sure they took care of the solo so they can then put all the rest of that fire power towards Gatos Chicos and Mercy.
Flashes come in. Gizera's going to go for the peek here. Lizera has the Groza, but taken down pretty low. The blue, he might just be denying at this point, and he is going to go out. 3rd place confirmed for the 3 remaining teams, and now the blows really start to throw at each other. Seifu's been knocked. Justice has been confirmed. Keegan with the M249. There are bullets flying everywhere.
Oh, no!
And it's really looking like Gatos Chicos. They're just getting bullied by the north and the south.
Keegan went to shoot the tire of his vehicle, and the face of his teammate got in the way, and so that was a TK on a hooligan, and so they go down. Now it's just down to Legacy and Mercy as they fight this one out. Legacy, though, is starting to take some damage. Gizera has gone out and flushed, and I think this is a 2-on-3, but the members of Legacy are very hurt as another member will go down. RBN falls to Seifu.
Now it's a 2-on-2, and look how close Legacy are. The blues coming in. Seifu takes a bit of damage. He does have the blues on backpack, so he's not taking the damage directly to his HP. He can play back just for a few extra moments. Stuns come out of frag grenades for Mercy Gaming as well, and I think Legacy, they're even out of stuns because they used a lot of them on the last member of AKA. Shots coming through. They see where he's playing behind. LFP, VHC, the last two up, and now it's all the PWD as Seifu goes down.
Wait a second.
Speaking around the smoke, swinging around the side, VHC out in the open, but the two rifles are going to make light work of the last remaining member. 10-kill victory for Legacy. It was a chaotic finish to the chaotic end game, but Legacy come out on top.
Cammy, that got a little hairy at the end. I don't know if you saw.
I'll say.
What a game coming out. Legacy will take that one, but Mercy, man, what a fight starting at that compound colors, fighting through multiple teams, Futures, SSG, as well as everyone else. That was a banger of a start.
Yeah, banger for beginning as well. It was a pretty slow. Miramar usually doesn't see a lot of action in the early game because of how big the map is and how it's easy to find like some small little bits and bobs of places to play around. But that also means that the longer you wait to fight, the faster things really scale up. We saw that throughout the mid game into the end game. I don't know if we're bringing Steve back yet at this point. But
I guess.
This is a huge bunch of fighting.
We can. I suppose we could bring Steve back into this one. Steve, how did you feel about this one?
It's a me, Toffees. I think we learned why cats are solitary creatures, as you can't trust your own cats not to kill you.
You saw what I saw, right?
Oh, I saw it. I saw him try to hip fire a tire.
A tire. Well, he hit
man.
something soft and squishy. It just wasn't a tire. It was a skull.
It did pop. All right, let's take a look at the match results. Legacy comes away with a big win, and I have heard of getting a Mercy circle before, but never in the context of it working so gosh darn well for Mercy. That said, they defended the compound. They held when they needed to. They got 9 kills and 15 points off of that. I like to see these teams coming out so strong in the top 3. And Pachao, also 9 points. Good start.
Pachao was in a good position for the majority of that game, actually dictating a lot of the rotations, like gas cans and the teams coming around them. And then they finally kind of got crunched in the end, but still able to get a good amount of kills. They got 9 kills, 9 points. Also, 4 Nation was kind of hanging out in there at the end towards Legacy. But yeah, that Mercy fight, again, between Future coming in, SSG coming in, then having to go out, deal with Gatos Chicos, Legacy on the north side, and then that one solo from AKA. That was a very impressive game for Mercy for sure.
And I will say that was big for Mercy, but Cameron, my takeaway watching that fight is I was actually pretty impressed with how Future handled the onslaught, like that quick peak Molotov, sort of the way that they held the stairwell. For a team that ended in 16th, I do want to give them a little bit of props because when they found themselves against their backs against the wall, they kept cool, calm, and collected. Yeah,
I don't know if Future did anything wrong outside of just not winning their gunfights. They did get crashed by 2 separate teams on 2 entirely separate angles. It wasn't even a 3-way fight. It was 2 teams all bullying Future at the same time, rarely taking shots back at each other. So again, this really was more so Space Station and on the other opposite side, Mercy playing their approach as well, more so than Future, say, throwing their defense there.
And we see some of our top teams didn't make it onto the left side of the leaderboard. It's game 1. It is what it is. Right. It was fun to see a Picado circle kicking this whole thing off. I always do like seeing sort of that centralized start at an event because everybody feels like they get to go where they've been training to go. And so that was pretty exciting. Let's talk about some things. We saw that really cool defense. Mercy, Godspeed feels like, at the start of the day, I think Cameron even mentioned them with teams that he wanted to keep an eye on. Did they surprise you, or was that exactly what you expect from this team with this roster?
There's a little bit of surprise at how well they were able to kind of reset each situation after each fight, right? Like that's something that even some of the top level teams struggle with. Like after a really good fight, they get crashed by another team, or there's another issue where they're not able to completely recover. But they seem to reset just fine, and they were taking those fights to multiple teams. As I said, Future, SSG, eventually got to Chicos, right? They did not slow down, and so if they can keep up that frantic pace and the ability to kind of reset after each fight, I think they're going to do very well in this lobby.
All right, let's talk Gatos Chicos for a second. Gatos Chicos, they packed into that little bowl early. I didn't think it was going to work, but I guess maybe the fact that Legacy, you brought up, Cameron, didn't have the utility to sort of light that bowl up meant that they got to stay late, and I think worked well out of. My question for you is, does this imply excellence going forward, or were they just super lucky Legacy didn't have enough grenades or Molotovs to ruin them?
Well, I think that even though this game didn't allow Gatos Chicos that many opportunities to go for proper fights, they had good macro in the early game and even the mid to late game. So as far as that being a baseline to start, I think it's pretty good for them. Because remember, they weren't in that bowl for all that long. They had to wait for Elevate on the northeast side to leave that high ground position before they could then send it in. And one of the things that teams really need to know on these maps is not just where these bowls, where these terrain positions to take, because we all know that the compound is there, but like where are the other places we can hold out in? You also need to know what are the threat angles and when you can take it when it's in the game or not. Knowing exactly where that border, where that blue border is going to be is really important to know where you can then make sense towards the mid and late game.
Yeah.
And that game, I think Godspeed really sort of put that into, for those, you know, hopefully I'm hoping we got some new folks joining us. That game, I think, really defined what Cameron's talking about. There wasn't a lot of places to play in the end game. We saw some very strategic early movements paying off for these teams. I think we saw SSG really tucked into, I thought, was going to be a pretty good spot and a big payoff for them. Were there any teams that you saw or were impressed with their proactive movement throughout that match?
No, actually, I think Cameron brings a fantastic point up, and it has to be Gatos Chicos. Again, the most important thing that he was mentioning was timing, right? Because everyone knows that there's going to be dips and issues to deal with, but it's when they wanted to send it in. And I think Legacy actually is another one of those teams, right? We were kind of worried in that game where they actually going to rotate to. They took the fight to the left where they had to deal with the least amount of threats. They were able to move past it and then get themselves to, you know, a top finish. And so I think Legacy, Gatos Chicos, and then Mercy, they were kind of, I don't want to say gifted, right? They fought for that, but they didn't have to move as much. And then Sonics went for a good play up on that ridge in the spine, but there was just so many teams on the north that they just kind of got picked apart.
And a Panzerfaust.
And a Panzerfaust. My favorite comment in chat was, I can hear Shrimsy tilted by that Panzerfaust from here, which I thought was pretty hilarious.
I'm tilted for him.
Right? I felt it in my bones. All right, we are going to take a break in just a second, but first, because of Los Gatos Chicos and their performance, I have to ask you the same question Sam made Mark Power ask in Europe today, Cameron. If you were a breed of cat, what kind of cat would you be?
I don't know cat breeds, so
I think it'd be a tabby. Right?
He would be, yeah. Or maybe he's just a dog.
I feel more. The thing is, I feel more like a dog.
You are a bit of a hound. Well, either way, whether you're a cat person or a dog person, make sure you come back in a couple of minutes. Game 2 of day 1 of the PAS group stages is just a few minutes away. Don't go anywhere.
welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PUBG Americas Series, welcome back. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by the Cammy D and Godspeed. His game number 1 is done. It is you, and that is him. I think I pointed the wrong way. Dang it.
You're so good in rehearsals.
I was so good at rehearsals, but that's why we love us, is we just have a good time while we're here. Welcome back, gentlemen. I had a good time watching game number 1 with you. I appreciate you letting me hang out with you at the beginning just a little bit, but it was an exciting closer. I want to ask about some of the teams that, I don't want to say didn't show up as much, but maybe got wiped by one member of another team. Let's talk about Elevate. This is a team that I'm going to read the roster for you guys at home. Balefrost, Shinboy, Poonage, Vegas. Most of you, if you are fans, know every name on that roster. I'm just gonna say they feel a bit pubby to me, and that could just be from a watch here. It's just for aggressive players. Does this work? And if it does it work as it goes forward in the internationals? Godspeed.
I mean, regionally, I think it works. We've definitely seen this team kind of find some success. Even in that game, right? When we looked at them on the east side, they were completely split. Cameron and I were like, dude, look at this split. Like, they were all over the place in the east. They managed to consolidate together, but then that was a problem because Nanu just grossed them all down. I mean, he pretty much solo team wiped that. Cammy is the one that called that out when we're looking at the legacy fight. So it's hard to tell because we didn't see how that fight started. We didn't see if maybe he just had a really nasty angle. He caught them by surprise, but yeah, Elevate is always a team that I'm looking at to do really well, but oftentimes I find they're just on the back foot, and that doesn't really work out for them. So I'm hoping that turns around. I'm hoping that's maybe just bad luck in the first game. We'll have to see. Cam, what do you think?
Yeah, I really don't know what to think about Elevate, because watching a bunch of the scrims and how they've been focusing on their training, it's, as Steve said, as Toffee says, very, very puggy, and almost, actually, oftentimes too much so. However, in the same case that we didn't really continue, we weren't able to finish this thought. These players rudely interrupted us by fighting in PUBG before we can finish about gas cans, how they played super aggressive in scrims, but that's likely a way for them to get their team fighting in sync because they are a new team, and they could probably dial it back a little bit in actual competitive play. So far in the first map, that did seem to be the case. Elevate, same thing there. I don't know if they're going to be as wild childs, as puggy as they looked in scrims, but until I see that, I honestly do not know what to expect.
So I will end the gas cans conversation and move into sort of talking about this map for just a second. I had a chance to catch up with Adam because it's a pretty big shift for the team, and you know, I said, describe your play, like players like Penta, and almost all of them, he says, our system is calm and calculated, but that's our ideal way to play, but when chaos forces us out, we have to make it work. And so it does feel like scrims for them has been, and I think this is very smart, a chance for them to figure out how to make it work as a team when the wheels come off. So I expect to see them to play pretty smart PUBG today, and we'll keep an eye on that. Now, smart PUBG comes into making the most out of circles and airplanes.
Yeah.
That airplane was not easy, and then it got way worse, Godspeed. When you see a circle that's knocking off 20% of the map, that only about 4 teams really have a presence in, and you're one of those outside teams, how do you approach the macro? And we say macro, guys, if you're new watching, that means the overall plan, the sort of big plan for the game. How do you approach it at this stage if you are a team that is sort of stuck on the fringes?
Well, that's a good question. If you're stuck on the fringes, there's one of two ways to play this. If you're one of those teams that are super on the outside, like we see Gatos Chicos, maybe even Sonics, or a team like AKA that's super far north, at that point, you kind of just resolve yourself to like, look, we're just going to rotate in late, right? Like we saw that way back in the day with like Envy when they would loot, military base island, they would stay on that island like well throughout the first circle and just rotate in late. However, if you're one of those teams that's kind of on the cusp, let's say you're a Luna or let's say you're an SSG, you probably want to go and loot as fast as possible and make your way into the circle to kind of beat those late teams coming in from the edge. And so probably the best 2 decisions depending on where you are, relative to the circle when it's something bad like this.
Whoa, hold up. It looks like Balefrost may actually be getting crashed by Four Nation. Vegas is grouping up to defend him. He had a couple of options to get some knocks. Finally is able to find the first one against Mafu, and then running away from that. Again, he's at this point, he's just trying to dodge frag grenades, but he's got 2 sets of footsteps below him. Gonna drop a frag of his own. And Vegas, I think, is trying to apply pressure, but door being closed, they've set up shop downstairs.
And this is kind of the symptom of what we talked about when they play so split, or even when they loot super split, they're not really in a position to cover themselves. And so this is just going to be a big solo effort here from Vegas.
Was able to get 1, can't quite get the second.
Vegas.
I mean, Vegas maybe had an opportunity. He was trying to tease up, and here's the thing. I don't actually think Four Nation planned on sending it. Balefrost saw the vehicle, that first Murado shift by, tried to go for some shots. They only heard 1 set of gunshots, and they realized, wait a second, there's a big chance that this guy is alone. Let's crash him and get that kill, because that position isn't even in the zone. That's the only reason why Four Nation would make a send like that, and also probably why Elevate kind of just let him be once Four Nation got on the bottom floor. Balefrost, sorry, we're not going to sacrifice our own game to try and save you. We have our own zone position to try and grab.
It's just wrong place, wrong time. Someone happened to drive by. It's smart, again, on Formation to realize that he was alone and actually just go for that trade and get the kill, right? They lost one. We might as well get one back. That way the team in front of us only has 3 members. So really good decision-making from Formation.
And this is one of those examples that you brought up earlier, Cameron and Godspeed, right? Of that sort of, you need to try to figure out how to manage your risks, get those points early when the trade is in your favor. And it seems like that was a really good, for those of you who are joining us maybe for a new user, or just to take home, that's what it comes down to. This game feels a lot like risk management, Cameron.
Yeah, it's recognizing opportunities and making the best of them. Just like Adam here, making the best of this really high-ground opportunity. Another observation from watching this new gas cans form with this is almost like collapsing STK and Third Eye from last year into one brand new team.
Kind of.
Watching it form is Adam has been really favoring either being at the very front of the pack or at the very far back using scoped weapons. He's been training on bolt actions for a bit as well, because even though DMRs are objectively better than bolts, sometimes you cannot guarantee finding 4 DMRs. So if you have someone who can use a bolt to reasonable success, you at least have the backup for if you have to have someone on that weapon as subpar as it might be. And again, talking about early game rotations, if you're a team that is as far away as we mentioned, got Toshiko's from this zone, I think who else was it, AKA from this zone. The flip side of things, if you're a team like Synergy who dropped literally in El Pozo, which is where the center of the zone, you don't actually have that much time to loot. And so you kind of just have to use with what you get in the first couple of buildings and then get to a really strong position after that before you're beat here, because aces, they're getting punished by teams that are in position before they were. You want to get there as fast as you can.
Yeah, Spam that has been that team that's just been hounding a lot of these teams rotating underneath them. And yeah, Synergy has gone for a nice split here. They took the top side of Pozo in that church area and this little compound right here just to make sure that they have something to consolidate to if they need to. Meanwhile, Gas Cans kind of sitting on just a very east corner of Pozo, holding these warehouses, and this is a smart play. They're going to be able to rotate out if they need to. They can kind of condense more into the center of the city if they need to, depending on what the circle does, and so find themselves in a solid position with, as you said, Adam, just sitting in the back, kind of holding the rear.
Fox right now. The Aces did just jam themselves right in this position, so he's got to make sure that he doesn't get isolated. I think Penta's actually running up to him, and Bizzler. I think it's going to be a full 3-man unit with Adam overwatching this. It's likely that they recognize that this is Aces, the team that they just saw in the kill feed, lose a member, so they could take a potential 3 versus 3, especially if Vox can find an initial knock with this Dragunov. Saw Finna for a brief moment, not quite in time to go for the shot, but they're prowling and waiting. My guess is they have more information in this than Aces do. Ooh, oh, wait a second.
If he can find a knock, I feel pretty confident in Gas Cans wanting to potentially push, but right now they probably don't want to make... Oh, come on. Please, Vox. Yeah, they probably don't want to just make a push, especially without Adam ready to completely go in for trades, right? You always want to take the numbers game, especially when it's a 4-on-3 or potentially 4-on-2 if they get a knock. But yeah, Gas Can staying put. But yeah, as you said, look for a knock here and a push, because they definitely want to get rid of the team that's in front of them, especially if they have to rotate forward into Pozo.
Man, these Dragunovs, you can tell that they're just thirsty for that headshot. At this range, It's going to be a knock. It's going to be a knock if it lands on the head, level 2 or not. Danny is actually pushing even deeper into El Pozo. I guess Ace's loot is so poor that Danny really wants to go find some more stuff.
I actually didn't even see where Aces landed initially yet, but they could just... I mean, Pozo, there's so much loot there, so if they need it, they can find it. They just have to rotate further in. And fortunately for them, there's really not that many teams in Pozo at all, Cammy. A lot of these teams actually have decided to stay on the outside. They don't want to get kind of caught in that mid-game shuffle of needing to get in the city, because getting out of it then later is an absolute nightmare. So most of the teams have actually kind of gone off center here, and I really like that.
Only one team has yet to arrive, and that's Gatos Chicos. And again, understandably so. Not only are they one of the teams that we listed as being the furthest away from the zone, they were also further along the plane path. So if there's any team that is going to come in last into the circle, it's going to be that exact team. You just know that they are going to be dressed up to the nines, ready to party, full level 2s, maybe even level 3 vests as well, full, like, their expected kits on the weapons that they want to utilize in this run. So they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. The only problem is they're going to be on the edge. So unless they get the shift, they're going to have to use all those resources to fight through multiple teams, most likely. We have a couple of seconds left before phase number 2 reveals. Teams are getting settled. Not quite as much footsie in game this time around, which is because it's on the edge. It took longer for more teams to get into the zone than the previous one, but we're still seeing some shots here and there.
Yep, and I think for those teams on the edge, as you were saying, like Gatos Chicos, really it's going to be about finding the perfect window of opportunity in order to get into that circle. This actually works out very well for Gatos Chico. They could go on the south side road, rotate in some of those compounds and play on the ridges, but for a lot of these other teams, especially looking at the north, like Bonji de Gao, they're going to have kind of struggles coming in. There's going to be Mercy, Luna, Future, Spam. So many teams on the north side now have to move down into the south towards Pozo, and Vox will find Finna.
Yeah, and another drive-by Mercy
Mad
and
Max
Synergy. Man, again, at this Mercy, two games in a row, they're making a send at the same time as another team. Unfortunately, this time around, they do take some damage. Oh, Martin takes some shots from Vegas. Elevate found themselves in the center of this zone as well, and for a second, it looked like they were going to consolidate, because remember, they did lose a member early on, but instead, they were going to commit to a 1-2 hold. Punaj is going to be there on the high ground, overlooking Vegas and Shinboy's position. This far west hard shift, which, I mean, it's a hard shift in terms of the terrain and what's playable in this zone, is making a lot of sends again, but Lucid actually saving his teammate in sneak attack. So Mercy, it looks like they will be able to get back up to 4.
Yeah, Mercy, so far, Kevy, Mercy's been awesome to watch. They're making all the right plays. Even in the last game when they didn't win it, they were able to get a lot of kills. They were able to, again, reset. That's something that I'm noticing is becoming a trend. Even just 2 games, Mercy's ability to reset and make sure they keep at least 4 alive going into, you know, whatever the final situation is. Now, we're still very early in this, as we're only into Circle 2, but I really like what I'm seeing from them. Meanwhile, Luna is just getting pelted, but none of these shots are actually doing any damage, fortunately, for Kraken.
Yeah, not entirely sure how many of those bullets would have hit the vehicle itself, but yeah, Kraken still at 100 HP, which is good for them. They have their own little, I believe it's a 2-2 setup for Luna Galaxy.
And 5.56 at that distance. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, the damage fall off is pretty harsh, for sure. I do not blame any team taking shots at that range for not dealing that much damage.
Yeah, you can blame a little bit. Maybe you're wrong, but
Hater is a lifestyle, and I'm all in.
As we see Luna there on the west side, now starting to rotate in a little bit here towards AKA. Meanwhile, we see Ace's crew in that kind of jam on the west side of Pozo now as Bonji Dugayo is moving in, and they're right underneath. They're actually crashing Vegas and Elevate here, Cam.
Oh, Vegas gets the first knock, but where Angles does the high ground have, Punaj doesn't seem to be dealing all that much damage. 2 members of Gaio have gone down, but that's because Danimon has another angle from a different side. Shinboy's pushing through. Punaj has rejoined the fight. They can reclaim this Elevate, but I think Vegas has been confirmed, so it's going to be down to 2 if they are able to do so. Shinboy holding an angle. Will someone peek into it? It looks like 2 members of Bonji de Gaio are ready for it.
And holding that left-hand ping a little less favorable, but doesn't matter. Shinboy is going to find Pydem, and he's going to find a second one as well. Sexius goes down, and Bonji de Gaio is going to be taken out by Elevate. Really nice by Shinboy there. I think it's Bonji Dugalo. Bonji Dugalo, I think. Yes, that's what it is. I promise I'll stop butchering that, but I actually really like that name. It's a manly chicken or something like that. Something to that effect.
Group of chickens,
I'm not sure.
Squad
Group
of
chickens. Yeah, but anyways, very
but like
well done by Elevate.
chickens, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? Ooh,
so
okay.
Another shift.
Another
this one's
shift.
going straight to Pozo, Cammy.
We ping pong to the west and now back up to the east here. A couple of teams have already pitted themselves in El Pozo. The east side is free. But to make it there, any of these teams from the west, like Luna Galaxy, like SSU, who are currently on the run, they're going to have to make it through a bunch of different teams, so they might just have to crash. Though it looks like they're feeding the line pretty well.
Sending it in that bus. Page had a little bit of extra protection, but a lot of the reason why the East is so clean too is a lot of these teams may think that there's already players there, right? So SSG just kind of sending it in, hoping to get a position. They managed to get in with 4 alive, which is massive for them. Meanwhile, Sonics, on the other hand, are going to have to go through multiple teams if they want to go for any sort of meaningful wrap, or they might even just backfill one of these teams here as they get knocks, but it is just chaos everywhere now as gas cans also win a fight.
Getting the revive. Adam with more shots here. A lot of teams are feeding it through the split that they have. No, they're actually getting crashed. But Bizzler has the defense, has this position locked down. Can still get the revive onto Penta. And the remaining members of Four Nation, they aren't really going to be making any more moves. I'm trying to look at the big main map here, and we still have a few more teams that have to make their way into the zone, but I don't know if El Pozo can fit anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, again, the east side is possible for a team like Spam to come in. There's still a lot of room there, but there's just so compacted and condensed that even micro movements from building to building could cost you a member, or it could just flood you with a lot of damage, maybe a knock. And so now these teams slowing down quite significantly as they're just waiting for this next shift as far as what their next move is going to be. And that's if you're in the inside of the city, Cam. If you're on the outside of the city, you're still looking on how you may potentially move into this if you're cut out of the circle.
Ooh, Cowboy spots some utility coming in from gas cans. I think they might be smoking Adam to cross through because Adam is pretty isolated. Oh, wait a second. That's an on box. Completely missed that crate weapon getting picked up. Let's see if we can find some nasty shots with that, but Cowboy's going to be sending some through. A little bit of damage. Not too much, but again, it's all about the war of attrition at this point. Surprised he's not taking out that tire. You can still see a little bit of it. Listen, there's a tire visible. I want it removed.
Careful. We might see what we saw last game with a member of Gatos Chicos taking out the wrong tire. But yeah, this is also... It provides so many issues, like when you're trying to push through, right, and clear building to building. First of all, there's just so many different elevations in Pozo specifically, especially on the west side. On top of that, like you have so many different angles you have to worry about, and so teams generally will be a lot less or a lot more hesitant to actually kind of clear these buildings unless they absolutely have to. And this is going to be a hard shift directly to Pozo as we set her up right on that P.
Man, Face Jew, you thought Pozo was going to be, like, maybe a point of interest for, like, a phase more, but no, we're ending in Pozo. This is an urban finish. We got center, virtually Picado. Gato Chico's a very, very late E pickup. This is the first one I think we've seen so far in this event, and it's a lot later, but listen.
I don't think SSG knows.
I think it's a good idea to E pickup into El Pozo on a zone like this. They're getting on the roofs, at least a couple of them are, and you're right, SSG might not be aware of this.
That's actually a sick pickup. I don't even think you can get up this roof normally. I think this is one of the dead build. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only way they can get up there is to do what they did. And so that's going to be a phenomenal position for them.
Ooh, Future adjusting their position around. Frogman has gone down. Sam has been fully confirmed. No Justice finds Roth out in the open. Running out on the side of the street. It is way too late at night to be doing that in this town. Roth did not pay attention to the curfew. But now they know that Gato Chicos are here, so you know what? Information gained.
Still a really nice point for them, though. Yeah, the Gatos Chicos, this is actually the second game in a row they've found themselves in the center position late in the circle. So their timing so far, they're proving, is on point as they've gotten into this time a high ground position where they can be the ones to kind of dictate the pace and put the damage out there to the various teams. Meanwhile, we see Spam here on the north side slowly starting to creep in, but we also still have Luna. Luna is still far north. They're not even in the circle, but they do have some ridgeline to work with as well. So now a lot of the teams on the edge starting to make their way into the city as the south is now flooded by Pichao and Sonics.
Yeah. Listen, we have actually, I think, 4 teams that have to make their way into this zone. And the east side of El Pozo is still pretty free, but all of those teams that need to make their way in are going to be coming in from the west. AKA is one of those teams driving past Elevate. Chipboy with good shots. Drops Lizera down. Stolen by Synergy. So Elevate not really happy about that one. That point stolen away from them, but the rest of AKA, they continue to push through, but they have a lot more resistance ahead of them, while Pichao and Sonics, they're facing each other out to be one of the last remaining teams to come in here on the south.
And Pichao has a pretty monumental task here to hold this from Sonics, and they're coming in with utility heavy, being tossed out towards the team of Pichao as they've kind of backed off completely here. Smoke's trying to create a wall for themselves, a defensive line. And Sonics are still going to barrel through. Lots of mollies, as you see. Smoke's everywhere on the side of Pichao now, and this is actually allowing Sonics to really get much closer. I'm sure Pichao would have wanted here is... This is the ridge they're going to fight for, and this makes sense. Sonics needs a foothold into the circle, and this is it. So they're going to have to take this, and I believe it's a 4-on-3 fight. Actually, no, Waiku's off into the... It's off very much into the south side. He could catch one of them off guard as they're pushing the other two members. This is dangerous. This is actually dangerous for Sonics now.
Yeah, actually, I think he's tried to strike. I think he's made his position known. Gets the knock onto Shrimzy. Tiggleton should be able to get the revive, but the smokes are going to start fading in only a matter of time, and those smokes are blocking third party from El Pozo. More damage comes out. Zanastico drops H2, and that's 2 down for the Sonics now. Kickstart is holding point. Oh, taking much more damage, and he's delivering out.
Yeah, Picha was actually looking great here. That off angle was huge for Waikus now as they're starting to put the screws onto the Sonics. Slowing down the pace just a second, but nope. Recovery now. We see sprays coming out. Shrimzy's going to find that one, and Tig is going to go down just to 1 HP. As these players are trading back and forth. The really impressive thing here about Sonics is their ability to kind of pop up one after another once to recover to put the pressure back on to make sure they don't get pushed. And a nade and a spray down. Then what a nice recovery from Sonics.
The pressure from Pichao was there the entire time. Sonics were getting crushed and crushed and crushed until suddenly they had the angles and they landed the shots only in a matter of time. Tandem between the different teammates to drop Pichao out, but they still have to get the revives and make their way into the zone. We have one last send coming in from Elevate. Punich has been taken down. It is just out of Shimboy. You can see him driving in from the north side. Luna were just cut in through this direction, taking up shop on the northeast side of El Pozo. Where is Shimboy going to go? Does he know where is free? He's going to have to take a gamble. Currently stopping on the north to heal himself up. But everyone on this northern stretch heard that vehicle and realized how easy of a point Shimboy is compared to all the other teams surrounding them because of the cover that they have.
Yeah, Shimboy has a long way to go, but a lot of those teams, as you said, have a lot of cover. And no, Tig!
No!
Doing a dark slide down that ramp. Okay. On the backside of his car, and he's gonna get found by Kalnix. What a shot. So that's gonna be him down. I think he's safe though. Safe-ish. I say safe, safe-ish. Maybe a possibility for recovery. Smoke line is gonna be there, but yeah, as we talked about earlier, getting into Pozo later is much more of a difficult process with so many of these teams spread up. Is that a bicycle Shimboy is on? He will finally fall. And Elevate will fall in 13th. What an absolute chaotic circle this has been so far.
Yeah.
And this is generally par for the course when it comes to Pozo, Cam.
Right. Looking at the Kickstart Tiggleton on the south side, this is a revive that you go for. Kickstart as a solo with 11 other teams still up. Not a lot to really expect from that venture, so I think the risk to go for a revive there is very much worth it because as a duo, that opens up your opportunity so much more. If anything, it means that if you're knocked, you can get revived as long as your other teammate survives, right? But when you're a solo, when you're down, you are down.
Yeah, that's it. And you also have to play a little more reserve. You can't get, maybe you want to kind of go for an off angle, right? You're less inclined to do so as a solo.
Right.
As a duo, you have many more options. And yeah, it's just better to be two. But the problem is Sonics is now kind of stranded on the outside, and Gas Cans knows this, right? They know exactly where the two members of Sonics are. This cross is going to be difficult, and I don't know how many smokes they have because they had to use them in that fight earlier with Pichao.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens to them later on. We were just watching Mercy try and take position up against Future. A lot of Blue Zo grenades coming in, doing a little bit of damage, but Future still have a couple of members alive. And with this shift favoring the West, albeit marginally, Mercy seem to be redirecting their angle in. Spam now still defending the north side. They're going to have to face against Luna Galaxy, likely in just a couple of moments, though Luna actually have a position that they can stay in. It really just depends on how much further into the zone Luna want to go. And honestly, it's only phase 6. Like in El Pozo, you just take a building that you can get.
You take whatever you can get and you hold that as long as you can, as we see Mercy just still stuck in these shacks. And they're stuck between aces as well as Future, and this is just a rough position because not only are you stuck in these shacks, as I say that, Sneak Attack will find the headshot with the Dragunov, and Jam will go down. And so if they can just get rid of Danimon,
yeah, I think Future
Mercy is sick today, dude, so far. Their fighting has been so impressive.
The Dragunov at this range, there's a reason some people are calling for it to be nerfed. I don't agree because I use it. It allows me to win games, but regardless, now back here on the south, as Mercy are still going to be able to be a big force to reckon with on the north side. Kickstart gets knocked. Tickleton should be able to go for the revive, but Sonics made their way into the zone. They pushed through the lineup that Synergy and Gas Cans were sharing, and I'm looking on the minimap. It looks like Gas Cans are trying to run out the open to see if they can't find an angle to take these last remaining members of the Sonics out of this one. But I think, again, with all of the cover that we're seeing in Urban Endings, I think everyone that's currently in the zone is going to stay here for now, but it's about waiting for phase 7.
Yep. Sonics will most likely get pushed out of that brick building after this circle shifts. I imagine SG will just have to move over one, and gas cans are fine. You know, if they really want to, they can consolidate to that building they have out of the arena. So they're in a good position. They're, as you said, they're just hunting Sonics down. They want to make sure they can get rid of that team, maybe do a little bit of damage to Synergy along the way, and then just get ready to deal with SSG, who will pretty much be in the center of the circle with them once this shifts.
Kraken got tagged by someone. I don't know if it was Vox or not. Oh, Tiggleton goes down to Martin. Found an angle onto Tiggleton. Maybe running out to find a vehicle, but Kickstart can still go for the revive here. But at this point, I don't know how much armor and helmets Sonics have. They've been through it.
Yeah, I think if they get anything fresh, it would have to be in that brick building, right? I'm not really even sure if anyone had ran through that before. Maybe there's something there to loot for them, but yeah, utility, armor, ammo might even be fairly low. And there's the shift, so they're going to have to move forward as well as Synergy, but they at least have that other tall building to get into past them, but they're going to be right next to SSG, Cam.
Yeah, this is the big question, though, if you're Synergy, which we're currently looking at future. They're coming in from the north side. This shift was favored by Spam, but Synergy, they need to make the quick decision of do they stick around and see if they can't deal with the Sonics first, but then by doing so, they're going to be coming in potentially later than other teams are. There is a fight potentially brewing between Legacy on the west and Mercy. There is also Gatos Chicos who are on the high ground overlooking all of this. And as you said, very difficult to push this team. They have this open angle, open shots, but Spots taking a little bit of damage. Seifu does go down to Hooligan. And I don't know if Mercy are going to spend the resources to get that player picked back up, especially with these grenades about to fly out for Gatos Chicos, making sure that they can confirm these knocks.
Well, those are really nice grenades too, but at least Mercy got 2 across. If they lose 1, they still have a, as you said, being a duo is better than nothing, and so they might be able to get that. Justice trying to find the angle, he will not. And a nice knock there from Page to cover his teammate.
The revive can still come through. Justice can still get picked back up. Ooh, I wonder if Hooligan saw this Panzerfaust and is now tempted to go for that jump, because you can make it. This is the Matrix. You make big jumps from one building to the next. Oh no, Sonics, they're denying points out in the blue. Very early in a series to deny points, because that usually only starts to matter when you have like clear separation on the leaderboard. But honestly, Sonics knew that they were not going to get anything out of this run. Trying to make it deeper into El Pozo, basically a suicide mission. So honestly, more petty than anything for them to deny.
Kind of, yeah, but I mean, I agree. It's fine.
Oh, no, I do it too.
That run was not it. You know, they knew that, I knew that, you knew that, everyone knew that. So yeah, that's fine. And then it wasn't SSG's teammate. Page just found that angle. They were shooting at Legacy from above, was Gatos Chicos, and so SSG with a little bit of a help tag right there for the team of Legacy. Legacy is still alive underneath. Pretty much everyone now at this point, one of the few teams not in a high rise, is Spam also moving in from the north.
Gas cans, couple of shots for Luna Galaxy. Actually, Cowboy goes down to an angle from Gatos Chicos. No, I lied, that's VHZ. So many teams here all stacked on top of each other. It's no surprise that we see knocks continue to happen despite all the hard cover, because there are still windows in play here, and you cannot keep track of everyone all at once. Everyone's going to be peeking throughout these angles. You see VHC right now doing that exact same thing, switching up the angle, switching up the spot. Recognizes the player from Synergy, gets a little bit of a spray down, but the circle has centered up. Phase 8 is going to end directly on SSG. So I don't think they have that many kills going into this round so far. Yeah, actually on the left side is showing that it's exactly 0. Yep. But if they can stay alive and guarantee the win here, points are points.
Yeah, points are points, but the other thing to note out, Cameron, is there's 28 alive in this circle. Right? As you said earlier, you know, they could go for the points, but this is a very busy circle with so many players in place. As you said, the angles that you have to watch out for is really disgusting. There's just a lot to have to navigate, and so far, I'd say Mercy's, as a duo, is doing a very good job of that. They're going to find Justice, and a nice trade from Sneak! They find 2, and all 4 go down! What a play from BWD and Sneak Attack!
Listen, Mercy Gaming! Oh, man. There's a reason there's a lot of hype behind this team coming into this main event, and the 4-man push got to Chicos. I thought it was timed very well, but playing with that door in the way that it was, it was all over for Gatos Chicos. Right now, Legacy staring down Synergy. A knock has gone through, rather. It's getting revived, but time is running out. The blue is pushing in only 30 seconds. And I think Synergy are running out of space in this compound. And if anything, Legacy, it's not even about trying to keep Synergy out of this next phase. It's about dealing damage to them to then finish the job when the zone gets towards the center. LFP takes a shot towards Vox, gets the knock there, and then puts attention on Spam. They are shooting at everyone that is peeking their direction.
Yeah, and this is very Legacy-esque. You know, this is what they like to do. They get a good position. They like to harass and put as much damage out as possible. Oh, little Goomba stomp there. LFP1 got stuck on his teammate's head as he was going for that nade. But now, as stated, they must put their attention here towards Synergy because that's going to be the team that's probably the biggest threat as they move out of this circle. Meanwhile, Mercy's still that duo on the other side. After a beautiful player, it's still in quite a bit of trouble here. As SSG sits comfortably in the middle.
So the Galaxy, Kraken out in the blue. RDS also gets dropped by the blue, so managing these fights while also messing with the play zone, it's a lot for these teams to try and handle. A grenade from Cowboy finishes Luna Galaxy, gets a couple of kills, gets a couple of knocks, makes an entire team go down. Mercy Gaming have also unfortunately been eliminated. They were pushed towards the north. Cloud was there. Everyone's rushing towards everyone else at this time. Legacy are eliminated. And we just now get our top 4, and Gascan, one of the first teams into El Pozo, only team with all 4 members left standing. We'll see if they can't clean up the mix.
Should be a fairly solid finish for them. They should get Penta up here, and that's going to be, as you said, 4 straight up. And they've been quiet for the most part, a couple kills here or there. But now really starting to rack up. They're utilizing their position, realizing they were in there early. But Spam actually is going to be able to hold them out here, Cam.
Oh, I love the attempt with the Panzer Faust. Only dealt a little bit of damage, but Gaskin's now pushing forward with the smoke tunnel football style. And then Spam swinging around from the opposite side. So SSG, despite having center, you start to wonder, are they going to get collapsed upon by multiple teams? But look at the damage over towards Gascans. It's only Penta and Bizzler left standing. Blue zone grenades. Gonna try and push SSG away from this corner, away from this angle, and there's blue zones from the opposite side as well. Everyone's chiming in to take the damage on Space Station Gaming. But how much space on the outside is gonna be remaining here? Spam with the high ground, Brister with the high ground, but some good damage coming out from Bizzler, but Jabarius gets the knock. Penta's out in the blue, they're gonna go down. 3 versus 3 for the end between SSG and Spam.
I can't tell who actually has center. It's like right in between Spam and SSG here. I think it's in the corner of the gas station. I think Spam are running out of time. A grenade, though, that gets the knock. It's all down to Cowboy. Jabari's putting himself close into the window. Cowboy's going to have to clutch this one out. 1 versus 3. As long as he does not go down. But Carrick is rushing forward with the sawed-off shotgun. Cowboy catches him off guard. Throws a stun out. Gets the reload in. And now he is, again, playing for the end game. Constantly moving around, constantly maneuvering. Another stun comes out. He knows that that window is going to be a place that Spam need to push through, but running out of time. Blue zone does the damage. If they wanted to vault on in, they did not have the timing to make it work. And now, Space Station Gaming, they get the win. It's only 6 kills. But as I said before, points are points. A win is a win. Honestly, the way Cowboy played at the end, though, was very impressive between the different flashes and going to that right-hand window to get the peek and put some damage out. There was a lot of confusion there, I think, initially from Span, even though they had the knocks. That was very well played from SSG, specifically from Cowboy. He also got that massive, 4-player nade onto one of the teams early. I think it was Legacy, or maybe
Luna
not
Galaxy.
Legacy, but Luna Galaxy. Yeah, but that was crazy.
Beautiful.
The duo play from Mercy was playing off those trades. I love what I'm seeing from those boys.
This time we're looking back at the highlights from the match. I'm going to come back in, gentlemen, and join you here. I love that end game from Cowboy. It was clearly not his first rodeo. I think he's fitting in with this team. But I love watching from the point where there are 15s left. It was all Pozo, Cameron. This is everything I could hope for.
Yeah, listen. Just winning your fight, landing your sprays, you see someone peek out of a window, hope that you get the knock. I don't even think there's any one way to tactically play an urban finish. It's all about team play, which is why usually you would favor the man advantage, but as you can see here, that is not always going to be the case. Again, sneak attack, PWD, playing around this door so effectively.
That was... Yeah, I mean, you know I'm a stickler for trades, and the way that duo played that building was perfection. And then Cloudera coming in with the sawed-off. Yeah, this play from Cowboy, I mean, he did a lot in order to stop that. He threw the nades, he delayed. And just his movement in that building, given the options he had, some people may not find it impressive. I did.
I did. You know, there was a saying back when I was a kid, cowboy up, and I feel like maybe he can come back if he keeps putting plays in like this, because he made the most of what he had to. And our defending PAS champions get their first chicken dinner here as they walk away with 16 points from that game. Good to see them playing very, very well. But it was, the story of the game was the chaos. I mean, you've heard of leaving Las Vegas and then came Escape from New York, but today we presented you with Entering El Pozo, starring the Sonics, Mercy, and Gatos Chicos. And the journey was really about how teams tried to assault the spots that like Space Station Gaming got their hands on, and you just cannot dig people out when they get the circle and they have a good position, Cameron.
Yeah. I do wonder if it's possible that they didn't recognize exactly what was going on in the end game because it was that chaotic, even though reading the kill feed, it's a skill that these players all learn, but you can't keep up with everything. We're not robots, right? So I do wonder, maybe they didn't recognize it was only Cowboy inside, because if they just 3-man rushed him a bit earlier, they would have had a real chance. But the bounce back and forth between that window and the door, I think the moment of hesitation is really what did them in.
And I think gas cans to a large degree as well. Gas cans chose not to lay down and sort of deny points. They went for those kills and they kept peeking to the bitter end. Bizzler did literally a 2-step wide peek that forced them to spend time waiting for that to happen.
Right.
And I think that slowed down the whole progress. If they had denied around the corner and died, honestly, 10 seconds earlier, I think it might have played out very differently. So kudos to Gascans for having the hubris to try to go for those plays. I love seeing that. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, Godspeed. Legacy, Mercy, Spam, Space Station. That's some heavy hitters, but maybe not some of the hitters that I expected on day one.
Maybe not. It's still early days, it's still very early in this. But I actually did also want to point out and touch briefly upon the Sonics. That fight they got in with Pichao on the south side of Pozo on that kind of ridge, the way that they kind of leapfrogged and covered each other when someone would get low, someone would pop up, kind of groundhog it, put some damage out, and then resetting the utility. That was actually, you want to talk about cohesion with the team with Kickstart up. That looked very, very promising as far as how they would take some fights, some teams moving forward. And yeah, their position wasn't great after that. And they just gave up the points because they didn't want to go out and just get completely shredded. I get that. That fight alone looked really good on how they're working together so far. So I like that.
I mean, that's the beauty of Kickstart. I will say in chat during that game, there was some back and forth on Kickstart. He had a really great moment. And again, that's what Kickstart delivers. Huge moments when you often need them. So seeing him make that play was great. Other things that we saw make plays, I think we can all agree, and we've known for a while, the Dragunov is ridiculous when it comes to these late game city endings. If you can pick those up with sight lines, that thing is absolutely wild. But for me, the big one, Cameron, was we had 34 players alive in Circle 7. We had 28 players going into Circle 6. You guys brought up at the start of the day how some teams will play for points and try to sort of get what they can out of matches. How do you do that with that many players in vertical circles going into 6 and 7? It feels like at that point, it's just a prayer. Is there strategy there?
I mean, the only strategy is making sure that you're calming properly with your teammates and you're able to win the fights. But and this is one, it's an important skill in any round of PUBG. It only gets accentuated further in an urban finish, but quick communication, the team all knowing, all being on the same page and reacting virtually in tandem to new adjustments that need to be made. A third party comes on in, actually a team crashes in, someone's in a flank position that you didn't know. Again, throwing back to, I think it was Iku's, Waika's from Pichao against that fight against Sonics. Like just being able to make those quick comms, quick reactions, communicate with each other in as few words as possible, in as little time as possible, is really the only way that you can hope to be successful in an urban finish. I'm not even going to say win an urban finish because there's so many things to that go into winning a round of PUBG in general, but especially urban. But if you're going to be successful, it's about winning those fights, and to do that, you need to communicate.
I mean, the real winner in an urban finish is us, the viewers, I think, every single time. The players just have to deal with it. Now, you brought up the painfulness of those, and I think a chance that we saw that a little bit. I'd go as far as to say Mercy put the ow and meow, as Gatos Chicos, I thought, had a really good push going there on Mercy, and they just spanked him. Like, what happened, Godspeed? It seemed it was so fast. I don't even know if I fully gripped how they got deleted so quickly.
I think part of it is what Cameron was talking about is communication. Because when you're going building to building, you have to expect, especially in a crazy ending like that with so many players still up, you have to expect that people are going to be in those buildings in random corners. I think they even knew Mercy was in there potentially, but the way that Mercy played that was, first they had 2 players posted up, one on each side, so that they can cover the door and cover the other side. Once those knocks came out, the other 2 came flooding in, rushing to try to save their teammates. But they had taken different angles. I think one of the players from Mercy went behind the door, and the way that they played that crossfire in those trades was just immaculate. And I think, I think Gatos just moved too fast, and they got completely shredded up.
I think there was a level of F spamming on that door as well. I think Seifu, who, if
Possibly.
I'm remembering correctly, was the player in the corner. I think he actually closed the door after the first 2 members of Gatos Chicos pushed through, caught them by surprise as well, and then the remaining player of Gatos Chicos then had to reopen the door and readjust, tried to swing on Seifu. PWD was there with the follow-up angle, so it really was like a comedy of errors in a way for Gatos Chicos, because I think they played it well, they played it appropriately, but with all the corners that you have to check, all of the variables, that it's impossible to account for all of them.
All right, so normally we take a break right here, but we're not going to because the next game starts in like a minute. So we'll just stick around. And I want to address something that some folks have been talking about. It hasn't been one of the most talked about things, but I think it's a pretty big change. The servers now swap. Our first game and then every other is played on North American servers, and then our second, fourth, 6 is played on South American servers. So this is the first time that we've seen players kind of going back and forth. We've seen 2 now, Godspeed. Have you seen any sort of major performance differences so far, or is it sort of exactly what we expected?
I mean, when the simple answer is whenever you play with high ping, it sucks. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're the one that has high ping or you're the one with lower ping playing against people with high ping. It sucks. It's not ideal. That's just kind of the way it is, and I haven't seen necessarily anything that I'm just like, oh, that's a high ping moment, but I can just tell you from feeling it, it's not the best way to play, but it's probably also the only fair way to play, right? Having Latin American players always playing on our servers and playing with high ping, that sucks too. So swapping back and forth seems to be a somewhat happy medium, and it is what it is. It's really just
And I'd say maybe this is a disadvantage for the North American players who haven't had to do this before, but half of their team is from the EU anyway. So I think that they're all used to playing with the high ping these days. And so it does seem like the teams are pretty much prepared for that, as they're prepared for us to move in to our first map change of the day. We're going to go over to this beautiful temperate map that has been fascinating. Let's talk a little bit about it. We saw it come into play, Cameron, recently. It seems like that island in the north... Never eat shredded wheat. Northwest hasn't been as an impactful.
Toffees.
Listen.
Cardinal. Listen, it's 2024. We've been doing cardinal directions on PUBG.
What does 2024 have to do with it? I'm a 40-year-old who doesn't know which way I'm facing. It just is what it is.
We've been getting cardinal directions in this game for 7 years.
I'm just for those of you who may struggle with it, just teaching you the never eat shredded wheat system. Either way, though, it seems like with a very light exception of sort of that army base area, this island the river hasn't been as impactive perhaps as I thought it might be when this map came out. Do you feel the same way, or what's your take on Tego right now?
I think people are using those bridges, or rather they're trying to abuse the bridges more now that they're getting more and more comfortable with it. The thing about Tego compared to the other maps, the real main identifying feature is that I've actually heard people compare it to Sanhok multiple times, where there's not as much elevation differences as there is on Miramar or even Erangel, and so sometimes you just need to make a send. You don't necessarily have the vision for it. There could be trees in the way, and you just pull up onto a fight that you weren't expected to take, but you just gotta make it work. As we do see phase number 1, that river is going to cut into a pretty healthy portion of it. We're likely going to go to the north, but this isn't enough for me to say 100%.
And then, Godspeed, we talked a little bit last game about sort of these late rotations if you don't get the circle. For those at home, I think when it becomes an urban circle at the level that it was, there's really no coming back from that late rotation, right? Sonic's never really had a chance, I think, to win that game outright because they had to sort of play that late game edge. Was that an anomaly or sort of a one-off? I mean, because right now we're looking at Future, who looks like they have a very difficult task ahead of them, transitioning across the map and the river itself.
Well, yeah, I think this is a bit of a different situation only because with the Sonics, I mean, they maybe could have taken that fight earlier and try to send it in they didn't have a river to cross, as you're saying, with Future. They having to do now. Plus, like, they lost members coming into the south side, so it's hard to say with Sonics. But yeah, with a team like Future, if you're this late, even though you're this far out on the circle, it might be worth it to try to rotate a little earlier rather than just playing edge, right? Like, kind of just being comfortable with, like, you know what, we're already in the edge, we might as well just play back here. Not necessarily, especially in a circle like this where it's split along that river. It's not a deep river, but it's still a pain to cross. So yeah, this might be one of those situations where if you're super far out and you're like, hey, no, we normally come in late here, hey, let's try to get in a little earlier and see if we can get a much better position on this, especially if it shifts north off that river.
Now, I do have an answer, though, to your question. Like, how do you play this from edge? E-pickup. That's what we saw Gatos Chicos do. They did it pretty late into the game, but that put them into the center of the zone, and they had a real chance of making it to even, dare I say, the top 4, and they came in at, like, the last. They were at the lowest priority position in terms of getting a solid spot in phase number 1 as they were coming from Los Leones. So in this case, Future and even AKA coming in from Airport, and then, of course, Legacy from Gangneung, you kind of want to be looking for an e-pickup if you have the chance. I wouldn't use it in phase 1. I think for them, if they can find the e-pickup, which it's never a guarantee, drive in normally into phase 1, but be prepared to use it if the phase 2 if phase 2 has a hard shift and it's a hard shift away from you.
I mean, I think that's a great point. I do think other teams have to worry. They don't have the advantage of always being able to land on their feet like the Gatos do, but we'll see if they do that for those late rotations in this one. Now, a team that I want to ask you about, Godspeed, is Spam. We saw them a minute ago. They are in the top 3 right now with 21 points. I don't know a ton about this team. Do you have any insights or things I can sort of look for as to what it is that they're doing so well?
I mean, as far as the players, I mean, this is fairly new players as well. RDS is someone I am familiar with, but they have just been able to take control and take advantage, not control, they've been able to take advantage of all these rotations, all the chaos in that city, right? They had high ground. They were able to put a lot of damage out to multiple teams just in that last game. And even in the first game, I think they were in a position early in the center of the circle to kind of punish teams like gas cans around them and other teams on the edge. So whatever they've been doing as far as putting themselves on a position to kind of punish these rotations is really working for them.
I love that. And I think that's what you have to do is make it work, especially early on, especially if your team that maybe is not going to get the respect that others might get when they see fights break out. The best thing you can do, Cameron, for me, I think, is establish early on, maybe you guys don't want to fight us. Because when teams are hunting for those points in the late stages of groups, I don't want to be on the dinner list. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry. That noise that you heard me made was I saw this develop on the map. Legacy were getting real close to Gatos Chicos. I was wondering if they were going to go for an early game fight. Legacy's rotation went past this position, but they're now running into Future's rotational path. Now, AKA is actually not even far from this as well. So the 3 teams that we were looking at coming in late, they could actually just be bumping into each other circumstantially. But we'll see how that plays out as we're back here now with 4 Nation. Again, more footsies game being played. Most teams are trying to cross the river and play towards the center of this phase 1, which is as expected.
It does seem like I see a lot of that on Tego. Godspeed is sort of this. Oh, hold on. Oh, 4 Nation looks like they're taking action.
Oh, yeah, they got the knock. They're trying to capitalize upon it as well. Mafu with good damage doesn't get the knock. Blue zone grenade puts in a good position. And Danny says, you know what? Finna, bye. Sorry, you're not worth this. And he just sends it away. Man, leaving your teammate like that?
Which I think punctuates what I was going to say, Godspeed, which it seems like on Tego, we see a lot of teams that are sort of, they're sticking their toe in the water. They're seeing if this is the right spot for me. A lot more sort of testing, I don't want to say face testing, to be honest, where one person's going in to check things out. And you might lose one, but the rest of the team walks off. Is that just because it's a new map, or is that just, to be honest, a bad take by Toph?
No, I don't think it's a bad take. A lot of these teams will it's I don't want to say it's like difficult to scout in Tego, but a lot of the compounds or a lot of like the hill positions, you kind of need to just go check them, right? Because there's no way to tell if someone's behind it. There's no way to tell if someone is playing split. And that's actually another point is a lot of these teams on Tego do like to split positions because of how kind of unwieldy the circles can be, especially when it's on that center river, or I should say like little ravine. As a lot of times people will split between both, or they'll split maybe one high ground, one low ground, and that's kind of just the symptom of the map and how it's played, at least at how it's kind of developed, because it's a very open map, Steve, and that's, I think, the reason why.
That makes sense. And I think that's probably why there were some, Karen, you mentioned earlier, parallels to Sandhawk in some people's minds. This idea that there isn't always the real estate. Some parts of Tago have so much real estate, it's incredible. It's like being in the Midwest, everything's free, lots of space. But there's also spots where it's just an open, desolate wasteland, like Long Island. So I don't know. I think teams haven't quite adjusted to how to play these, and that's been what's the most interesting for me is watching it develop over the course of the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, I think the familiarity is pretty high for a lot of the teams at this point. There is always going to be room for the meta to continue to develop. Another reason why I think teams continue to employ splits in the way that they do is because, oh man, I mean, talk about really fast fights once again. Future now defending from Mercy. Did not expect to see this. Wasn't prepared for this fight to happen from the map, but doesn't matter because Shab2K is trying to trade blows. Gets another knock. Frogman has been confirmed, but Terra is swinging in from the opposite side. So Future taking some damage, but Mercy needs to make sure that they're not losing control of their spacing.
Yeah, I mean, Mercy has been, again, so impressive so far in the days. As far as these team fight situations go, and they're really trying to take it to Shap, but Shap has done such a good job of being an absolute menace. That being said, they still recover PWD, 3 kills, and they just continue to impress me in these team fights, the way they spread out, the way they held that rock angle. They didn't let Shap do any more damage or even go for the flush on PWD, and Mercy is just, man, they are so hot right now.
But here comes Spam, and Mercy knows that Spam is in the area. Spam got 1 kill onto Future from this fight, third-partying through. So with the revive, I wonder if they're going to just try and stabilize on this position, because it's not a bad spot in phase number 1, or perhaps try and run away here. Jabira is sneaking up, lurking closer and closer, and if he gets on that same rock, maybe he'll try and strike Mercy, catch them off guard. But I think it might have slowed down just enough that the window of opportunity might be gone. I say that, Seifu's actually running pretty aggressively. I don't think his teammate is prepared to help if they do run into Jabari, but a couple of moments left before phase number 2.
And a lot of the teams, Cam, have kind of already opted to go north, basically saying that this isn't going to go shift south. And so if it does, teams like Spam and Mercy are going to be incredibly happy, but that's not going to be the case. This goes all the way to Godoc, and now the rotational shuffle from the south and the kind of nonsense that we may see is about to ensue.
Yeah. Barry's still here waiting for an opportunity, and I think if he catches Mercy trying to run away from this, it'll be a quick one and done for him. Okay, here's him getting in the vehicle. He could try and rush forward and get the spray down. Alternatively, maybe use this as an opportunity to go away, but no, he is going to try and get this. He's not. Maybe risking being turned around on, perhaps. But regardless, Spam needed to move as well, so perhaps starting a fight here would not be the best plan of action. Sonics continue to get a couple of kills, get a couple of knocks in the kill feed. Bonji DeGallo is also here waiting for Legacy to move on through them. This Northern hard shift has called for a number of teams to just send it towards the center. Once again, SSG now rolling up on the gas cans. Penta with a good knock there. That's going to be a quick flush.
Yep. Flush indeed, as Gas Can's kind of still set up in that position to maybe catch another member here of SSG. Page actually just doesn't want to be there anymore. He's trying to get back around to his teammate, but he's going to get knocked from Zealot now, and that's going to be a flush from Shrimsy. So 3 different teams taking shots and taking aim at SSG, as it's just now down to, I believe, Roth and Cowboy.
Kickstart now looking around, trying to catch a member of SSG peeking in through those windows as well as gas cans. And it's really strange because most of the time when you see hard shifts, especially in phase 2, the damage coming out to SSG is absolutely brutal. But as I was saying though, with hard shifts, the entire northern half of this phase is empty, but because of the river, it's making wrapping rotations harder to do. I think we're going to see a couple of teams coming on the north side, but for now, gas cans only need to worry about their south.
Speaking of the south here, teams finally starting to kind of flood in as Gatos Chicos kind of holding that bridge. Didn't really get much off of it, but that's fine. I like to play anyways. I like that they were trying to be proactive, get some kills there. Mercy now as well starting to finally go up there to the north. This is mainly happening on the east side, but yeah, they're just gonna skirt down here, and then Synergy still in a good position here to kind of gatekeep and maybe receive someone trying to flood past them. But I imagine, yeah, both teams, Mercy and Gatos Chicos, will go to the north, Cam. I mean, there's no reason not to. It's super open. There's lots of terrain up there to play, and it's a much safer play.
Yeah. Now, the teams on the south that were already in this northern island before this phase 2 shift. Oh, wait a second, Vox. Oh, for a second, I thought he was going to try and run across that road, perhaps with a frag grenade in his hand. Just really nervous about SSG's position, but the pressure from Sonic is going to keep him doing so. Spam also arriving through. They're going to be crossing a bridge. This is going to be the South Bridge, just south of Palace, driving into Peach Out territory. And Peach Out been pretty successful, holding on to spread edge positions. Haven't always found them make it towards the late game, but they get their kills most of the time. Well, half the time. There's been 2 rounds so far. But hey, we'll see if they can't repeat
most of the time, 70%
success.
of the time, all the time.
The point is that they're active from these positions, so we'll see if they can't get more success here this time around as Spam is getting closer and closer into their controlled territory. Hard shift, well, it's pretty medium shift down south, but it actually favors most of the teams that were already here, so not too upsetting of a shift.
Yeah, Bonja de Gallo is actually pretty comfortable with this shift overall, as now we're starting to see shots coming out from Pichai onto Spam. I saw a member of Spam actually go, I think it was Jabari, go all the way south to the coast. Not sure what he was looking for, but Spam now trying to find a position, and this is kind of where they excel, right? When they get to shoot at the other teams and kind of put some damage and dictate their rotations, but they're actually comfortable to just set in here and maybe even fight this. See members getting out of the vehicles. Sonic's now taking shots at the other 2 members here of SSG.
Wait a second, gas cans are just gone. They just feeded that line between Sonics and SSG, and they found themselves in a really strong central position, not too far from Legacy, who are also here towards the center. They're a bit more on the low ground. I'm really worried about Legacy's position. I think they might have hoped that they'd find themselves on the edge here, because right now, it's looking like they have a lot of vulnerable lines of sight if more of that high ground starts to get taken by teams.
Yeah, this kind of goes back to, you know, what Gatos Chicos actually has done so well is just timing getting to the center circle perfectly, right? And Legacy, yeah, they're a little open. Probably not the best time to take that, especially with this next shift going to push a lot of the teams more towards the central position. But at the very least, they're in now and they're safe, right? And so they don't have to deal with the edge nonsense that's going on between like Synergy, Gatos Chicos, Luna, as well as, you know, Spam, and now Pichau all the way on the south.
So we have a couple of teams that haven't really started to move. I'm looking at Mercy, I'm looking at AKA, as Pichau now still just trying to funnel their attention towards Spam, trying to really herd Spam into a fairly weak spot. For a second, the movement off of this phase shift kind of put them in front of Spam, but Spam found the opportunity to feed themselves through Palace using that hard cover to really get out of the line of sight and at least get a position in the zone. Leaving Palace is going to be quite hard. So I wonder if Spam perhaps are hoping for a northern hard shift, because that's going to put pressure on Pichau to leave them alone and start their own rotation. But if it, you know, at the same time, if it continues to favor south, then if they don't have to move, then, you know, that's another benefit.
Yeah, I mean, but I think what you brought up is a really good point as well. If it goes south, Pichau doesn't have to move, and then that also means that a team like Luna can start holding them out eventually when Palace will be cut out, right? So Spam, I mean, they have a couple options here. One of those is to try to get rid of Pichau, push up and take a little bit more control of that hill, or they stay put and pray that a team like Bonja de Gallo will potentially do that work for them.
10 seconds left before phase number 4. There is no water, no unplayable to get removed here, so it could go anywhere. AKA making their way in. Mercy as well coming in on the edge. It's going to be a medium shift southwest. Gas cans looking really, really good. And Bonja de Gallo now with the opportunity to really gatekeep both Pichau and Spam out of this. I think Pichau, just based on the rotation on the map, are maybe perhaps looking to apply pressure onto Spam, but then
that's what I thought too, yeah.
They're also maybe backing away themselves. They have a few moments to really make a decision, but Gatos Chicos, they're sending it through. They're actually going to be crashing Luna Galaxy's position. Grenades coming out.
Just be, and looking at, I mean, looking at this, if you're Pichau, it's almost damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? But Fakeson actually going to find shots over towards Justice now, and God, I love the M249. What can he do with it? Swaps out the 3X for the red dot. And look at Hayden. Look at this aggression cam.
This is sick, getting on the surround. They already got the knocks, they already had the advantage, and they're making sure that Gato Chicos cannot reset things. Haven does go down, but look at the remaining crush. Look at the remaining flow of Luna Galaxy players crashing on through. It's only one member up, Hooligan, the last one standing off on the backside with an M4 in hand, throwing a couple of frag grenades out. He needs to get these knocks. He gets one, using the smoke, making sure that he can't get isolated. Fakesen gets confirmed with another grenade and Kraken. 36 HP. Vinny needs to come in, needs to give more support. He was making sure they work in third party. But speaking of third party, Spam is also flexing in from the west side.
Spam as well going for it. That's not going to get that spray down. And what a turnaround for Gatos Chicos. They actually were engaged upon. They had the first knock against them. And being able to recover and now get rid of Luna as well as take the fight over towards Spam. I'm really impressed with this squad. This is rough sledding now, but
yeah,
overall, just being able to turn that fight around against, that was really good.
Staying alive, getting a couple of kills. I mean, it's only 3 so far, and I don't think Hooligan's going to be able to survive to start to get placement points. Spam, we're just waiting for him. On the map, we're seeing a couple of other ascends through. A couple of other fights potentially are going to start to break out, but for now, it's all attention, all eyes on Hooligan. Pichao now, they pushed into Bonjigalo as Spam went towards the west. Pichao pushed towards the north, and they are running into a brick wall. Spray comes out, not a single bullet lands.
Yeah, that's got to be really frustrating now. Yakuz has to back off. The rest of his team going to be bleeding out here as Bonjigalo is just putting the screws here, trying to finish it off and get rid of this last team, this last thorn in their side. They will find it. And even still, they had Andrew all the way up at the north just holding. They did that with 3.
Yeah. They had the high ground, so they definitely had an advantage there. But still, to survive with not a single knock against them, really strong hold. A lot of teams here on the north side. We have Cowboy, the last one up for SSG, I believe. Fairly northern shift is also going to come on through. So Sonics have a couple of licks against them. Sneak attack with an angle onto another member onto H-Win. Tickleton is up towards the center. Can maybe get a revive onto Shrimsy. Kickstart, on the other hand, I don't think he's getting picked back up. And yeah, he does go down to the blue. Phase 5 is really when the blue damage starts to chunk. It really hurts at this point.
Yeah, the shift was awkward as well because look how much of the south it completely cut out. You have Legacy now with a nice split here. That's going to be called into question, though, as Synergy maybe making a move as well as the 2 teams here fighting in the south. It's Bonjigalo versus Spam, and Spam for their part have just been, again, so impressive, managing to find these team fights, stay forward, 3 to 4 up at all times, coming into a late, an end game situation or a mid game situation with at least 3 to 4 kills every game so far has, Spam is just making it work, man. And they're scrappy on these edges.
Solo Cowboy, he finds Lucid, is able to get the knock, and then, okay, sneak attack with a good grenade. But hey, Cowboy, the fact that he was able to get that one last point before he goes down, really good effort for him because his team got hamstrung pretty early on in the game, and you just gotta salvage what you can when you can. Back down here on the south side, Gala pushed towards the north. Spam found another angle to push through, but the blue is gonna start to add some pressure. Damage comes out, Pydam has been knocked. Sexy Hits is down to about half HP, a little lower than that. Grenades are coming out. Sexy Hits with the spray down, Jaberry down to 7 HP, RDS with more utility coming through, and Spam are just getting ever closer and closer now. They are just turning the screws in Bonjigalo.
And they have all 4 members up. They managed to not even take a single knock. Although RDS does get very low, the nade will find Andrew, and just like that, they are cleaning this one up. Just clinical fighting from Spam all day so far.
As you said, the fact that none of them's got knocked yet, really sick play, really good timing on when they're running, when they're throwing, when they're peeking with each other. The team play is looking immaculate from Spam. Only 1 member from Bonji up. It's just Hazelton, I believe, with an Alm. But so with Elevate also starting to get curious, also starting to push on in, and of course there is a solo of Hooligan as well, a little further towards the east. These teams still need to make their way into the zone, and now Legacy, as you said, they had that split. It's no longer 2-2, it is 3-1. It is Jesky Zera off on the far angle, and they're trying to face towards the north. Back down to the southwest side, Hazelton needs to go loud, but out in the blue, running out of time, running out of space. Jimboy finds that kill. They go out in 11th. What can Hooligan find as a solo? He is inside the zone, barely, but he's in.
Gizera is about to be in a world of trouble as the rest of Spam is now pulled up behind him, and that's the support element for Legacy, but they are actually able to turn it around, and a Spam from RBM will find Brisa. And so this split was something I didn't think they'd be able to actually kind of maintain, but the cover back and forth between Gizera and his 3 teammates has been great.
Sonics now, Shrimsy to get revived, but now he is the last one up as Tickleton does get knocked. As there's a lot of damage going on in the kill feed now, but Shrimsy does have an opportunity to get the revive. He knows that Nation have a mark onto his position. Gizera now, this is towards the south. They started to put the pressure on the Spam, who are now suddenly eliminated. And then 2 versus 2. Legacy versus Elevate. Vegas is still up for Elevate, but he is towards the north. He is anchoring them in the center of the zone. I don't know if he has the angle to help down towards the south. Back towards the north. Tickleton did get revived, but here comes Mercy trying to finish the job.
And Shrimsy just so painfully aware of all the different angles that he's open to. Tig, at the very least, has been able to get revived, and he has healed the full here. As they're both stuck behind this rock, Mercy now coming around the other side. They smell the blood in the water. They realize this is a way to get in, but they just have to worry now about Nation on the other side. As Shrimsy and Tig are getting cooked and just absolutely barraged by all this utility from both teams now. 10 kills on the side of Mercy, Cam.
Yeah, listen, this team, they are here to play. They are ready to fight. They are ready to claim the throne of North America. Not even North America, Americas. It's only the first day of groups. Not trying to go too hot too fast, but this is looking amazing for them so far. So consistent at the moment. Gizera, such great shots. Put Synergy in the dirt. Keeping Synergy, keeping Legacy's position alive. Only 4 kills. What more can they get?
Hooligan, maybe. I mean, he's still alive behind them. They can just find him, but he's been pretty mellow at this point. Still 3 kills and quite a few points to play for, as long as he can get maybe another kill, maybe get a finishing squad wipe on a lingering team that's been kind of crippled here or there.
Sonics on the push. They got spotted for a quick second, but they do good work of that first Ramas, but the Groza is still in play, and there Spectro does let it rip. But Mercy, are they going to collapse on that? They saw the damage, they saw the knocks, and they're going to be going for the positioning. Hooligan also strikes. He gets Gizera down. Going to take the 1 versus 1. RBN comes out on top, but does he have the opportunity to go for the revive? Because Elevated going to be pushing on in. Gas Cans now 4 kills for them. All 4 up. They're holding down the center. They have the angles towards the north.
And this has just become such a mess now with Nation right above there in the north side, as you said, with Mercy. Gas Cans, though, realize that they want to get some of those points, but you see Bizzler, the Richie Bizzler, watching the south. He is the one with his head on a swivel, making sure that if they want to go for these kills, that they aren't going to be completely exposed, and that's exactly what you need to do in this position. And those shots now ringing out from the south. Elevate now taking shots at Gas Cans, and Bizzler's actually not in a position to help punish. He's got to back up.
Yeah, grenades are coming out. High ground gives Elevate's throws a little bit extra reach. The shift does favor these 2 teams. Balefrost, as you say, he is not involved in this. He is looking towards Legacy, making sure that they won't get backfilled, Elevate. And now they're actually pulling away from Gas Cans. They didn't have an opportunity to really finish that fight, really confirm any of those knocks. At this point, they're just controlling the south side. And they're letting Gas Cans deal with whoever survives this fight in the north. Proning down in the grass from Moss. Still difficult to find those bullets, difficult to find those shots. PWD, he's going to be backing away. Hops in that little trolley, little truck. And they're coming in from the northeast side. At some point, though, Nation and Mercy, they're going to be running into Gas Can's lines of sight.
Gas Cans still have to be somewhat cautious, right? Because of Elevate on their back, but they would love to get these points. Especially if they are in line of sight. As you can see, the hesitation now coming out from Gas Cans is the rest of Mercy and Nation are still kind of fighting. They're just holding center position, and that's not a bad thing when I say hesitation from Gas Cans. They don't want to overcommit and then put themselves in a position where they lose this game, because quite frankly, they're the only team really that has center circle, even though it is just phase 6 or phase 7.
Yeah. Nation, they are just focused on Mercy, and you can't blame them. They don't want to start fights with multiple teams at the same time. So if they identify a track to isolate this fight, they're going to take it. But Sneak Attack puts Mafu down. The confirmation is going to try and come in from Sneak Attack. They want to confirm as many points as they can get because they know that they are running out of space to play with. And Spectro's Groza really wants to take some more bodies, but Sneak Attack is answering back in kind. Adam with a steal onto that knock. Four Nation only have one member up, but Mercy,
That
they've also
car
been knocked
has
down to 2.
negative health. Like actual
Yeah.
negative health. The thing is just
Oh,
burning.
Nanu!
He's just going for it. What an animal!
It goes up. Sneak attack is left on foot. Teammate behind him. Proning back down. Does Legacy have the angle? No, actually, gas cans, as you can see on the minimap, they are sweeping through. They want to find these last few players. RBN as well. Maybe stealing a knock onto Seifu. Don't know who got that initially. Oh! Penta finds them, deals some damage. RBN's trying to answer on back. But it's Ellit that finds the knock there. The last remaining member of AKA. And now Penta was stolen by Sneak Attack. Mercy are finally eliminated. We have our top 4 teams, but so many squads, all of them actually are wounded in some way.
Yeah, it's really just Elevate and Gas Cans that have 3 members up. The rest is just 2 for Legacy and 1 for AKA. And so Kizera, though, doing his best with that deployable shield right there, actually putting quite a lot of damage onto the side of Elevate. With this, actually, what this could do is just buy a window of opportunity for Gas Cans to come in on the south side and maybe go for a third party, or vice versa. This actually might have pushed Elevate into Gas Cans more so they could take that third party fight, but they're still AKA's L1P7 waiting in the wings for an opportunity to just mess this up for any one of these teams.
Ooh. Wonder if Vegas potentially spotted a member of Gas Cans out deploying the smoke. Elevate, I think they have the hardest job right now. I mean, outside of Lip, who's but Elevate have a hard job in that they're dealing with Gas Cans directly to the north of them, but also could potentially get backstabbed by Legacy and Lip to the east. So they really need to work through their positions of control. In fact, they're actually sending members to wrap around the west side to find the opening angles onto Gas Cans. They send the shots through. They don't find the knock. They give their position away. How are they going to adjust? On the east, Legacy spots that Lip. Last member up, trying to get the spray on in. Frag grenade could come out. He finds the tree. He is a hard player to deal with, but RBN finds him in the end, and now Legacy can continue along the east.
Legacy just taking their time as much as they can. They don't want to overcommit. As a duo, they know that there's at least one other team of 3, if not both other teams being a 3, aka being down. So this is really going to be a patience game, right? And they're going to wait for the circle. But all these teams generally are going to wait for the circle. I don't think they're going to get too aggressive. Because why do the work, Cam, when the circle will do it for you?
Yeah, especially now that that one solo is taken care of.
Yep.
They have the positions now. They're not going to be really, butting elbows, butting shoulders with anyone else. The thing is, though, we know where the game is going to end. So it's a matter of timing at this point. Elevate, hoping that they can identify Legacy. This will be the easier fight to win out. At that point, though, Gas Cans waiting, open arms, open jaw to crush them. And actually, Elevate, they're not just going to wait this one out because they can't. The Blues pushing in. They're not going to run to Legacy. They're going to try and go along the west side. Legacy are going on the east. Gas Cans, at some point, they might actually get collapsed upon by 2 separate sides.
Yeah, this might actually work against Gas Cans. They were just going to be like, you know what, we have center circle, all the other teams will fight around us. Not necessarily now. All 3 teams are actually converging around the same time, so this could be a mess of a finish. As you see Vox desperately looking above him to try to find an angle, maybe get some sort of knock and kind of kick it off. And actually, it's going to get kicked off against the cans. Adam will find some shots on him from Vegas, but no knock just yet. But still a dangerous position. He's in that open area.
Ooh,
but Panzer comes out.
Faust. Oh, I didn't realize that was still in play. Now I am a lot more excited. The thing is, though, Gas Cans, they're on the low ground, so they have the advantage on the peak. But Gizera with the shot onto Vox. Elevate are going to see that. They're not pushing forward so aggressively, though. They're not going to try and get ahead of themselves. Bizzler and Adam, how are they going to hold this? They're ignoring the East. They're ignoring Legacy. They're going to try and take care of Elevate first.
It's actually, yeah, surprisingly just buys Vox time to maybe be res, but they're so hesitant on the other team that they're not going for it. As the circle's getting smaller and smaller, RBN will find Shimboy. Vegas will be found as well by the Bizzler, and now just one member 4. Elevate as Gas Cans are in a 2v2 against Legacy on their east side.
Both Elevate and Gas Cans are playing this so slow, it's giving Legacy the opportunity to find these knocks, to find these openings. And so Legacy, they're actually starting to come back in a big way in this game. Zero's confirming those kills. 9 kills to them so far. Elevate are actually out 2 versus 2 because the revive still hasn't come on in. RBN's going down to the blue, though. It's all down to Gizera. He lands a headshot. 1 versus 1. But the swing comes out. Gas Cans just barely able to save this for them. 8-kill win, and it was so very close.
What a heroic effort, though, from the duo of Legacy, specifically GZera. You can never count that kid out. But man, the composure, the ability for these boys of Gas Cans to hold it together and kind of finish somewhat strong. I think it was a 1v1 at the very end after those knocks came out from Legacy. But man, what a crazy finish, and what razor-thin margins those teams really had to work with.
And this send by SSG already getting cut out early. Can't blame them too much, though. But this fight on the south side, there were so many actors involved, so many really things that are being fought over here. And I said earlier on, Legacy, I was really worried about their position, but they seem to make it work.
They made it work for sure. Steve, did you think they made it work?
I think GZera is the man of the match. Like, it should be his highlight reel. It was insane what they made work. I love the way that they swept here as we're about to get to the sort of final circle. They took damage, they fought back, they defended against Gatos Chicos. I just thought it was a really great game. Take nothing away from Gas Cans or Mercy. They're also playing incredibly well, but geez, Legacy blew my mind.
Yeah, Legacy just, again, the GZera is obviously a big factor in that, but the whole team, I mean, moved really well together. When they got caught and GZera was the back one out trying to anchoring for them, I think it was Elevate or someone behind him, they were able to pivot the other three members. I thought that was going to be a much worse fight for them than it actually ended up being. And they pretty much shot them off GZera and somewhat reconsolidated. So that was just very well played. Positioning was good. Their team fighting obviously was very strong. But I also still really want to talk about Gas Cans, but more importantly, Mercy, man. 13 kills that game. That was ridiculous.
All right, so I'm going to do a scoreboard update, then we're going to break into Mercy, we're going to talk about Gas Cans, and we will talk about GZera, who I think only lost that because he ran out of main gun ammunition, had to use his DMR. Gas Cans, 18 points off the back of that game is huge for them. Nice to see 4Nation, and then, of course, Spam, who I think a lot of folks didn't necessarily even have on their radar today, shows up and continues to perform. And I'm going to keep giving them love. As a Hawaiian, I'm required to love Spam, but they have proven that there's more to Spam than just a couple of random parts. They are playing as a really strong team.
Yeah, it's... I mean, we're only 3 matches in, right? But already, you know, we can start to see the little seeds of patterns developing here. And it's looking pretty good for a couple of teams. And as you say, like, not just Spam, but also Mercy, both coming in hot. Both that I would have put in underdogs, if even that.
All right, let's look at the overall leaderboard. Legacy up on top, tied with Mercy Gaming at 40 each. The Gas Cans at 32, Spam at 27, and then SSG are defending PAS champions down there at 21. And then a bit of a massive fall off as we drop down to 16th place. Now remember, Future has played 3 games. They are not in Group C. They're just having a rough start to the day. So we'll see if they bounce back. But honestly, Aces, Luna also struggling to get those points. We've seen these teams in fights. They're just not making the most out of it, or so it would seem.
No, listen. Yeah, it's not looking good for Luna. It's not looking good for Aces. 4 points, 3 points in this many games. It's not great. But there's a psychological difference between having a couple of points and having 0 points in 3 rounds. Like, I mean, granted, I'm not a player. I think Godspeed probably back me up on this, though. This is just a guess coming out of left field. That cannot feel good for Future.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've ever had 0 points. I've definitely been on the bottom of the leaderboard before. Don't get me wrong. But it also only takes, like, what, 1 kill, you're on the board. It's like, all right, boys, we're on the board. Get it together. That and Future, I mean, they didn't look terrible at all in that first fight, right? At that one compound where we saw SSG and Mercy crash, like, they looked like they were holding it fairly well until they weren't. So they definitely put damage out there. I think they're just one decent game away from getting back into it. I mean, especially looking at the point spread, right? You have, I mean, 3 points is all that holds them from one place in 15th, 14th. And then even if they get like a 10-point game, they're all the way back in 12th, essentially. So it's not great, but it's still very early, so yeah.
It is still very early, only 3 games in. It's a best-of-12 series, and keep in mind that if your team doesn't start, if they're too rusty, because let's be honest, a lot of these teams have had some big off time, that doesn't mean they're out of it. We still have the last chance qualifier next weekend. So if you don't perform here, sharpen those skills and get ready to go to the next one. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back in just a couple of minutes, we're going to talk about those top 3 teams on the leaderboard, what they're doing right, and how excited some of us are to see names like Gascans putting up and Mercy putting up such big numbers. Legacy, I expected it a little bit coming into this, but seeing Mercy and Gascans showing up and putting up has been very exciting. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to PAS, where champions are made. I love Godspeed showing off the sort of big brain moves that he's famous for. Love to see it. Love to see it. So Godspeed is hanging out with us. I've also got Cameron. I'm so distracted by what's happening there. I can't even introduce you correctly, Cameron. Welcome back. We are about literally a minute from the game starting. That last one was a ton of fun. And while Godspeed, it looks like your forehead is here. I know your voice is as well. So you said you wanted to talk about some of those teams. What team would my Silver Fox like to talk about?
Well, Cameron was saying he had more gray hairs, but as you get up close, I'm pretty...
Together, all of us. Ah! No, I'm not going to. You don't want to see this.
No, like I said, I've been super impressed with Mercy and really Spam. Yeah, you said before we went on the break that they weren't really on our radar. They definitely weren't really on mine. But the way that they've been able to navigate some of these difficult fights has been pretty awesome.
So Cameron, let's focus on you.
Right, okay.
Mercy has been pretty awesome. I like the way they navigate these fights. This is, I mean, it's a strong roster. It's a roster that we've seen around for a long time. But they feel watching them take these fights like they could be becoming an international roster.
I mean, okay, that's a pretty
Too
big
much?
jump.
It's early. Let me have a victory.
Yeah. That's a bit much, but they are showing a lot of good stuff here. They are controlling more central positions. They're playing really aggressively on the edge. They're taking team fights very, very well, whether they have a man advantage or not. The only thing that I'm worried about is that this is like a very fast start, and they're going to crash and burn. They're going to, I don't know, they're just going to exhaust themselves in their second day of groups, or even, dare we say, the latter half of today, because we're only halfway through going to Vikendi and then 2 Erangels after this. So I hope that they can keep it up. But yeah, it's looking really, really good for them to be on top of some of the partner teams, not just from North America, but also Latin America, like SSG, Sonic's below them, like all these teams that are, you know, in theory, supposed to be more pedigreed than them. To have this point lead is looking great.
It's big time. All right, so we're going to head over to the snowy slopes of Vikendi. We get one match here. It's going to go up to that sort of northwest side. See, I just did that. Oh, shit, it was northeast. Never mind.
Okay.
It was northeast. They're going to be moving up there. It's going to be some good, easy transitions. The problem is, it feels like most of our map has dropped on the southwest. Everywhere.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that you need to recognize if you're trying to play your own macro game between the relationship between the plane path and the very first circle. Because SSG, Legacy, these teams dropped first, even though the furthest away, they actually do have an opportunity to run to the zone faster than if this plane path was reversed. Because if they were only just now getting into their loot position, like the difference in time between the very beginning and the very end of the plane path is pretty noticeable. If it's about racing for a spot in the zone. At the same time, teams like SSG, those teams on the edge, they do need to be aware of teams in front of them. But that's why these teams are taking so much effort, so much time, not to necessarily study the early game rotations of everyone they're up against. Really, it's just about recognizing the rotations of the teams that are like immediately surrounding you.
It's also the importance of that circle, right? Like the way that so right now the circle is sort of what I would call an off-plane circle, where a large portion of it is at a distance that is mostly untenable to be jumped to. So all of those teams on the south can make these really wide rotations around the east side. They're going to have plenty of real estate to come into because the teams who are on the line are going to be able to just go towards center. If that circle shifts into an on plane where like it's sort of everybody is within jumping distance, it becomes a lot harder for SSG to go around to the west side with this drop position. So I will say, this is going to, I think, be a real breath of fresh air for SSG, for Future, who desperately needs it, and probably even AK and Sonics, who both, I think, saw the circle and went, okay, we can work with that. Because if this had been northwest, I think Sonics would have another insanely difficult game ahead of them. Just wildly different.
Hello.
Hey, he's back.
Am I back?
Yeah. Welcome back, Godspeed.
I hope so.
We missed
I'm
you.
glad everyone saw my white hairs and forehead. You know, that's good. Solid.
No, just blame it on the lighting. Blame it on the lighting.
Yeah, it's just the lighting. It's just the lighting. But I just want to say you guys have brought up amazing points. Great job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
you very much.
We brought up some good points, but you showed us you've got great roots. As now we look at Future, what?
Listen.
I don't know what to say about Future.
I'm a good critic of Toffee's puns. I'll call them bad when I see them. That was a good one. That was good.
That was
bad,
good. I thought. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was just okay. So let's talk Future. Thank God. Okay, we stalled long enough to get away from. I just don't want to say mean things, but I just don't know where they get back into this. I'm going to be completely honest. Over to Legacy. Right, that's true. You cannot get worse. You can just be stagnant. Legacy seems like they also look really good. I mean, that play by Gizera on the end game there was. It felt uncomfortably powerful. Like it was. I want to say it was artistic. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
If they can keep this going, I think they're going to be a huge force this year.
Yeah, and with what you said on the end, I don't even know if what you say, like he lost that fight in the 1v1 because he ran out of his AR ammo. I think that is like the perfect range for Dragunov. Because you could see with the scope that he had, the targets were not so big that he couldn't snap onto heads, but they were also not so small that that's like hard to hit, right? It looked like the perfect spot to be in for that weapon, that if you click on the head, that is a one-hit kill. The Dragunov has brutal range bullet drop-off. That range, it's basically God, what's the word? That it's, oh my God, where it's
really
right
good.
there. It's, no, there's no actual bullet. It's, the games have this where... Godspeed, you know this one. Help me out here.
So we're talking about blanks? I'm sorry, what are you...
No, we're like, when the game does not actually have a physical, a virtual bullet move over time, where it's just there.
DC?
Are you speaking French?
Oh, okay.
I feel like
I'm talking about. You should know what I'm talking about. You should.
Hit scan.
Yes, hit scan. There it is. At that range, it's basically hit scan.
Sorry,
So,
the way you
my
were
God.
explaining that. I apologize. Maybe I should have known that. But to kind of bounce
it's fine.
off...
I didn't explain it well. I think I got everyone confused, so that's my fault.
Okay.
I don't know if we're confused so much, just having a great time.
I was having a good time, but to kind of bounce off both of you and Legacy, and we can go back to game one and see what happened there, right? They were on the edge. Legacy was fairly quiet in the beginning. Actually, hold on. Before I get into that point, looks like Bonjour de Gallo is looking at a little bit of a hit here onto the ace.
I think Jam might have sent. Oh
yeah.
Okay. Never mind. Doesn't matter what I was about to say because Andrew with a nice one and done. Quick knock and flush for Danny. And man, Ace's crew just haven't been the force that I was expecting. I don't know if I would have expected the same performance that we were seeing from Mercy, but
No, you were praising Zealot and for good reason, but
yeah. And Danny as well, but they're just not really finding their rhythm here so far. We'll see if they can't correct things as we get further on. And they still have 3 up here. They could still make something out of this round, and then we have the 2 Erangels to deal with. But yeah, that's a bit unfortunate to see.
that was good from Bonjour de Gallo, though. I mean, they were able to kind of set that little trap, get a pick, and then just real quick, again, going back to my point about Legacy, is they've just been finding really good windows of when to move on the edge when the position has been less than favorable for them, right? And they're kind of punching in right at the right spot. They're getting an entry frag, and then they're kind of snowballing it from there. It's very impressive to see from that squad. And they've done it every single game.
I feel like Gas Cans is doing something similar. They're sort of working these long rotations, finding a good spot, and playing really well Gas Can style PUBG. I want to see what Gas. Yeah, I mean it is. It's about sort of preserving your position, making sure that you've got the gas, and what you need to go the distance in the game, and then taking the fights.
Why would you pull back from that one, Steve?
Well, because it felt too easy.
It felt
either way.
When have you ever snubbed your nose at an easy pun?
That's true. Low-hanging fruit is my favorite kind.
Right? Why take the effort to get the high-hanging fruit? Take the low-hanging one. It's easier. You don't hurt your back that way.
It's a damn shame that I chose to go after the gas cans in that moment. No, but I think Bizzler has been incredible with them. Vox looks better than I've seen him in a long time. And as they get Ace in their sights, we'll get a little more of a sea of Penta. Seems like he's fitting with this crew. I kind of like what I'm seeing from them in the future.
Yeah.
They're so smart. They're so smart.
Agreed.
And then
I do kind of miss the rush down gas cans that we've been seeing in the scrims, but again, scrims are for practice. It's not necessarily the same thing. It does come with its own risks. But
you still got Bizzler.
Yeah, right. But maybe we'll see them start to get more active later on as these lobbies, the meta of these lobbies, start to get more established. Maybe not in group stage because it's new teams every single day, but in the finals, or perhaps if they do end up in the lower bracket, which currently third. Doesn't look like a huge risk of it just yet, but you never know. Fortunes can change pretty quickly in this game.
Yeah, and there are still 8 teams who haven't played yet, Godspeed.
There's still 8 teams that haven't played, but back to the gas cans point, I mean, they've managed to find some consistency already, which is, not something that we don't expect from them. But even when it came to team fighting, right, like they've been able to hold their own, especially taking fights on multiple fronts, as we saw in that last game against Legacy as well as Elevate. And so I really like what Gas Cans have been able to do. As long as they can maintain, I don't think there's any threat of them not making the finals or not even doing really well in the finals. On the flip side, Elevate has started to come alive a little bit. In that last game, they got a decent amount of kills, made it to a top 3 finish. And I really just wasn't sure how that team was going to start, right? We talked about them being, at least in scrims, have been kind of puggy, especially with those 4 players who have been all around different teams. They have a wealth of experience, both regionally and internationally. Always expect a lot from that team, especially with Vegas, right? Like, he's been on so many different teams throughout his career as we're looking at this shift, that you start to wonder, why can't he just kind of really plant himself down in a squad and just find the success that he had found, early in his career when he was on teams like United.
Medium hard shift down toward the southeast. SSG on the move, and the timing for them is really fortunate for this shift. They find a spot that is not center of the zone, but it's center enough, and it's free. So good grab on them, but we're seeing a couple of rotations also come in from the north around the more urbanish area up there. Sonics are up there. Four Nation are up there. We got a couple of teams all driving past each other. This could develop into a pretty big fight.
Could, as we now see Synergy maybe thinking about it? No, surely not. As speaking of Elevate, they're going to be taking shots over at Legacy as they rotate on past here, and this is quite close to center circles here, so I'm sure Legacy is going to try to find somewhere to plant down, and Punij is painfully aware of that fact as he's now trying to jog towards that vehicle, and Finna is going to get ran over by Fake.
Oh, man, I know that feeling all too well. It feels like an easy shot until you remember that the car is still accelerating at you at a deadly rate. So, oh man, and now Jam's gone down. This is all falling apart for Ace's crew. All done to Zealot, I believe.
Getting run over is like one of the worst feelings, especially in comp, man. It feels awful.
I know. We'll see if Zealot can survive here in Laveni. We saw an E pickup from Jagala, actually. But we're still Synergy, Four Nation establishing themselves here. Here is the E pickup. Mercy holding down center shots coming out. Andrew does go down. It's not often that you see an E pickup find kills in the sky, but when you have multiple ARs in your position, that it's gonna be more likely that way.
It wasn't even like they were super high ground to get those. They were just on the ground, just spraying up, and then just laser beam one of them out of the sky, and looks like Haston will also fall.
I think Python's... Oh, okay, Sexy Hits is still alive. I believe this was... Yeah, looking at where Sexy Hits is on the main map, where if you want to go watch it yourself, go to twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map. Easy way to follow things along. They actually did what we're seeing teams do, which is a 3-1 E pickup, where they send 3 people in the E pickup, leave someone behind as a sort of contingency plan in case they all got eliminated coming in from the sky. You'll also see some teams do the opposite of that, where they'll send one person in E pickup as a scout, and the rest are following up on vehicles, so they have like the high ground scouting ability to really be able to identify players from the sky. So more and more creativity is coming into how these E pickups are being used.
Yeah, and E pickups have been just such a game changer in pretty much since their introduction, right, Cam? Like, we've seen some pretty fun, pretty cool, pretty interesting plays. We've seen some teams have multiple E pickups, as we now see Pydem just...
Okay, so I'm pretty sure he got spotted by Pichao, but Pichao backed away, telling me that they didn't identify Pydem as the one player here. They have all 4 of them up. It just shows that when you have to hunker down in a cave like they are, you lose so much information that you just kind of have to go off of vibes. And their vibe right then was not feeling great.
Just chill.
Chip's going to go towards the northeast. Sonics with a good split, but I imagine they're going to want to consolidate that considering how wide it is.
Yeah, there's no shot that they don't, especially when they know Spam is on their east side here playing that edge. That's just a threat, and it's just a risk they don't need to take, especially when they have such a good position in the north. So Sonics will at least consolidate a little bit closer to each other, as that duo now can somewhat cover each other. Now looking towards the west side of this circle, it's going to be Elevate, Synergy, Four Nation, as well as Aces. And even Keegan and squad are coming through that as well. Gatos Chicos.
Once again, Elevate find themselves on the edge. We'll see how they can leverage this position if they choose to do so. They could try and continue to gatekeep, but I think we're already seeing some teams do more wrapping rotations. I think that's going to be where the rest come from. Lucid now, Marisa Gaming, already 1 kill for them. So they're gearing up to have another great round. They're actually pretty much center here. Or at least as close as you can get if they want to stay in this hard cover, stay in these compounds, rather than go into a more open fight on the hilltops. VHC gets Okay, whoa, wait a second. Oh, that's what's happening. I was wondering what that was on the map.
Oh,
Gatos Chicos.
Gatos Chicos are taking the tramway.
Yeah. Surprised it wasn't more damage given towards them.
What are those things called again? Ski.
I don't know. Zip line. Not even zip lines.
Not
cable
a zip
cars.
line. Cable cars. Yep. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a banger song, by the way, if you haven't heard it.
Cable car?
Yes.
Oh.
Little band called The Fray. You can check it out.
Okay. I've wrote that down. I'm surprised that there hasn't been as many kills so far today. This is like early game Miramar, which, you know, there are a lot of terrain comparisons between Vikendi and Miramar, but I think the fights are really going to start to break out. Gatos Chicos are going to come in towards Sonics, and I wonder if Sonics have been able to identify shots going in towards that cable car.
Oh, they're coming so close. Do they know that there's actually going to be 4 members in that cable car proned out? I don't think they have a clue.
Oh, Shrimsy spots him now. Shrimsy gets one. Spotsy's able to get the first. H1's down.
Oh.
So it is coming up Sonics in the moment. They have the angle. They have the lineup on Gatos Chicos. Oh, but no, Sonics being turned around. Kickstar's going down to Spotsy. Keegan gets the confirm on his Shrimsy. It's all down to Tiggleton, having to rush down from the north in a vehicle. No clue what's going on. The team just started screaming in his ears.
And how do you plan for that, right? Like, especially 4 members prone, maybe 1 or 2 snakes sitting in the cable car, but not all 4. But Tig will find all 3. That's 2 knocks and a flush. And all of a sudden, turning this around with one of the most beautiful nades of the day.
That's the one thing. Gatos Chicos didn't have space to play with. They were all consolidated in one spot. Smoke comes out. Hooligan's going to try and go for another revive. But here comes pressure from different teams. Gaskin's now pushing on up. He's going to stake this revive here. He knows that he's not going to get a lot done. Similar to that El Pozo game that we talked about in Miramar. He needs to have a buddy with him in order to have an opportunity to get points. But that's giving Gatos Chicos the opportunity to get their own revives in. Spotsy's rushing forward. Oh, no, wait. The revives aren't coming through. Keegan is still bleeding, but Spotsy is just so worried about gas cans that he has to take point.
Sonics had all the control in the world up here at the top, but now they have lost most of it to gas cans with that surprise play from Gatos Chicos. That was very cheeky. All 4 of them prone. I don't even know if Sonics tried to scout that. They could have seen it. The only indicator would have been, as you said, the shots that were coming out from the teams below, but now gas cans have made their approach. They realize that there has been a fight here. They know Sonics is down 2. They know Gatos Chicos is down at least 2. And with a full 4-man up, they're going to try to exercise their power here and just take over this mountain. But look at the way Sonics is playing here. They could catch any one of these members off guard and potentially get a double. But it looks like Gatos Chicos is just gone. Yeah.
Yeah, he found a vehicle. He stole one of Sonic's vehicles and he retreated. We did see Future go out. Once again, 0 points for them. So their day is still not looking great. Shift centers on up. No one is dead center. It's a lot of hilltops to play around now. And of course, there is the cave here below ground that Peach Owl's holding the entrance of. So we'll see some rotations come on in. We're seeing Synergy send it. We're seeing SSG send it into spam territory. And then, of course, there is gas cans. And wait, third party? Who's taking those shots? It's actually 4Nation with the knock and the flush onto H-Win.
Yeah, gas can's still actually going for the, as you said, the nades. As Pichao is not leaving this cave. This is their home. They refuse to even step outside, but they're going to need to soon. There's actually so much points available for them as soon as Waikus looked around the corner, that point got snatched away. Meanwhile, Sonics, as you see in that picture-in-picture, is just trying to survive. He is getting naded. Lots of damage going out. Gas Can's trying to take hold of this, but look, 4Nation right behind.
Synergy now. Elevator trying to send it through. They have Synergy, as you say, on the southeast side. Hickerton does go down to a Panzerfaust of Adam. So again, talking about tilt, Panzerfaust are going to do that to you. They get air eliminated by Legacy. But again, Synergy, we're focused on them now. Can they hold off against Elevate? Legacy now with AKA taken care of can put more attention in this direction as well. I wonder if they might just want to hop in those vehicles and send it in, but I don't know. That once I said it, doesn't sound like a great idea either.
Maybe.
Yeah.
This Legacy is still encroaching on the south side of Synergy, and this is what I'm talking about with Legacy, right? They play very hard edge, but the windows of opportunity that they find in order to thread the needle or get some points where they need it, a couple here or there, they don't get overzealous, they don't overcommit, and that just allows them to at least maintain 3 to 4 up throughout these games and just continue to barrel towards the end. And They look so strong right now.
Synergy's getting some revenge on the Elevate. They were taking a lot of licks. 2 of them are not. Calnix with a nice peek over. Elevate are eliminated. But again, we have to look at Legacy. Are they going to continue this boot stomp on the throat of Synergy? Calnix and Martin, last one up. I believe they're trying to go for the revive. But Kizera with the high ground peak on the rock. Redrops fake. At least it resets his bleed out timer. But Martin without the open running around. Calnix with the lineup. That's going to, again, free some space, free some timing, but still, Martin's gone down. All down to Calnix. Can he go for the revives? The shift went towards the far east, and so timing-wise, it's not looking great for any of these teams.
I don't understand why Legacy wasn't closer to support. I mean, he was super far forward, sure, but I thought at least they'd be able to get him up, but he actually just crawls over to try to get information, and he dies. So now it leaves Legacy with 3, still 8 kills, 6 of those going on the side of Kizera himself. I feel like that was a missed opportunity to get him up, but they're going to clean it up nonetheless, and that's Synergy going out. And meanwhile, while all this has happened, Spam has actually taken the north side of this and taken complete control of the center of the circle for the most part.
A lot of teams are fighting here on the west side. There is Legacy with 10 kills, but now they got to push through a couple of different teams. Mercy still 4 standing. 4 Nation still 4 standing. Luna Galaxy still relatively healthy themselves. And now it's all just collapsing onto a singular position. Pichao as well. Waikuz goes down. LFP with the vehicle explosion. Pichao are eliminated. Legacy are still running rampant with this thing, but here comes Mercy Gaming. What can they do to stop the pulverizing push?
It's another P90 as well in the hands of Seifu right here, and he's just looking for that angle, but he's going to get shot off a little bit from distance, and so VHC, PWD hit the tree and got a little bit of a barrel stuff, but that is going to be it. Mercy cleans up Legacy, and they have been, again, just in a great position. Mercy puts himself in such a strong position, but Zico will find Seifu, and he will go down. 7 kills on 4 Nation side of Will. They've been so active on this west, Cammy.
And then immediately pivoting towards the north because they know that Luna Galaxy are pushing in. They're going to try and apply pressure and make sure that their spacing is still healthy for them, but Spectro goes down. Good shots from Vinny, and the blue is rushing fast. It was a hard shift, and no one's really had the time to make their way into Phase 5. It's going to be overtaken in the blue zone, and now Mercy 4 Nation running into each other. Sprays are coming out, damage is coming out. 5 kills for Mercy so far. 4 Nation are eliminated, and SSG are also claiming a couple of points from this run in. We are now down to 5 teams. Hard shift towards the north. Gas cans now suddenly with the space that they stole from Spam. As you said, Spam went towards the north. Now it's Gas cans territory, and once again they find themselves in a central position.
This is what Adam does best. He finds when it's the perfect time to take center position around circle 5 to circle 6, and he will take it. And the fact that they have 4 members alive as well makes this such a dominating position here for Gas Cans, as it was Spam starting to take control of the north, and now the center of the circle, Gas Cans have completely taken that away from them. Beautiful stuff from that team.
Still looking around, making sure that they don't get backstabbed by a lone creeping member of Spam. It's actually Roth that finds the toes of RDS. It's all down to Brissa, the last one up for Spam here. They already have 4 kills, though it's not a 0-point game for them. But I think at this point, they're just going to have to live or die off of the graces of the 2 powerhouses that are still in this game, SSG and Gas Cans. We'll see what Luna Galaxy can do. Brissa is discovered by Bizzler. Let's see what Luna and Mercy can do, but they are still locked in with a fight with each other.
Yeah, Gas Can's still just continuing to push that pace and put the pressure on the rest of the teams having to rotate in. It does look like Luna will be able to at least get to the base of their mountain for now, but they're still going to have to contest with another team, and that's Mercy coming in. Fakes it, is trying to get a knock early, but he cannot. He's hiding behind the vehicles. And if he can just fight one, he will. But there's still a whole nother team of SSG on the other side of this.
Hey, they got Mercy out. That's 1 boss down. But yeah, how much more space can they move through into this? They're inside the zone. They could maybe go for the revives here. They're just hoping that SSG and Gas can spot each other out, but at the moment, it looks to be that that's not going to happen. They're all being focused on by the 2 powerhouse squads here. Only 2 kills for SSG. They're going to try and pick up as many points as they can in this late game. Good grenade comes out, drops fakes in.
It's looking like this might just be a 4-on-4 if one of these teams can get rid of Luna, right? But it's just going to be difficult because there has been damage that has gone out on both sides. Space Station took some damage from Gas, vice versa, and it's just, this is rough. I mean, this is like the worst position you can be in if you're Luna, so essentially just try to survive as long as you can, but I don't see them making anything out of this, and that's no fault of them.
Yeah,
it's no lack of skill, it's just...
Yeah.
I don't care what team you put in that position.
And you could tell SSG actually backed away from that fight because they want to make sure that they don't, focus so hard on Luna Galaxy that gas cans are going to push them from the north. But gas cans, they love this high ground. They're not going to leave it at all. Ooh, a little bit of damage comes out. Vox under 1 HP. Penta trying to trade, is able to find the first knock against Roth. Shift goes towards the east. This still favors gas cans, but at least it's not as bad towards SSG as a northern shift could be. And then Haven, well, last one standing up once again, trying to find new cover. 1 HP, gonna go down. Luna Galaxy are eliminated in third place. As you said, Godspeed, really not much they could have done from that position. But they got a couple of kills this round, 6, as well as
still good.
The 5 placement points. So that's still a good round for them. But now 4 versus 4. Gascans versus SSG.
Recovery was there on the knock, and so they will be able to reset. Again, Gascan with the center of that circle, but the thing is SSG is in too. They don't necessarily need to push for center circle right now. They can just jock for position, maybe go for an off angle, try to get a knock, and then reopen up this fight. The reason they didn't push on the last one is because they still had to deal with Luna. They didn't want to, kind of lose that angle, get those points first. Now they can completely shift focus on each other.
And regardless, they also have the high ground. So even if they get a knock here, part of them is like, oh, we're not gonna leave this one. So the only thing that's gonna upset them, I think, is a southern shift. They also not to mention we saw it come in. They just got re-upped on their armors and some extra weapons with the care packages that are flying down on them. It's like the game wants them to win, but we will see if SSG can't break out of this. Negative position. Cool thing about this opening grenade by Paige. We're gonna start things off. Adam goes down, and here comes the space station rush through. Rushing it down, hoping to dodge the angles. Blue zone grenades are coming out, pushing people off of these rocks, but Vox with the knock.
The best part about this, Cam, is just straight up 4-on-4 to see which team is going to take it. Now Roth dangerously low as Cowboy is still bleeding out, and this is a 3-on-3 so far. Oh, can they make it a 3-on-2? They will. SSG holds numbers, Cameron, as that P90 is singing, and Vox will find Roth.
It's a 2v2 right now. Cowboys been confirmed. And again, Gascan still with the high ground favor. Fox is going for the revive onto Penta. Double blue zone grenade. Doesn't tag either remaining member of SSG. Paige with the M249. Pixel with the A's trying to push through. Headshot knocks Vox down. Penta still has to heal, so Bizzler needs to be active. Paige goes down. Penta's able to find the shots necessary, and Gascans do hold. SSG, they thought they found the opening. They thought they found the gap. But Gascan's not going to give it to them. 11 kill victory.
I guess all that team fighting and scrims must have helped because they looked very strong there. Although it was a back and forth fight, it definitely was not one-sided in the least. SSG brought the fight, but Gascan's able to weather the storm and put out the flame that was SSG. That was a sick ending at the end. I feel for Luna. I don't care what team you put in that position, they were dying.
Yeah.
They were just stuck. Yeah. But that was a really cool ending, a really cool fight to break down as well, if we get the chance to pick it apart. But Steve, that was a game.
That was a game. Mountaintop fun. Let's jump right back into it with the Sonics, who are playing up here and up against Gatos. I just feel like their rotations, they're just not. Maybe getting bad rotations, maybe late to the fight. Either way, they're down again, and we jump over to
Sonics?
Spam. Yeah, I know.
No, listen, Sonics thought they were playing PUBG, but they were really playing Among Us.
Yeah, that was...
Frankly,
they were in a good position.
Other than the shots going in towards Gatos Chicos, towards that cable car, there really is no reason to suspect. You never see that used in comp play. So I don't blame them for getting caught off guard. And then with the collapse of Gascans from the north side... Yeah, I don't blame Sonics too much for that. I think that was a strong position. In fact, Gascans won from that position.
True, and I won't say that beautiful little submachine gun didn't help take that win in Vox's hands. That was a beautiful play once they took the high ground. And we're going to see that as we get to this end game. You know, we talked about scrims and how Gascan seemed like they were being very aggressive. They were taking some fights that seemed atypical for their style of play. And I think, Godspeed, you nailed it here at the end. They felt comfortable. The way that they spread. They also, let's be honest, had an overwhelming amount of utility compared to SSG to just hold them downhill. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was super fun to watch. And again, Gascans, you know, for whatever reason, playing more aggressive in practice. I mean, that you practice how you play. They wanted to make sure that if you get in an endgame situation like this, and it's a straight up 4-on-4 against a very strong team, which it was with SSG, they were able to take them down. It was a back and forth fight, but they closed it out. And Gascans all day have just looked very consistent. But another team on that realm is very much Legacy. Legacy has been finding amazing windows of opportunity. They've been winning a lot of those gunfights. They've been picking off kills left and right. Legacy with Gizera, also another team that has just been looking great today.
Looking very, very good. So let's we get the results from this last game. It's this usual suspects showing up here at the top yet again. Future still, come on, Future. I need at least a point. Come on, I believe in you guys.
Yeah, I'm curious on what the overall leaderboard is going to look like here, because I think we're starting to see a gap develop. Yeah, 54, 53, 49, then a meager fall off to 34, but then we get another fall off to 26, and down to elevate in 7th place. Listen, Group C are loving this because there are a lot of teams that are struggling to get points at the bottom half here. For them, this just means that, like, it's not as much to fight against to make sure they get at least into the top 8.
Yeah, I think you put a great point on it. Gibson said something similar in our group chat. He was like, hey, the teams that some of the best teams here is our Group C, and they're not even playing today. They're coming away like bandits because it's going to be a strong chase for them tomorrow if they don't have those top-heavy teams. That said, there are some very heavy hitters in that group, so I would not write off the fact that C could also be relatively top-heavy when they get to the action. But it's come down to the story of Legacy, Gascans, and Mercy. A little bit of spam in SSG. They're continuing to climb. But those top 3 teams are just playing, and I know it's like they're the top teams, but it feels like a totally different level of PUBG right now, Godspeed.
The other thing that's really working well for all 3 of those teams is they're not running into each other early, right? Like, we generally will see Legacy come in from, like, in that game, right? They came in a little bit from the south. Gascans came in from the north, and Mercy was kind of already tucked into the west. So, like, they're just staying out of trouble early, making it towards the mid to late game, and then they're capitalizing on all the other teams making rotational mistakes, right? And all 3 teams are doing that within their section of the map. So I don't think it was planned that way. They're like, oh, I'm going to stay away from, you know, this team. It's just how their rotations have worked, where they're landing, where they're dropping. And so far, with this specific lobby, it has worked out very well for those 3 teams.
That right there is my key takeaway from what you said, Godspeed, with this specific lobby, because that's what worries me. It's working because the space is there.
Yep.
When we get to the Big 16 in the grand final, when we say maybe advance to the globals, there is so much. The window of timing for all of those things they're doing is so tight and so much smaller. There's no forgiveness. They've gotten away from car rotations they should have died on a few times. So I want to see them sharpen that up. We're going to find out if they do. We're going to be back in about 2.5 minutes, maybe 3, with the 5th game of the day. Back to the grassy pastures. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
28.2 güncellemesine hoş geldin. Bu güncellemede 7. yıl dönümü kutlamaları, Arcade'de yepyeni bir PMS deneyimi ve geri çağırma sistemi değişiklikleri seni bekliyor. 7. yaşımızın şerefine bol bol sürpriz hazırladık. Bol şenlikli bir parti mekanına dönüştürdüğümüz Erangel'deki School'a mutlaka uğra. Tüm haritaların başlangıç adasında bulabileceğin fırlatılabilir pastalar ve sürpriz hediye paketleri için gözünü dört aç. Eşsiz bir oyun deneyimi sunmak ve farklı silah stratejilerine ortam sağlamak için MS'lerde bazı dengeleme değişiklikleri yaptık. Silahlara göz atmak için hemen Arcade'e dal. Gelecek yenilikleri önceden deneyerek fikirlerini bizimle paylaş. Daha heyecan verici haberlerimiz de var. Olumlu geri bildirimlerden yola çıkarak geri çağırma sistemini Weekend'i ve Teigo'yu kapsayacak şekilde genişletiyoruz. Bu yeniliğe dair daha fazla bilgi güncelleme notlarında. Son olarak silah ustalığı güncellemeleri, haritalarla ilgili hata düzeltmeleri ve performans iyileştirmeleri de seni bekliyor. Tüm ayrıntılar için güncelleme notlarına dalmayı unutma. Savaş alanlarında görüşürüz.
Hey, welcome back. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Cameron Davis in Godspeed as we're just in the break discussing outside of the top 3, who are teams to keep your eyes on right now. And I'm going to take Sonics off the table. I don't know if it's because they are a GPT team or because they're trying something new, but right now it feels like they're a little bit got their sea legs wobbly. So I expect them to come back tomorrow and be crazy strong. It's just what they do. Godspeed, what other teams outside those top 3 are you sort of watching for the good or for the bad?
I mean, for Nation, they currently find themselves in 6th place right now. And throughout every game, they've at least been able to get like a handful of kills, right? So they may not be getting the most placement points, but they're staying active. And Cameron and I are constantly noticing that they're getting in the mix in fights with multiple teams, whether it's on the edge, whether it's, you know, even a little bit towards the later stage when they tend to get wiped out. They're still scrappy enough to where they're gathering points, man, and they're in the top 6. So I'm really impressed with them so far.
Yeah, there is a worry about after 4 games so far that their kills haven't consistently given them many opportunities for the placement points, because we know like placement points on top are very powerful, and most importantly being able to get the opportunity to convert to the win. The placement point bonus from 6 points to 4 is huge because it usually comes with a couple of kills as well. So even though this is not a chicken dinner format, getting an opportunity for a win, getting at least like 1 or 2 wins is so crucial to be placing well. So I just hope for Nation figure out like we're getting kills here, but let's not zero in so much on that. Let's figure out what about these kills is keeping us from hitting top 4.
And that's a really good point as well, because as you said, most of the fights they are taking are on the edge, right? They're not in positions where like, okay, if we take this fight, we then go to this compound, we take that hill, and then we can win the game. It's like we take this fight, we might win, and then we're still screwed on the edge. So it's like that's the adjustment that needs to be made. So I agree, but the fact that they're at least still winning some fights on the edge is hope moving forward for those guys.
Oh, it's a great starting point, but what's not a good starting point is this hyper northern plane path on Erangel.
Right? So we finally returned to the grassy pastures, and this is where we're going to jump off with very, very much in the north. For those of you watching at home who are sort of adjusting to the new server system, this is our last game here on the North American server. We'll play one more after this, where we'll head back to SA to see how it goes. And the circle is going to pop. That is, I talked about off-playing, the idea that there's big parts of the circle that aren't touchable. There is a ton of this circle that's not necessarily untouchable, but is unplayable, Godspeed.
What do you mean? You can go sit in the south side of the ocean and just hang out there for a little bit.
You circa 27. Well, how long ago was that?
Little
like
totality old noble strats. We spent our life in a damn boat. Ugh, I hated it.
Mermaid strategies. That was 17. I'm pretty sure.
That was
coming
the thing.
Into 18.
Yeah, that was the thing, dude. Do you remember when you could actually heal in the water? There was like a month where it was a bug. And all of us just sat there bandaging first day. That was terrible. Anyways,
we had to cast it. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, I actually, it was probably worse for you guys than it was for us.
Yeah.
But this circle is
There were a lot of things wrong with casting back in the day.
The circle's awkward though, right? There, as you guys said, there's
right.
very little space to actually be played in here, and that poses a lot of problems, especially if you're a team rotating in. If you're a team like SSG, if you're a team like what team is that? I can't see the logo. Oh, it's Pichao. Okay.
Hit scan. Oh, never mind.
Hit scan, there it is. No, Pichao is already in the circle, but for all the teams rotating in, especially on the north, and then honestly, sometimes the east can also get very congested here as teams try to come in from that crossroads. A lot of teams are going to be much more heavily consolidated than they would want to this early in the game, especially going to Circle 2 and Circle 3.
So what we're looking at right now, Elevate, Legacy, Gato Chicos dropped very close to each other. Elevate are usually terrors around this area. In fact, I think Legacy or SSG gave their drop spot to Legacy in this area on Erangel. SSG hate Elevate because Elevate constantly grief them on these vehicles. I think the same thing happened to Legacy. They at least are able to find one vehicle. I think they're driving all members towards the south, either towards Farm, maybe even all the way to Sosnovka Island, because the other point to make about this is getting into this opening zone is so difficult. Not only are we looking at 40% of it is water, aka unplayable, the access points are like 90 degrees of a 360-degree circle. The only ways to make their way through, unless you want to loop through Sosnovka Island, which I suppose the Far East teams could, like, Elevate in future.
It's a good option for them.
I mean, honestly, they could take a boat all the way from Milta Power around the bottom if they needed to. They've got more than enough time if they move quickly. I like what you said about Elevate is hated by Legacy, I think. And if there was 4 players on a roster who would wear that with like a feather in their cap of being hated by another team, I feel like it's the roster of Elevate.
Right. Yeah.
Like they would do it on purpose just to make it worse.
Well, I mean, not to make it worse necessarily, but yeah, I mean, to get a better advantage for themselves too. If they're denying all these teams vehicles and they're a menace and no one wants to drop near them, that's good for them. They're like, fine, please. By all means, hate us even more, because that gives us an advantage on how we want to move out of this position, especially off of a drop spot.
That's a cool motorcycle jump. And I think, but also, like, I think there are players who understand that sometimes when you can tilt the team into making bad choices, it works in your favor.
Mental warfare.
A lot of times, absolutely. And there is a certain amount of that. It's funny, because this game has been around for 7 years, so you don't really think about it. But, like, these players, they travel together, they scrim together, they are in the same lot. It's not like other games, the traditional 5v5, where you may only see your arch rivals once in a while in a lobby, and you can avoid them in a tournament. Everything from rehearsal to game time puts you next to teams that you absolutely hate deep down your very core. And I do think that shapes this game sometimes in terms of how you can sort of play mentals with others. I mean, do you remember the old days and we go to these LANs and there'd be people screaming at the start of the game and trying to like get the team next to them to get a little bit triggered? Like, there's a little more to it when you talk about Battle Royale that I've always enjoyed.
That's like my favorite aspect though of LANs, and why they're, in my opinion, the best tournaments. Like, you know, just being able to be to be in the presence of other teams, especially if you're doing well, to kind of exude that confidence and just to be in that environment where everyone is playing on the same, you know, it's a level playing field. And so, Fake, what happened to you?
What? Why did Fake drown? That's unfortunate.
It's really rude. I'm making a point here and you just drown yourself. Like, what?
You just drowned.
The hell? That's
unfortunate.
I don't want to hear this anymore. Godspeed, shut up. Ah.
This is the only way I can protest. But yeah, LAN event's the best. So.
LAN events best. That was the big takeaway from the end of that piece. I love it. So we got teams already flooding into what is going to be a difficult circle. Remember, we are going to see a shift away from water if possible. It's still in there when you get to 4. So a lot of these teams are going to be trying to look for centralized locations coming out of this. But it's a tough one, Cameron. Oh, this guy loves to fight, I tell you.
Yeah, Nanu, he was a solo E-pickup with the rest of AKA following behind, but he went all the way to Primorsk. And the rest of this team is in vehicles, which means that Mercy, who took their own E-pickup from north, I believe from Zarki, beat them there. And now he's not even hiding. He started the fight, couldn't get that knock, and now he's just getting run down. Seifu with the quick spray, the M16. You don't see that weapon in comp that often. But I was worried about this. I was wondering, because of the timing of Mercy's E-pickup, did they have that much loot to play with? And it looks like it's going to be a little, like, let's say 70%, but that's why dropping in Primorsk is a good idea, because they can finish the looting here.
Yeah, smart. What do you play? Godspeed, when you look at this circle, which is probably going to shrink sort of into that, what do you want to call it, quarry-esque area, maybe llama, rabbit, what do you like to play there? I mean, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of really strong spots to get to early, even if you move quickly.
I really like where Bonju Dogalo is. That's a really good spot on the coast. You also have that big compound with the big, we used to call them shit shows, 'cause the two balconies on either side. They're really kind of really not great to push. That's a really solid position. Obviously, the hill where SSG finds himself on is good. Swamp area can be decent. I hate playing on top of Corey, especially this early, because you're just inviting teams to shoot at you and potentially take knocks. And Prim proper actually is really good right now. Primorsk. You can kind of avoid all the nonsense happening in the middle. Even if Circle pushes you out, you then have really good ridges and hills to play in front of you. So those are all really good positions. And then, I mean, you could even argue just staying on the north side where Synergy are. Just come in a little later. Find the position a little later as they come in towards the fields and the swamp in that area as well.
Nice. All right, so we're going to see that final shift sort of coming in. Circle on the top. Like I said, that plane path is going to make this a very difficult game for a lot of teams. There's also, I think, Cameron, that mindset if there's only 2 games left, I think there's a lot of teams who are going to say, I just want to get points, not lose big time, and try to just get myself to the next day of play without taking too much more damage.
Yeah, I think the Future is one of those teams driving past Gatashiko's, whether intentional or not. It looks like Gatashiko is taking advantage of this rotation. 2 tires of Frogman's vehicles taken out. For a second, I thought they were going to get turned around upon with Shap 2K leading the charge, but no, they actually just did a very complicated K-turn to go up towards Farm and try and reset this rotation.
I never believed in fortune tellers, but I might now because it feels like every time I turn around, someone sees Future and gets it every single time. I don't know what their rotations are going on right now, and I don't know what they do to get back into this, but I do want to give them some love only in the sense of the way to get better is to play better and to put time in with the best players in the world. And so Future showed up. They came through opens. They're on the grind. We've seen some big moments. We saw that defense over on Miramar. And so while I think they go home and they watch this and they get a little down on themselves, seeing up-and-coming teams willing to take the risk, put themselves out there, and have some big moments encourages me for what we might see from them as time goes forward. I love seeing individual players develop, and I'll just leave it at that, Gatsby.
I just think their biggest issue is their rotations. They need to fix that, right? In that first game, they were able to kind of fight a little bit, as you said, to get a little bit of a defense, but they're constantly rotating in between other teams, and the rotation timings are off. That's really what's been hurting them the most, because anytime they get anywhere where they want to actually fight or maybe hold a position, there's already another team there. They get sandwiched, they get pinched. It's pretty much what's happening to them right now as they're pulling up to the hill above where Legacy finds himself. So we'll see if they continue to go forward.
I mean, the shift goes away from this. It actually still features a lot of water. Mercy are loving a shift like this, but Future, they sending it into Legacy? Legacy are on the move already, so whether they wanted to fight or not, it's not going to come to them. But gas cans are directly north of them. If they just continue this rotation, everyone's crashing on this direction. Where can they hold?
Somewhere in that forest, I guess, right?
But
Future is still just shadowing Legacy right now, and they don't need to go too far in. I'd like to see them kind of slow down and make sure that they're taking kind of count of what's in front of them and how they can approach it without just sending it in, because that's, it's kind of been a problem for them so far today. That's why they have 0 points.
At the same time, though, I think sending it might be what a couple of teams are doing here. It looks like Legacy are trying to make it towards Primorsk, aka as well, going along the beach just below Luna Galaxy's angles that we're looking at right now. I'm a big fan of Luna's position here, but it is a spot that you need to be active in. And, oh, wait, maybe they were going to try and retreat themselves when they hear the approach of gas cans. Shots come out, fakes in, finds Fox. And that's a second knock, but Haven's also gone down, so it hasn't been completely free just yet, but now it's all down to Adam. And that's going to be it. Woo, for a quick second there, Vinny down to 19 HP, but gas cans are eliminated, 16th place.
And it was kind of a rough crash, but Luna just holding their ground so well, eliminating gas cans with zero issues, really. Almost just one knock. No one in threat of really being flushed, and that was a clean 4 for none on the side of Luna Galaxy. And as far as gas cans go, look, they saw an opportunity to go for it. Didn't work out, but
ooh,
there's just one bad game in their cap so far, so not a big deal.
Someone's mollying them. Is that Elevate?
Mortaring? Is it a
Mortaring,
mortar?
sorry. Yeah, mortar. The other M word.
That'd be terrifying if those
Hit
mortars
scan.
also...
Thanks, Toffies.
Steve.
All right. Ooh,
Oh,
shots from Tig.
Okay.
Lyco's dropped
Oh,
down.
okay.
Another one. 2 knocks. Sonic's getting activated again.
Getting these kills as well. This is... Every one of these kills counts because Sonics find themselves very midfield Only 14 points on the day, and so the last 2 games, potential for them to pick it back up. Which is never something we're worried about with Sonics, right, Cam?
Listen, like I said in the top of the show, I believe, a lot of these top-level teams, they just focus on min-maxing the round. So Sonic, there is still very much an opportunity, a chance, that they are going to come out with like a 15-kill game, and then we won't even be worried about them anymore. But Fantastic, I am worried about them because Future in this compound, a little bit of a surround, last member alive from Pichao. It's been a rough rotation for them.
Fantastico is just hoping that Future kind of leaves him alone for now, maybe rotates ahead of him, or just come in one by one, but he is in a rough situation as Mercy Gaming, meanwhile, have now acquired some rather noisy neighbors. Remember, they've been at Primorsk this whole time, and so we have a lot of teams actually opting to come into Primorsk, not only just because it's in the circle, even if it shifts away from water, but because they'll have a lot of room to fight after this shift. Even if it goes hard north, there's still those southern hills right above Primorsk for these teams to play.
Damn, that sucks. It looks like Future were unaware of Fantastico's position here. Frogman caught off alone. Fantastico went for the knock, confirmed that point, got the kill, but the rest of Future are now surrounding. In a shift like this could actually hurt Future, because if Spam or Sonics wants this position coming in from that side of the zone, they're not going to be in their best spot to hold it because they're taking so much effort to clear this last player out.
This nade, yeah, they're taking too much time. As you said, it's just one player, right? You need to go in, play for the trade, get rid of him, and then secure your compound, because right now they're actually giving that window of opportunity to multiple teams on the outside as they come up to just try to clear and get rid of this last member here.
Good molly.
Push out.
Tags a little bit of damage and stops the rest of the team from being able to follow up behind. Fantastico finds another one, gets a second point. He is ruining Future's entire game.
No way.
Chef also goes down. Future are falling apart, and Spam are now here to clean up whatever is rest of it. Finally, Sam gets the first point for Future on the board, but Spam, they're just going to clean up the rest. I don't even know if he can get this revive.
That was, I mean, a lot of 1v1s in that situation. They just needed to go in for the trades, and they weren't able to. And to give credit to the last member there, did a lot of work in being very sneaky, but now Sonics realizing that Future is in trouble, as well as Spam coming into this compound, and they need to take control very quickly.
Yeah. This, at the very least, means Spam can focus on finding these last members of Future. It actually does give them time to revive. But Brissa goes down to a nice frag grenade by Sam. Hpin also takes Shap down. So Jabari's going to try and go for the revive here. It is a chaotic fight going on right now. More utility, more grenades. Future are eliminated in 14th place. And now Sonic's pushing on in. They have the rest of Spam to deal with. Brissa is getting picked back up, but with the rush of Sonics up the steps, is he gonna get the health that he needs to defend this? Jabari swinging in from the opposite side, was not detected by Sonics on this angles yet.
Just to be clear, this is how you breach a building. Look how quick and accurately they're going room to room, playing for those trades. And that is going to be 2 already found for Spam. Sonics is tearing apart this compound. It's just RDS, and he wants to get the hell out of there.
7 kills for them so far, not a single member dropped yet. And yeah, RDS is out. They spot the vehicle running away. Sonics know that they have this compound. And with 20 seconds left for phase 4, this is likely going to shift away from it because of its proximity to water. But it is still a decent jumping off points, and not to mention, they crashed for the kills.
Well, Sonics also just got a red flare, which is interesting.
Back in Prim. All of these teams, this is like an urban ending all over again. Like I said, it's going to pull away. It's going to go towards the north. Legacy, basically center. Luna Galaxy, taking a lot of shots towards Quarry. Elevate. Ace's crew, synergy here as well. But this means that the Primorsk teams, they're going to have to fight unless maybe Four Nation or AKA can find avenues out of there. I'm looking to Four Nation as the most likely candidate for that. But as we still put attention towards the north side, Quarry's pretty locked down by Elevate.
I mean, there's still kind of a hill to play on that north side of Prim, where you're going to see a lot of those teams that are stuck in there go for it. But the problem now becomes the fact that Sonics is off to the east, and then you have Legacy actually watching that whole hillside from their position in the center of the circle. And so many of the teams that are going to fight here on the South are going to do so with, third-party factors in mind.
Yeah.
Especially with, as you said, Four Nation just kind of spreading out and deciding to go to the hill early. This is a really good play from them. They're going to avoid all the nonsense happening between AKA as well as Mercy and Gatos Chicos.
Oh, Zealot caught out in the open with a jump down. Vegas strikes at the perfect time. Tries to get a second, takes a little bit of damage in return. Now the frag grenades come out from both ends of this fight. And he's wrapped even below on the low ground, trying to go for a flank. The grenade confirms that kill, and because of that, he's going to back away. There's no longer the revive potential, the sort of revive bait threat. And so instead, they're going to take their man advantage and back into the zone, making sure that they don't get backfilled because they know that Synergy is going to be coming in from the west. So they're going to let the blue deal with the pressure, put the extra pressure on top of Ace's crew.
Ace is trying to slowly make their way in here. Meanwhile, SSG also holding out. Where's the Gallo? As they've been in this position for a while, and this is actually very similar to where we saw gas cans fall, actually. On this west side, in the forest, is now... Gallo's just trying to move up, but this angle from Roth makes it so difficult.
Yeah. Smokes as well. Give him more obscured vision, or at least gives Gallo obscured vision of him peeking over the top side. Jam and Finn are dealing heavy damage to Elevate in the kill feed, all onto Balefrost and Punich as we swing our attention back that way, and Synergy is still just creeping closer and closer. Balefrost needs to deal some damage from this far back angle. Punich also up close. Vegas has been confirmed. So I think it's now down to a 2-on-2. Nice spray coming out. Finn goes down. Underhand grenade. Should do the rest of it. It's all done to Jam. And that's going to be found by Punich. One single shot from the Dragonov is all that it took. And they can then put their attention towards Synergy on the east side, as wounded as Elevate are. Sonics as well, crashing into Foreign Nation. They have a lot of knocks. Shrimzy's gone down, but the spray comes through. Good grenades from both sides.
That nade landed right in Tig's lap as the trade is there. At the very least, 8 kills still for Sonics and Tig up. Or Tig still knocked, but Quinn and Kickstart both up.
Ooh.
And now it's actually just going to be down to Kickstart. What can he do? He's going to try to go for a res in the smoke. This is probably his best play. Quinn will get flushed. And that's actually going to be from RDS.
Yeah, well, I mean, he got the knock. He didn't get the confirm. Mercy stole that, but it is still revenge of the RDS, revenge of the spam. Tiggleton did get revived, but here is Mercy trying to take control of this position. A great third-party opportunity capitalized upon as they saw Sonics and Four Nation wounded. The next zone is going to shift towards the east. Legacy and Luna Galaxy holding the best positions. But we still have to wait for this fight on the south to break out, or rather to follow through, aka... and Gatos Chicos leaving the opposite end of Primorse. This gives Mercy a lot of space to deal with, to spread themselves out. A nice molly finds Kickstart once again.
This is an unquestionably difficult circle for these teams to navigate, especially with what's going on here on the north side between the teams of Legacy, SSG just there off to the west. And then you also still have, as you said, Luna just waiting for the teams in the south to try to make it through. Mercy just needs to get rid of Sonic so they can at least look for an approach up towards the north. But there's also still the team of Gatos Chicos here on the southwest. And everybody is starting to engage, Cammy.
Chicago tried to circumvent SSG and instead they ran into their June. They go out. Sonics are also eliminated. Gatos Chicos are finding some kills, finding some frags, but they're also wounded themselves. AKA are almost taking care of this. SSG just lying in wait. No kills for them so far, but they are in a strong position to try and make sure that no refugees from Primorsk can survive the way across this road. Putin just taken down. Elevate are eliminated in 9th place. Synergy, 2 kills, 3 standing. They now not have to push in from the north.
Still mortars ringing down from somewhere, at least one. At least it sounded like it. As we now have SSG, I mean, they have like a small pocket to play in front of them just in view of Legacy, but it's not great. It's not even their main issue, though. Besides Legacy, you also have Synergy moving in. Luna still with that swath. It was a mortar indeed that we heard coming out from Luna. And then Mercy have somehow made it across. Their timing there was actually impeccable.
Man, I like the attempt of the mortars, but Synergy found their way across the road from the north side. Luna now putting their attention towards SSG. as well, Synergy's position is pretty pitted below them. They don't have all the angles to really try and take care of them now. So really it's just about controlling their position, especially with about 15 seconds left to go. But Vinny spots Martin out in the open. Good shots, good damage. Can't find the last bullet. His teammate's vehicle blocked it. I don't know if that one would have landed, but Vinny's not particularly happy about that one.
Let's just say it was. It was so close. It hit just the back of that fender.
Ooh.
Barely missing, as now Spam's RDS is just living right now, and that circle actually might have saved him. I think he's just is he in a shock or in a dip? I can't tell.
Not entirely sure. I do worry, though, that this means Mercy is going to go that direction. So I don't know how much longer RDS can try and stay alive, but we'll see. Maybe Mercy try and go towards the north. There are a lot of healthy teams still standing. In fact, everyone's got at least 3 or 4 outside of RDS. So some big team fights yet to come into play.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a shack he's in that's just overlooking the hill on Prim. Yeah, so he's going to be very comfortable, very happy for the time being, at least, that he doesn't have to move, and he's been given some circle love. Meanwhile, another team with circle love is going to be Legacy, and they're looking over here towards Space Station, and the SSG boys got to move in.
They have a couple of vehicles. They might just have to go for Ascend. But the only place that I can recognize from this spot is just to go in directly into Legacy. And who knows what opportunities that's going to give Mercy. Because Mercy are also crashing at maybe the same time. This could be another multi-team crash.
And Mercy's just making good decisions. They're starting to anchor themselves towards that edge. They put themselves outside the circle to make sure that no teams can come through, and they're going to find 1 knock, 2 knock, 3 knocks as Mercy is starting to dismantle the rest of SSG. But wait a second, 2 knocks in return. It's just down to PWD and Sneak Attack.
Cowboy left for SSG, the young gun, the new signing, and he saved them from some rough positions previously. Can he do that yet again here? And Legacy, they're just waiting. They're actually starting to flex out of their compound a little bit to take advantage of these wounded teams that they see in their kill feed. Page gets confirmed by Molly, and immediately Mercy, they have to turn around. They hear Legacy come on in. RBN to drop to 15 HP. But PWD has gone down. So has Cowboy. So has Space Station Gaming. Sneak Attack, the last one up for Mercy.
Cowboy just goes down to the blue, so this does open the window now, and they know that there's multiple members knocked of Mercy as they're putting on the pressure, and this is very Legacy-esque so far, what we've seen from the day. They may not start with a lot of kills, but by the time it gets to this point, when there's 5, 6, 7 teams, they start to come alive, they open those windows of opportunity, and they really start claiming them, but that's going to be a Blues. What was that knock? It was a Molly, actually, from Sneak Attack on RBN.
Here comes Gizera. They're leaving the compounds because they want to finalize this fight. And no one's at threat of immediately overtaking their position if they can clean this one up fast, Legacy. A couple of revives that come on in. A nice grenade from Gizera on the high ground. Once again, it is back down to Sneak Attack. And he's going to go down with some great shots by LFP. Top 4 are now confirmed, but 2 solos in the mix. Legacy can get the revive. We'll see what Luna Galaxy, with the 4 that they have left standing, pushing forward into the zone, what they can do if they can't take over this game.
Yeah, and they've got to know theirs. We see Luna kind of looking over towards Spam. Okay, well, Synergy denies a point. But yeah, Luna is probably aware that there's someone in that shack, and they know that the other team is going to be Legacy. So really, I mean, they have full control of the circle. It's their game to kind of lose as long as they just contain properly. This should go in their favor, but I would not count out Legacy right now. They've been playing so well overall today, especially when it comes to navigating these endgame circles.
And you never know when RDS is going to strike. That's the dangerous thing about solos. Solos rarely ever win the game, but they can help confirm who does. So here, Luna Galaxy, as you say, with this shift, it's looking fantastic for them. They have the high ground. They have such a great spread position. It's just about making sure that they don't leave any gaps in the vision that they're covering.
They also just can't eat a knock right now. Like, 1 knock here on the Kraken would just completely turn this game around for Legacy.
Legacy are pushing.
It's Haven now. Yeah, they're just jockeying, and this is a waiting game at this point, right? They're just going to kind of wait it out, see if they can just keep Legacy outside. This Legacy is looking for some cheeky angles, and that Dragnov in play absolutely changes things, doesn't it, Cam?
Yeah. Oh, man, just 1 headshot, and it's getting to that range. That is going to deal some massive damage. RDS here, still lying in wait. And it looks like Legacy are prepared for this. Blue zone grenades are starting to come out. This should confirm RDS. It's almost impossible to. I don't even. You can't not heal through 2 blue zone grenades. He's gonna go down.
He can heal through one though, as the other one spreads out.
Oh, yeah, he might have actually found a corner.
If he timed it. Nah. Oh, he did time it.
They think it's clear now. Okay, no, never mind. He spotted. I saw some damage go that way. But this means that Luna Galaxy can now continue to just put pressure onto Legacy because they're distracted with multiple different angles. They can't push north because they're going to be shot by the south.
Wait, did they confirm damage on him? Because
I saw a quick little yellow 10, so.
Well, yeah, but that's from the, that was from the I don't know. Man, I don't know. But all of a sudden, a nade has gone down.
It looked like a bullet to me, but you're right. It could have been the last tick of a blue zone grenade dying out. But RDS, he now strikes. If they didn't know, they know now. He's going to try and steal that kill. He actually got a knock on a VHD. He wants to confirm as many of these points as he can because Spam, third place so far, no kill points. Haven with a good grenade, drops Gizera. It's all down to RBN.
Oh, just like that, another nade will confirm it. RBN goes down, and wait, Spam! RDS has been able to take multiple points there. Big for them. And securing a second place finish. That's exactly what you want in a final solo.
And then in a 1 versus 4, if you're on life, yep, don't give that point away because where Spam and Luna Galaxy are, they're in the top 8, but this is only the first day of group stage. You never know what that tiebreaker is going to look like on top 8 versus bottom 16.
Yep, that was just so well played by RDS. Sure, he sat in a shack for a long time, but he waited a strike and he got 2 kills off of that, made sure that he confirmed the kills, and put himself in a position where he knew he was at least guaranteed second place. Nade himself denied the point. That's exactly what you wanted RDS to do in that situation, and he delivered.
Man, Pichao. God, sorry, this is bringing me back to more woes for future gaming.
Future, yeah. Yeah, this was just like, and then the unfortunate thing too is like right after you got to see Sonics do the same thing and clear this building, and it was just night and day, right? Especially because they were fighting multiple people. Future was just looking for one member.
Again, sorry, I'm just getting distracted by all these shots that we didn't actually see on the main feed, all this random scattered fighting. Steve, I don't know what we have to add to all of this, but these were some really, I don't want to say weird sends, but some chaotic movements here just based off of the nature of the zone. I feel like we say that a lot. Is it just me, have we been getting some really, really chaotic zones?
No, the zones have sucked. I mean, I'm sorry, they just have not been optimal. For a lot of our teams today, I think we can call a spade a spade. That shift down here to print, everything about that was difficult to deal with. And then we thought, we talked about it. We're like, generally these circles go a little farther north for the finale, but they didn't. They just kept coming south, and that's where teams just have to make do. Like, there's not a lot of real estate. Sometimes you just got to grab a shack and hope for the best. Luna Galaxy got 18 points off of that with 8 kills. Mercy and Legacy coming out smacking faces again. And Sonics, last game, I said, you know what? They're going to come back tomorrow. Let's just ignore them for now. And Sonic says, we will not be ignored. We're going to come out there and get 10 kills and 10 points to go along with it. Now, when we die early, we're taking you with us. And this is when you start to have to get scared as the rest of the teams, because Sonic seems to be activating.
They could be. They could be activating, or, they're just getting in the swing of things. Regardless, I'm with Cameron. I wasn't ever really worried about Sonics, at least recovering towards the end of the day. Gas Cans had their first unfortunate game, right? They rotated in and they just happened to get shredded up, but they're another team. They're another team that have found a lot of consistency as well, and I imagine they continue that here. But Luna Galaxy, man, that's a big game for them. They find 8 kills, they get the dub. Mercy once again in the mix, and Legacy. The Mercy and Legacy for me have kind of been the story of the day. We knew there were strong teams, but I didn't realize that they would be able to come out this consistent so early. Yeah. Now the question that I always pose at this point when we see that from teams we may not expect is, are they going to continue this consistency?
Yeah.
I don't see why not. 64, 61. We got a little bit of a drop down to gas cans. Already the top 2 are pulling away.
And the takeaway for me, though, is even if they don't continue this consistency, let's say they dip off to a half performance tomorrow or their next games, they're still in a position because of how big the dip is right now. Yeah, I think they could still be in the hunt. Like, that's the crazy part. That said, though, it's a little bit weird, though, Gosby, because all we're playing for is top 8 right now. Top 8. That is what you have to be targeting. Does that change the mental on some of these players, you think?
It can. It can change the mental. Some teams may feel a little less pressure. It's like, look, we don't need to win. We just need to get top 8. We're doing really well. Like if you're a Legacy or a Mercy or a Gas Cans, you're like, all right, as long as we just keep playing our game, we don't need to play safe. We don't need to play too aggressive, right? Just continue what's been working for us. But also, again, the other thing to talk about is the rotating groups, right? And so that could just be a symptom of this group. Maybe they'll struggle in the next group. Maybe they'll find their footing even more in the next group. And it all depends. And yeah, you want to make sure you hit top 8 because you want to go straight to the grand finals. You do not want to play in the bottom 16 because that just sucks.
And I do think that being where they are, Gas Cans is a good example you just brought up. Cameron, they are playing very, very well. That send that they got wiped on was a super risky send, but if it had panned out, they would have been in a spot to be top 5, right? So it's one of those things where I think when you're at this level of lead, you can take some risks because worst case scenario, you're sort of still in 3rd after going out in 16th place with no points to show for it.
Well, you also have to ask, beyond that, what other options did Gas Cans have? Again, this is what I talk about whenever there is a phase 1 that is so limiting on like so much water in play. There was that Prim Peninsula that we're looking at that significantly reduced the entrance points. So like already that's going to funnel teams into each other in the way. And so Gas Cans, I don't blame them for taking that route. I don't even blame them for really losing that fight. Luna Galaxy, I think if Gas Cans were like 1 second slower, it would have turned out differently because it really did look like Luna Galaxy were hopping in their vehicles ready to go somewhere until like they're I think maybe it was Vinny, one of their players, just like on the backside was just like, wait a second, I hear vehicles, guys, get out.
And then they delivered the 4 points that they needed. It happens. That's why you win the games that you are set up for, because uncomfortable moments happen. Every good team gets caught out, and Gas Cans are no exception in that situation.
It was just to bounce off that, Luna won from that position, right? So Gas Cans clearly made the right choice. It's just it may have been wrong timing, or they got there, second too late, second too early, but that was still a good play given that circle. So yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think that was a bad play at all. They just got caught.
And this is what I like about this roster, because I think it wasn't a bad play. They just got caught, and these are 4 players who I believe had the mental tenacity to say that. And I think that's going to be key for this new roster, is the idea that they can go, it happens, and sort of carry on with their lives and keep playing their game. We're going to find out. There's 1 game left to play. When we come back, it's time for the final match of the night on the grassy pastures. My name's Toffees. That's Cameron. That's Godspeed. Stay there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back. It's time for the last game of the night, but it's not the last game of the weekend, so fret not as we have 12 more games after this one. 2 more days of PUBG, then a short break, and then even more PUBG next weekend, and then even more PUBG after that, and that's not even counting the other regions going on right now. We made you wait 4 months. 2 months. I don't know how many months it's been. It's been too long is the moral of the story. Multiple months. Hit scan. But either way, it's all about having a festival of PUBG. I got them both. Going forward. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Cameron Davis and Godspeed as we get back into the action. We're headed back to Erangel, and it has been a wild day for some teams, but mostly for the circles, Godspeed. It has been a story of terrible, difficult shifts and teams just having to deal with it.
Yep, starting game 1, we had a very awkward circle just below Church of Los, and then even in that last game, we had a very awkward circle where most of it was water. We had a kind of weird Pozo circle. The circles have not been kind today. They've been difficult, and that being said, quite a few of the teams have been able to navigate them well and consistently, and I'm looking at Mercy, I'm looking at Gas Cans, I'm looking at Legacy, so there's definitely some teams that have been around and been able to kind of find some sort of semblance of normalcy in the chaos.
Yeah, I'm looking at the points on the leaderboard so far, and again, it just shocks me, not only points-wise, but just kill-wise, how far and away Mercy and Legacy are compared to everyone else. It's 43 and 39 kills, respectively. Third place in kills is going to be Gas Cans with 29, 10 fewer than Legacy, so these teams know how to get what's theirs when the time is right. And granted, who knows what would happen to Gas Cans if they didn't get blown up in the blink of an eye in the previous game. But regardless, we also talked about what happens if Legacy and Mercy suddenly perform well on their second day of play. Just out of curiosity, I looked at some of the more recent 8-point, like best of 12, top 8 cutoff. They're both basically there. So not that I would leave it to chance, and I would just they definitely want to show up and try to perform as good as possible, but they've had such a good day. They should, they're basically going to grand finals at this point.
It does feel that way, especially because Group C has, I think, some top-heavy point spongers as well coming out of it.
Yep.
I would not be surprised to see. Honestly, my expectation tomorrow, guys, as we kick this thing back up, is to sort of see the end of day 2 having maybe 5 or 6 sort of leaders who just look like this is they're done. Like, this is it. And having some of these edge fringe teams being able to play off of that last day. But I think it's going to be very tight looking to get into that top 8. And I don't know if that's because teams have played a little slow thinking they've got time, or if just the top half of this lobby, and let's be honest, it's North America, it happens, is just so gosh darn dominant.
Yeah, normally I would say the teams on the top are so dominant, but if you look at the teams on the top, and that's no disrespect to the teams, they're not really the usual suspects, right? Legacy, you could argue, yes, but Mercy Gaming coming in clutch and surprising. I mean, Gas Cans, I would say, yeah, they should be up there. But, I mean, it's just the way that the leaderboard looks now, and then with fresh teams coming in tomorrow, I kind of worry about the teams that are struggling today.
I like what you're saying, and I'm on board. I think my problem with the usual suspects thing is it's been 7 years, right? Even Mike Tyson's going to get old and possibly lose.
Father Time never loses, baby.
He's going to beat Jake Paul. But my point is, there's always a younger person trying, a newer player trying to catch up and take over for the old guard. And that feels a little bit of like what we're seeing right now. I'm not comparing these guys to Jake Paul, to be clear. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But I'd say these are guys who are thirsty, they're hungry, and they're going for the play. They're putting in the hours, and I love seeing their performances.
Listen, I see your point. I acknowledge your point. It is going to look so stupid when STK comes to play tomorrow. Because
I thought you were saying when Jake Paul wins.
No. I don't even know who that is.
You really want to see that fight, Steve?
No, I
want to see.
No, because to your point, you're right. There are these young gun threats. Legacy is a really big one of those. Gizera just started competitive play last year, if even maybe just a little before that. That young kid is looking sick. Mercy is a new team. We've seen some of these players around the block for a while, but them coming up in this big way is huge. Gas Cans are looking good. They have a couple of legacy players. STK though, coming in tomorrow, they have a number of legacy players. Alo and Kurt have been playing from the very beginning, and I'm so excited to see what STK can deliver in this group stage because they have been farming practice so far.
I just want to know if, will sparking be that jolt that they need in order to get back in shape? That's a very intriguing roster move, and I'm all for it. I'm actually all for it. I think that player is exactly what that team needs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait a second. Wait.
Yeah. What do you got?
Is that a bridge camp being set up by Mercy? Mercy and Ace's crews both on Sosnovka Island. Okay, we'll see what happens back there. Luna Galaxy also getting close to the... Okay, anyway, sorry.
It makes sense.
That might be a bridge camp being set up.
Well, especially with where their points are right now. If you walk away from that bridge camp with 4, and even if you lose 2, it sets you up for a really sort of push into day 2, no matter how it plays out. So I do like that. I also like, Godspeed, that for the first time in a minute, I feel like we've got a circle that is relatively fair to almost, well, not everybody, but quite a few players. You can't be as angry about this one for the first time in a while.
Yeah, with the plane path and where the circle end up landing, like this is a very, as you said, it's the most comfortable circle we've probably had all day for most of the teams. Only a few teams in the south that have to rotate in, as we see. AKA is just comfortably emergency pickuping in, and they'll be able to find probably a decent spot on the north side of Yasnaya if that's where they want to go. So
it's where they're safest in the sky.
And it looks like so this has been, so far, kind of a much more mellow game as far as the first circle, as far as the playable area. We also had that Miramar game, remember, on the west side, where there was a lot of unplayable area. So, yeah, I'd say this is probably like the fairest circle of the day.
Mm-hmm.
At least in circle 1. I mean, this can do anything it wants, but...
Oh, no. I think you could 1A, 1B it with the opening map on Miramar, where it was basically dead center, but then you have the field, doesn't have nearly as many fields. I don't know, I feel like we're starting to... Okay, whatever, okay, thank God. Fight. Oh, Panzer Champ finds 1, only 1, I'm shocked. Safe with 1 HP. But the rest of Ace's crew are going to be following on up, and it's another explosive, this time a frag grenade dropping Jam.
Camp this Panzer.
Yeah, it's an eye for an eye, fool. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Zealot will, I think, flush that one out. And Mercy, this is actually the first time they've been kind of in trouble this early in the game. They're usually the ones dictating the pace, lasting until the mid game. They at least find Zealot here, and Ace is still struggling. Seifu is in this, man. He is... Oh, that flash is huge. They are so bright.
Hip fire, Danny goes down, nobody's gonna stay alive, it's all down to Finn. A last one up, a couple of shots through, he gets the knock and a confirm on a sneak attack, but a sick headshot, and then a follow-up angle by PWD. That's gonna be it for Ace's crew. 4 kills, they do lose 2, Mercy, but with the rotation ahead of them, I actually like them setting this trap, even though they didn't come out as healthy as I think they would have otherwise hoped to.
Still 4 kills and 2 members alive. Mercy is just continuing to impress.
Well, I have a question for you, Cameron. Hold on a second.
Don't ask
Ace's crew is a team that you said to keep an eye on because of the way that they're performing in scrims. What did you see in scrims from them that's not translating here? Because it feels like they've just not started, like they've had such a hard time getting started.
For them, it's just about finding those early game positions. Same issue with Future. It just seems that their rotations, I don't know if the rotations are necessarily bad. All I know is that the outcomes of the rotations they haven't been able to find the positions to really get a good fight rolling for them. Even there, outside of phase 1, they're lucky that they had a player with the Panzerfaust. The only reason that they didn't just get completely crushed by the collapse by Mercy Gaming. Even then, they still lost that fight. So I still have faith in, especially the firepower of Zealot and Danny. It's just about getting the position that the firepower can get activated.
Yeah, they have not been in a good position pretty much all day. I'm trying to think back of a single game today where they were, in a commanding position, like, oh, we can take control. They're generally fighting on the back foot, which, is going to cause you problems really no matter what type of firepower you have. Whether you have a Zealot who's just kind of popping off, it's not going to matter, especially there. Look, they ate an RPG off the rip.
Yeah. Well,
very, very well. All right, so we're going to jump over to Prism. We got the high ground. And I think that part of that point that, Cameron, you bring up is really relevant, especially because of how, I almost said effed the circles have been. But the fact that these teams who are already a little bit out of their normal depth and aren't quite as experienced with making rotations through this level of play have to deal with some just extravagantly difficult rotations in at least 3 or 4 of our maps so far. So, again... Yeah. I think shout out to the teams who are putting it out there and being here and getting better and putting in the work. That said, I still have to call you out when you have 1 point after 5 games. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to call a team out, but also just goes to unfamiliarity, right? Like a lot of these teams, and that's why scrims are always good to kind of gauge a little bit. And I'm not saying Cameron gauges everything on scrims because he doesn't, but it's just some teams may do something in scrims that work really well or that don't work really well, and then try something completely different, maybe in an actual comp game. Like maybe the rotations they were working or they were using, they couldn't necessarily use today, right? Because of the way the lobbies mix, because maybe the teams around them made different decisions. All of that factors in.
That's true.
Yeah. There are so many like things that happen in a game of PUBG, really any battle royale, but like especially PUBG, that making any sort of strategic read, like there's no straightforward through line there.
I think what we saw with Gas Cans today just proves that, right? Like at the end of the day, Gas Cans was playing aggressive and trying to work on team fights, which means that a team that is very good at managing space and taking positions early may not have been doing that during scrims, right? And so you have to readjust to that when you get into the active lobbies, and I think that that's a tall order for a lot of these players. Big shift for them.
Yeah, and you have to... Sorry, I was going to say, to bounce off you, and remember with Gas Cans, they have that good foundation, right? In Adam and the way that he calls, the way that he likes to get them in position, as we're seeing L1P7, a.k.a. taking shots over at Gatos Chicos.
I'm surprised that Gatos are so healthy here, actually able to survive in Narnia right now. In fact, the rest of the team is actually following on. Looks like they might be wanting to take this fight against AKA. I don't think they have a choice otherwise. They did lose multiple tires on that vehicle. Keegan also holding the backline angle. The push is coming through. It's going to be a pickup. The Uber has arrived. Everyone's in the UAZ. They get out. That is really fortunate for Gatos Chicos because it looked like the damage from AKA was going to be quite deadly. They do run into Formation, but here's in a completely different fight. He has Naya Fields.
Yeah, and it looks like the team of Pichao is going to actually pull up here in this position, and they might cause some issues here from Legacy, but wait a second, Gizero is going to get damaged downfield. He gets both Beal and another member of Pichao quite low, as now they're going to try to recover, but they are in a bowl. This is like shooting fish in a barrel, Cammy, and two of them have been knocked.
The hardest part about these fights is the third-party angle. Stromy has Naya from the compounds to the west of it as well, but at least in Phase 2, those teams aren't as dug in as if this was a fight that was in Phase 3, Phase 4. They are still taking some damage. Legacy here, RBN did get knocked, but the fact that they have gone so aggressive, are they sending vehicles over here?
I'm not sure. I mean, they definitely had enough time to recover, and Legacy has to recognize that, right? Is still actually 2 knocked. So they're just going for nades, trying to get as much utility in there as possible. Meanwhile, Pixel has burned himself.
I think he got knocked with the molly in his hand.
Yeah, probably. Yep, that's usually what happens. Doesn't look like he's flushed it on that side, but Legacy still trying to work this angle. As Pichao is a little slow to recover here with all the utility coming through, but I think they finally got all 4 up.
Okay, a couple of shots again. Synergy's third-party angle coming in here, giving Pichao a little bit of defense, and yeah, they're able to get the revive. For a second, I thought it was going to be an open and shut case for Legacy. Still trying to peek over, and yeah, this is where the dug-in teams are starting to be a bit more confident on taking these shots. So Legacy, they might have just missed the opportunity by a couple of seconds. There was only a few little points of damage on Pichao's total health bars, but they survive for now. RBN's actually leaving the dip, trying to find a separate angle.
And they want to get over that ridge, right? But really, Synergy is just playing gatekeeper right now for both these teams. They just want to pour over. They want to find the angles and just get rid of the other team so they can either rotate or take over the dip, but they just cannot do it with Synergy up there. And that's such a strong position, center circle that Synergy finds themselves in. Oh, but now they're going towards Space Station, and Roth now trying to receive this push. He's not! He's going to get knocked!
2 HP on Lip. No, SSG falling victim to another one of their splits. This team so often, it feels like they try and take too much space. They start playing well, and then they just extend further and further and further out. Raphic's going down. Page is still dealing some damage. It's all down to Lip, so it hasn't been free for AKA. But regardless, SSG, at least they got the revive on the Pixel. They do still have 3 of them standing.
At the very least for AKA, this is an apparent foothold that they might be able to get some more points in. This is a good position in the circle. Yes, they're committed to it, but we see mortars coming out now. But for AKA, this could be a big break for them, especially with the way this shifts. As long as they can hold off Elevate now, who's trying to come in, and they hear the vehicles coming, they're going to have a big defense on their hands.
Good third-party shots. Vegas steals the kill on Lizera. It's all down to the last one up, and I think Elevate I think they would guess that he's hiding in the closet up there. Belfrost does, unfortunately, goes down to Fake. Fake instantly taken out by Shrimzy, and here comes Poonage on the follow-up. Because the shift, we didn't see it on screen, but it did focus up in the center on this open field. So suddenly this position is an incredibly powerful one to take. Back down here on the south side, another position that's still in the zone. Gizera still wants to go activated. Legacy still want to deal with their neighbors.
You're fighting the feetsies there of Syntastico, and Legacy just, like we said, they just want to get rid of this team, but they cannot. Now Sonics are taking shots, and that's going to be a flush on the VHC. Meanwhile, Penta finds Cowboy.
I think VHC was playing in an off angle, so he wasn't in this dip, while he was instantly flushed from that knock of Sonics. But again, losing that player, losing that external sightline, does mean that Legacy don't have the tools to deal with, and they seem to probably heard the vehicles, or at the very least just sensed Mercy sneaking in from the southeast.
Speaking of the southeast, I mean, there's Mercy there. They still have Spam to kind of deal with, but Spam is very comfortable right now in their position on that plateau above all those dips. They can't necessarily see into them, but their position also gives them leeway to rotate either to the north or south. If this is a hard shift west, though, I imagine they're going to run into some issues rotating, especially if they have to go somewhere towards the middle, towards the likes of, Synergy Gaming.
Holding this angle. Why? Because there's not much for Pichao to do other than just wait for another peak from Legacy. But it looks like Legacy, they're going to be playing this one slow. We've lost a couple of teams so far, only 2, and there are a couple of teams still hiding out in Yasnaya. So I think this phase is going to be closed without any more teams lost. Unless, of course, Pixel does somehow get taken out. But as the last one standing for SSG, he's not going to peek any windows because, as we've mentioned before, one of the biggest differences between having 2 or more players and only having 1 is that a knock is a kill. Yeah.
And at the very least for teams, like Synergy Esports, like Luna, they are very comfortable. And this is probably going to shift south. And it does. And so, yeah, the only teams really cut out are the ones in Yasnaya, and that's going to be Gas Cans, 4Nation, and then Spam, but they have a kind of a ridge to play, not really. They're going to be mostly in the sight lines of Mercy there on the south side as well, so Mortar's still raiding down. Where are those going?
Is that going to Elevate?
Can I get a Mortar cam?
I think it's going to Elevate.
It's just a little to the left. I'm just judging
off of the trajectory, off into the... Yeah. Oh, Shinboy's actually gone down. No, wait, they were aiming for Pichao? They're just aiming out into the open field. Listen, not everyone can be as good as these as Tiggleton is. Practice makes perfect.
Just a little more juice on those bad boys, and that would have been some devastating mortars. But yeah,
some NOS.
It's a little bit of the juice, maybe get a little more distance. Is now, I mean, these teams in Yas need to start moving out. You see Gas Can starting to jock for position there on the west side of Yas. And maybe just come in directly on the north towards Luna, but that is a rough crash, let me tell you.
Yeah, this vehicle is looking pretty damaged as well, already starting to smoke. Everyone's swinging out the side. It looks like they might be waiting for Gas Cans, but Gas Cans is pushing out towards the west. It is only Vox as the last one standing. Adam here, as you can see, Vinny with some shots onto this position. Ooh, a little bit of damage does so they chime in. No, that's actually damage maybe from Gallo there, just south of them. So I don't know what's dealing that damage to Adam, but he's thankful to be alive.
Yeah, he's definitely thankful to be alive. I think you're right. I think it might have been Bonjour de Gallo. But
Mercy here.
I mean, they're also in a position where they're holding that west ridge, right? They're really comfortable. As we also see Mercy now taking this hill that I was talking about. They are going to have to move eventually, and I think the team of Future will start to cause problems as well as Sonics. Mercy have a very difficult decision here as far as what they want to do moving forward, and still we have Legacy and Pichao just hanging out in those dips.
Wait a second, 4Nation. They're all in one vehicle. They're making the send. They're going directly into spam territory. Pixel's trying to get some extra damage off the back of things. Now that he knows that everyone north of him is retreated, he needs to get a couple of knocks. He wants 4Nation to get taken care of. Not so much for placement, maybe for kills, but if anything, just to have less people on his side of the field that he's going to then try and sneak into. Ooh, gas cans to make a descent of their own. No knock either side just yet. They're putting themselves in a position that could easily get grenaded by Andrew.
They're going to be in between two teams, though, Cammy. They're going to be in between Synergy and Bonjour de Gallo. And that's a big problem. Lots of utility coming out now as LXG also just getting involved in this. Gas cans are in a bad way.
Yeah, but that definitely at least allows them a little bit to avoid the line of sight from BDG, and they just aim towards Luna. They've already got a couple of trades. Adam got confirmed. Bizzler did get knocked, but they were able to take a couple of knocks against their opponents. And I think the utility barrage from the west side is done for gas cans right now. Do these remaining players, do they hop into the vehicle and try and retreat away? Because the circle does center on up. Oh, that's another Panzer Faust in play. I want to see Penta go huge with this one. Shot comes out. Doesn't hit its target. Haven is still going to get revived, but fakes and goes down to Balefrost.
For all intents and purposes, gas cans have actually done a really good job of staying alive and at least getting a few points here in those kills. And they're going to get in a vehicle and just send it. Maybe crash this compound for now. It's not in, but it'll give them at least an option. Meanwhile, Spams Brisa will go down. Formation trying to survive here on the edges. Just down to Zico now.
Really hard hold. Cover is going to start to go away. That vehicle's about to go up in flames. Zeko gets taken down. It's Cloud Zero with the last shot there. 4 Nation are eliminated in 14th place. Back to Legacy. And they are now defending against Mercy. But they're still not in the zone. They're going to defend against Mercy and then instantly try and flood over perhaps into Peach House territory. So they're suddenly in a really, really difficult position. Not to mention Future has that high ground angle back here on the west side. Luna Galaxy. They got the revive. It's 2 versus 2. But gas cans were able to find that hard cover inside the building. Smokes blocking the lines of sight, but Luna still need to wrap above them, wrap around them, get into this field somehow.
And remember, this was Luna's position. They actually pushed out to try to sandwich between Gallo, the gas cans, and they actually got backfilled, and now they have to be the ones to make the assault. And the problem is for both teams, this compound is still not in. They'll have to assault the base of Synergy if they want any sort of chance. But Fox, can he do it? No, LXG will take out the gas cans, and they'll fall in 12th place.
I like that angle. Penta was trying to flank onto them, but did get the opportunity for the isolated 2v1 shots. And so Luna Galaxy going to stay alive. Also find Pixel. What's another kill on top of the 5 they already have? 6 for them really running right now, but I do say running because they are sprinting out in the open into Synergy territory on the south. Looks like Mercy tried to circumvent them and just ran into a lot of trouble as they do go down. BWD going to denying points. They are in the top of this leaderboard so far, but they still don't want to give any free points away.
But definitely not. I mean, the last thing you want to do is, let a stronger team qualify too, right? If you can keep those stronger teams down and put them in the last chance, then absolutely you want to deny them that grand finals. But Pichao still in this position. Nathaniel just looking over the ridge for angles as they're now throwing lots of util. Beal, they want to so bad just step over, but the teams around them like Sonics are just not allowing it, including Elevate as well. It's a frustrating position to be in for Pichao.
Yeah.
But it's worse for Legacy.
Yeah, it's worse for Legacy, that's for sure. Still 4 up Pichao have, and they're the ones lying, waiting for the moves, but we're also waiting for the circle, waiting for to see where Phase 7 takes us, or rather Phase 6, but it's going to be a hard shift. Northwest Synergy are loving this. BDG as well on that west in those hills. They're going to be safe for now. All these teams outside on the outskirts, I don't have a good plan on the best path forward. I wonder if Legacy and Pichao might just want to hop in their vehicles, but then they can't both do that. Also, Pichao, I don't think they have vehicles.
They have a buggy. Easy there.
The rotate from Legacy it has been called almost immediately, and for a second they might just stop at this dip, but
Yep.
I don't know if it's in. It might just be barely inside the zone, but Synergy now being crashed by the 2 members of Luna Galaxy as well as the 4 members of Elevate. Shinboy has been taken care of though. Vinny continuing to push over, and a good grenade from Martin takes Elevate out of this game. For a second they thought they were pitted in, but it was 1 second longer, and then they were just completely taken out.
Yeah, and the duo there from Luna Galaxy has just been stellar so far. They've been on point. They've been getting kills. They haven't exposed themselves too much, and they're still fighting from a kind of sketchy position on the backside of that ridge. So very impressed so far with Luna Galaxy.
Still 4 kills here for Synergy.
Yep.
Holding this position out. Legacy are pitting below them. Luna Galaxy on the north side. And then Galar also pushing in. So what looked like a nice little homestead away from the city, away from all the hustle and bustle, the grind, is just getting collapsed upon by multiple teams. Future also sending it in, but they're sending it on to Peach Out territory. Not to mention Sonics are also in the midst. Trades happening both sides. Nintendo's coming out on top. Huge sprays coming out from this player.
I was really hoping Future would make something happen there, but they just got absolutely split in half by multiple teams. Pichao and Sonics just doing the lion's share of that work there. It's still in the kill feed. Luna Galaxy is finding these kills as a duo. That is a very impressive run for them so far. And Cloud Zero will at least find one there. It's going to be one of the Gallo boys. Sexy, it's down.
Future eliminated. Frogman goes down to Nintendo. Nintendo is coming up. 3 kills for them, 5 kills for the team so far. Only 2 of them standing, having to run out in the open because the blue has put pressure on them. Finds the cover of the vehicle. Fantastico goes down. It is only 1 member remaining for Pichao. And it looks like Tiggleton is ready to take the peek. Flash stun grenade comes out. Doesn't know exactly where this last player is hiding. And Sonics now, they've been surviving pretty handily on the edge. And they do have a small position in the zone. But we all know that with that wide field in front of them, there is a chance that if this goes north, this might be the last chance they have for points. So they're going to try and take it.
They also need, I'm sure they want to move forward to that next ridge ahead of them, but they can't necessarily do so with team. I think it's Gatos Chicos, on their west side. It's going to be tough for them to just be able to be in that open spot. But if they can somehow, the circle actually isn't even that bad for them. They might be able to hold for just a little bit longer. And in fact, most of the teams of the north are going to be able to hang out for now as well. It's really the next shift that's going to cause the most issues for teams like Sonics. Definitely right now, Gatos Chicos is struggling. They don't have much to play at all in front of them except for maybe a very small ridge in front of that compound. So we'll see.
I'm surprised those frag grenades didn't land. They all just hit the vehicle, but another shot from a different angle was able to find it. So that is suddenly Synergy Esports are eliminated. Good push for Guile. They're the ones that got that final kill on the east side on the Pichao. Now they clean up another Latin American team on the west. Sarah. They are farming kills so far, but LFP, Legacy, they're still alive. A little bit of a shack. They catch out Gatos Chicos on the run. It is just Justice, I believe, pitted below. Hooligan is still alive towards the south. So there are multiple members up for Gatos Chicos, but they don't really have strong positions to play around.
No, and something else to even notice about a team like Legacy, right? We've seen them since the beginning, Cammy kind of struggling, stuck in that bowl, and they've still managed to make top 5 with 2 members up. That's how consistent they have been today. And that's going to be a flush actually for Gazira. That's going to be their first point kill of the game, but they're still doing very well on placements. Currently sitting at 68 points. Yeah,
staying alive in any zone is no hard feat, but especially from what we saw them deal with earlier on, I think that this is a relatively successful run so far. Now, the question is, can they get any more kill points off the back of this? Sonics is pitted below them. They'll be trying to run around the back, get a separate angle so one piece of utility doesn't take care of Legacy.
I don't think Sonics knows.
I don't think Sonics knows. Spotted from the high ground, not spotted from the low. But a good grenade by Kickstart. Never mind, they smelled him. They figured something out.
I was going to say, even still, he didn't have a helmet and his vest was done. Well, that was, it was going to be rough. Gizera, how has this landed so perfectly, but he will finally get taken out from the other side. That vehicle almost the safety he needed. As Kickstart with the Bolt, 6 kills. Sonics now starting to come alive, pushing off this south side, and they now have found the position that was so problematic for them earlier. Ooh, and he's going to find that. Hooligan goes down.
Oh, that is the last player on the south. This means that Sonics are suddenly in a really, really strong position. Unless BDG survive with all 3 still standing, which against the dynamic duo of Luna Galaxy and then the lone rat of Justice is looking very unlikely.
Rat of Justice.
I mean, it's a solo player. Okay, I don't mean that disparagingly, but it's a solo player hiding in the shack. I don't know what else you call them.
You call him the Rat of Justice.
He was behind it, and he peeks with a great angle on Azatin.
Oh, Cam, you're out of control. I love it. But yeah, Sonic's absolutely the beneficiaries of this shift. Their timing was beautiful. This is where I thought they would play. They couldn't do it earlier. They knew exactly what the timing was, and it was beautifully executed. And now they really are just waiting for these last two teams here to kind of take care of each other. They'll come in, they'll pick up the scraps. But also, a team like Sonic's, it wouldn't surprise me that even if 1 or 2 knocks got traded, they would immediately push and not just wait for the fight to end, right? They are a team that absolutely will go out there and grab those points if they can.
Yeah. The revive on Hazelton did follow through, so BDG back up to 3. Haven and Vinny waiting for that cross. I don't know who has cross priority. I think they both have to run from the blue at the same time, which means Sonics can just wait here and farm these kills.
Yeah, this is good for neither team, Cammy.
No, a couple pieces of utility. I don't think there are any more frag grenades in play, but a lot of stuns, and Haven is pushing the line. He's pedal to the metal, rushing forward, trying to catch an off angle. Can't see anything through the smokes. Does spot Hazelton, catches the drop shot, gonna confirm that kill. And this is a play for second place, because I think they all know that Sonic is left standing in the middle, and Haven with the victory play. Puts it second place, 11 kills. They're denying to the Sonics. They're not giving this team any more points. But what a great run from Luna Galaxy.
Sick, Cammy. That was so sick. That duo, especially Haven at the end, he was so smart and intelligent with when his timings were. He got to that prone. He kept moving. The flashes that went out, that was just so clean from Luna Galaxy. Oh, man, especially Haven. But again, let's also not take away from the Sonics having a very solid game, making all the right moves, all the right decisions, having their timing on point, flexing out, getting those kills. It's what we expect from the Sonics. But yeah, I'm blown away by that play from that duo of LXG, especially when they gave that position up initially to fight the gas cans in between Guile. So
yeah, they had, sorry, I just realized now, they had 4 kills going into this run. They ended with 11.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, Toffees, but this was a very, very unprecedented duo maneuver. They didn't get the win, but Lord, that was such a strong run.
That's why it worked, though. Like, they came with hubris. They came with, like, that. When he jumped over that wall, no one expected it. It was beautifully executed. I'm glad to see Sonics coming out and getting themselves a chicken dinner on the first day. It's always fun. But to me, Haven at the end of that thing has just been... Gosh, that was super fun to watch. I will say what also stood out to me is as we get to the end game here, going into the second half of this match, only 3 of the top 8 teams were still in this game. It was wide open for teams that needed to put up points and get really into the hunt. And I think Luna Galaxy just grabbed this by the throat and ran with it.
Yeah, but also, I mean, Sonics, listen, what we're talking, what did I say? One good game?
One good game.
They're in the top 8 now.
What was that, 17 points, I think, for them that game total? So, I mean, we're about to check out the leaderboards, but yeah.
You ever watch those old, like, spy movies where, like, the guy who's ready to do a hit, like, takes forever setting up the gun and, like, opening the box and putting on the gear, and then all hell breaks loose? That kind of feels like how Sonic start events sometimes. Like, the first couple of games is opening the case, pulling out the pieces, and then they go off. And here they get themselves 17 points, 7 kills. Saw them get a 10-kill game right before this. But Luna Galaxy, 17 points with 11 kills. This is going to set them up to be in a pretty good position going into their last day of play.
It definitely will. And even Bonji Dugalo, like they got a nice little game for themselves. Synergy were kind of in that compound forever. They managed to squeeze 8 points. Even Pichao, how assaulted were they? How there was so many nades, so much utility that landed in their dip. They managed to kind of stay alive there, which was also good. And even gas cans, that was, their last 2 games were probably the worst, but they still managed to get some points out of that, right? So overall, yeah, the teams that stayed at the top were very consistent throughout the day, even in their bad games.
And I think that is my biggest takeaway watching these teams are at the top today. And that is something that we haven't always seen from North America, Cameron. Teams that are consistent, even in despite of their bad games. I think it's pretty common to feel some tilting, especially at this stage of groups. And some of these teams really, really stepped up and went the distance. Let's talk about the overall leaderboard now that it's here, though. Cam, walk me through what you see, what you're excited about, and what surprises you.
I mean, Legacy and Mercy still at the top. Gas Can still trailing by, like, a few points here. Luna Galaxy with that run put them also into the mix, into the top 4. It's a pretty linear downslope, no real gap outside of I don't really see any major gaps, so it's actually gotten pretty standardized so far. The one thing that catches my eye outside of, Sonic's their top 8, yeah, whatever. We'll see how that plays tomorrow. 6th place, they're not confident, they're not like solid just yet. It's Space Station Gaming slip. Not only have they slipped from like somewhere in the top 4, as we saw in the first 2 games, down to 7th, their kill points are like the odd man out compared to everyone else on the west side, the left side of the leaderboard. So
the west side.
He's just showing off. He knows I can't tell where west is. All right, so this is who took the field today. We saw Group A and B. They're playing out. Group C will take the field tomorrow, and we got some big names. Team Falcons recently announced the signing of what used to be the LG roster. Bestia looking very, very strong right now. Shoot to kill. This is a new lineup that I'm excited to see take the field. And then we got guys like Rats. They've been around for a while. They can always be fun to watch. And then some stuff like Old Guard, which is going to, I think, shake things up a little bit. So tomorrow should be a very fun day of PUBG action. But what I think, my takeaway, Godspeed, is that last match brought everything so much closer in terms of how this board is laid out.
That definitely kind of, as you said, compounded all the points, gave a lot of the teams that were kind of struggling a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of a break. But I'm really looking forward to tomorrow and seeing how Group C is going to factor into this. And then hopefully some of the teams on the bottom that you really need it kind of get a break and then come in, refocus. Like I kind of agree with Cameron. Ace's crew is not a team that I expected to only have 7 points on the day, right? Like maybe they wouldn't have been my first place pick, but definitely not my close to last.
But by the same token, Cameron, they now have a lot of these teams for the first time see what this lobby is really going to be like. And that means that they get tonight to go back, hopefully go over the drawing board. Some of them will get a little more time than others to say, okay, what did we do that worked and what did we do that just wasn't? And I think a team like Ace's crew, from what we've seen from them in development, could take that information. Do I think it'll be top 8? Probably not. But will they take that and have a chance to prepare themselves for the last chance qualifier? Because just because you don't make the top 8 doesn't mean your run at the big show is over. Because this event matters so much in the grand scheme of things for our globals, we have to have that last chance qualifier. It means that everyone has these first 12 games to figure things out, and they're not out of it yet. And I think that's a big deal for these bottom teams, Cameron.
Yeah, no one's eliminated off of group stage. That's absolutely huge. And granted, the one downside to the group system into the lower bracket / last chance, whichever one you prefer to use, is that none of them are like the same lobby. So it's not so much about finding patterns in teams' rotations. That's more like information that's useful in the moment or like during the day or maybe the next day if they're still in your lobby. But really, it's about figuring out how are we as a team not gelling? How are we not figuring things out? And like the mid game calling that really needs to be fixed up going into the last chance qualifier. Because at that point, it's still a best of 12 for top 8, but there are no more safety nets.
No more safety nets. All right, well, that is day 1. Before we call it, though, I want to do final thoughts, get a take from you guys, because I don't think I get to spend the day with you tomorrow. So day 1 is done. Godspeed, final thoughts?
Super easy, man. Just glad to be back. Another year. Really excited to get it started.
Another day, another PUBG. Let's do this thing. Cameron, final thoughts?
Listen, Mercy are punching. They're not punching significantly higher, but it's higher than I expected. Good. And so this is not only making me feel excited for like what surprise we see with Group C coming into the mix, but also like it's a couple of weeks away, but the grand finals, like, are we gonna crown someone entirely unsuspecting as the new PAS champion? Like it's still day 1. I don't, maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but the fact that we're showing depth throughout both of these sub-regions, our one super region, is really exciting regardless.
I'm hyped. I'm glad we're back too, guys. That's all the things we have for you today, but it's not over. We're back tomorrow with even more PUBG action in the same place, so make sure you come back. On behalf of myself, Godspeed, Cameron Davis, Matrim, Poro, and Gibson, as well as our entire production team and Crafton, thank you so much for spending your evening with us, and until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.